8 billion people around the world have been deceived by the appearance of doomsday. The world becoming a wasteland is not the real ending. In fact, there is a huge secret hidden behind it. By chance, I found an old laptop in the ruins. Unexpectedly, this computer allows me to enter a virtual game world and bring the resources in the game back to reality. I thought this was a life-saving straw, but I didn't expect it to be the fuse of a greater disaster. Not only that, but it made me a target, and everyone wanted to take it away from me. My name is Tang Ming, and I am sitting on a cracked stone staircase in a collapsed building, fiddling with a laptop I just dug out of the rubble, praying that it will still work. I traveled to this wasteland world, and even with my cheat code, I can only enter the computer game world. However, it is difficult to eat and drink in this place, let alone play games. The cheats are right in front of us, and we can only watch, which is too torturous. Fortunately, after 2 years of continuous searching, I finally got something today. A laptop that doesn't seem to be seriously damaged. Let me go back and try to charge it. I sighed and put the computer into my bulging backpack. In addition to the computer I found this time, there are some cans, nails, cloth, paper, and other miscellaneous items in my backpack. I will take it with me as long as I think it may be useful. Resources in the wasteland are scarce, and I have a serious collecting addiction, so if I don't take anything back, I'll always feel torn all night. The backpack was heavy, but the joy of finding the computer made all the hard work insignificant. I walked carefully through the ruins, avoiding the mutant creatures along the way, and it took nearly an hour to finally reach a collapsed shopping mall. The mall's underground garage is my current shelter. Although it is simple, it is safe. At least I won't be easily discovered by those wandering mutant creatures. I looked around vigilantly and only moved the covering of the entrance after confirming that there was no one. Compared to mutant creatures, I am more worried about scavengers like me. In this lawless world, they have almost no scruples, and killing and stealing is the norm. Therefore, I have little contact with others unless it is a trading day. After entering the garage, my tense nerves relaxed a little. Every time I went out to look for supplies, I felt that I might die on the way, but today I was not only unscathed, but also had a good harvest. Thinking of the computer in my backpack, I couldn't wait to go to the workshop at the bottom of the garage and take out the batteries I had traded from other scavengers. These were prepared for immediate use after finding the computer. The battery has been gathering dust here for almost a year, and today it finally came in handy. May the immortal Xianhuang bless you. I found the wires and connected them to the power source. I usually don't believe in these things, but now I also started to pray. After all, I have traveled through time, so it doesn't hurt to believe. Perhaps prayer really worked, because the laptop that had been sealed for years actually started charging. It works. I was excited and quickly pressed the power switch. After half an hour of waiting, the computer finally booted up successfully and the system interface appeared on the screen. Although there were a few black bars on the screen and the system was a little stuck, these could not hide my excitement. After confirming that there were no operating problems with the computer, I immediately started looking through the files inside, looking for the game I had been looking forward to for a long time. However, what greeted me was a bunch of adult movies, Japanese, American, and Russian versions. What's the use of these materials in this environment? I felt pain in my heart, but with the last glimmer of hope, I still opened the files one by one. Finally, in a corner, I found a folder labeled Games. To my disappointment, there was only one game in it, Corruption Simulator. Corruption Simulator? Just from the name, you know it's related to money, but in this wasteland, money is not as useful as toilet paper. Despite this, I still opened the game. After all, it was the only option. After entering the game, I found that it was actually a bridge building game. The gameplay is simple. As Party B, the player needs to complete the bridge building task issued by Party A to get rewards. The less money you spend on building the bridge, the higher the score. As long as I have hands, it'll be fine. I thought so and started the game. However, after a few games, all the bridges I built were over budget. Looking at the sarcastic comments, I was furious. What a rubbish game. If the bridge doesn't collapse with less materials, my name will be written backwards. The designer of this game must have something wrong with his brain. After trying more than 10 times and still exceeding the budget, I finally gave up and decided to enter the game to find out. Anyway, I already understood the content of the game, so I just had to go in and move the materials to repair the bridge. I was a little worried. After all, this was my first attempt at entering the game world. What if the computer suddenly crashed? Would I be trapped inside? Thinking of this, I felt a little nervous, but I decided to act as quickly as possible to reduce the risk of accidents. After preparing myself mentally, I reached out towards the computer screen. Normally, the hand would be blocked by the screen, but my hand actually went straight through the screen. Enter. As I silently chanted in my mind, my body instantly disappeared from the spot. On the computer screen, a two-dimensional character who looks exactly like me appears in the game interface. As soon as I entered the game, a man's voice sounded in my ears. "Hello, engineer. Can you help me build a bridge to the other side?" Turning around, I saw a middle-aged man in a suit, holding a suitcase in his hand, and it seemed that he was going to hand it to me. Is this the game? I didn't take the suitcase right away, but looked around. The blue sky, white clouds, and sparkling sea made me feel like I had traveled through time again, rather than entering that shoddy corruption simulator. This place is the first level of the game. There is half a road on the island. The task is to build a bridge from Island A to Island B opposite so that the cars on Island A can drive smoothly to Island B. The total budget is 7,000 yuan, and there are only two types of materials, steel and wood. The price of steel is 400 yuan per unit, while wood is calculated by length. Before, when I was outside the game, I either went over budget or cut corners, causing the car to fall directly into the sea. But now, I plan to just run away. Thinking of this, I took the suitcase from Mediterranean's hand, which contained the $7,000. However, after taking the briefcase, a message suddenly popped up in my mind. The good news is that after completing the task, I can leave the game by just thinking in my mind, even if the computer outside is turned off. There is no need to worry about time. 1 hour in the game is equivalent to 1 minute in real life. But the bad news is that you have to complete the mission before you can return to reality. It's hard. I scratched my head. I thought I could just bring the items in the game back to reality, but I didn't expect there would be such a restriction. It seems that the restrictions vary depending on the type of game. Since I can only return to reality by clearing the level, I can only start concentrating on figuring out how to build the bridge with the budget of 7,000 yuan. Otherwise, I will probably be trapped here. After entering the game, I found that the settings have not changed. The purchased materials appear directly on the ground, and you can control them with your mind to build bridges. You can also get a refund for materials you don't want to use. Without any worries, I started to try again and again. Finally, I built a long bridge with steel on both sides and wood in the middle. It cost 6,873 yuan and was within the budget. But I was worried about whether the bridge could allow cars to pass safely. During the test, the car slowly drove onto the bridge deck. It was stable at first, but when it reached the middle wooden structure, the bridge began to shake violently. My heart was in my throat, and the thing I was worried about happened. Although the car passed smoothly, a huge crack appeared in the middle of the bridge. It's over. I thought to myself, this game is called Bridge Building Simulator, and a bridge with quality issues will definitely not pass. However, unexpectedly, the game prompted that the mission was completed. The score was plus 127, and the evaluation was mediocre bridge designer. I can choose one of the following rewards. 1. Choose materials equivalent to the remaining budget of 127 blocks and bring them back to reality. 2. Choose an object that is no larger than 3 times your size and bring it back to reality. 3. Re-challenge. Does this count as completing the mission? I was a little surprised. It seemed that as long as the car reached the other side, it would be considered a success. I decisively chose to start over and decided to change my thinking and save costs, as long as the car could reach the other side. Next, I tried again and again a more cost-saving method of building a bridge. No steel, all wood. Adding a few more poles at key locations, which cost 5,631 yuan. Use wood to build a seesaw, place steel in the air, and use the impact force of the fall to send the car to the other side. It costs 1,207 yuan. Finally, after unremitting efforts, I found a way to build a bridge that would embezzle the most project funds. Use a piece of wood worth 113 yuan, drop it from a height of 47 meters, and hit the bumper of a car. The car flipped over and directly jumped over the 6-meter trench to reach the other side. Mission completed, score plus 6,887. Evaluation is, all bridge designers want to ask you how to design bridges. I was given 3 reward options. 1. Choose materials equivalent to the remaining budget of 6,887 blocks and bring them back to reality. 2. Choose an object that is no larger than 9 times your size and bring it back to reality. 3. Randomly select an item in the game and bring it back to reality. Without thinking too much, I decisively exchanged all 6,800 yuan for steel and the remaining dozens of yuan for wood. As for the third random reward, that is out of my control, but the second reward allows you to take away items that are no larger than 9 times your own size. Apart from the steel, there's really nothing worth taking out here. I looked around and my eyes fell on the car that was deformed by my operation. Maybe I can still take something useful out of it. Thinking this in my mind, I chose the car that was completely destroyed. This item will take up 87% of the available volume. Do you want to select it? I selected yes. There was still 13% of the volume left. I looked around and finally fixed my sights on the Mediterranean man in a suit. After a moment, I looked at the Mediterranean man who was left with only a pair of shorts and quit the game contentedly. I returned to the underground garage and reappeared. The whole process did not make me feel any discomfort. The only discomfort was that the air in reality was too turbid and far less fresh than in the game world. But this only wrinkled my nose slightly, and my attention was quickly focused on the new game backpack that appeared. This backpack has no size limit, but can only store items brought out of the game. All the objects that had just materialized were lying quietly here. Steel, cars, Mediterranean's clothes, and a military green pickup truck. Obviously, this was the third random reward. As I thought about it, a brand new pickup truck appeared out of nowhere on the open space in front of me. It was fully fueled and had just passed its annual inspection. I'm so lucky. With this car, I can go out to collect trash with ease, and I can retreat quickly when I encounter danger. Thinking of this, I couldn't wait to get in the car for a test drive, and drove around the underground parking lot several times before I contentedly put the pickup back into my gaming backpack. This is quite convenient, I said with emotion. I was worried that the steel was too heavy to carry, but now it seems that was completely unnecessary. With a game backpack, you can carry even an entire city with you. Tomorrow is a trading day, and we can exchange steel for some supplies. I took out a unit of steel. In the game, 1 unit of steel is a 2-meter-long I-beam, and it is the same in reality, with excellent quality. I weighed it on a scale and found that one weighed 120 kilograms, or 240 pounds. In the market, the trading ratio of steel and food is 1-to-1. That is, 1 kilogram of steel can be exchanged for 1 kilogram of food. However, most of this food is of inferior quality and many of it contains radiation. This is what I eat now. Although it won't kill me, I really don't want to eat it every day. Fortunately, my quality of life will be improved in the future. After all, if you eat spoiled food every day, your body will have problems sooner or later. Ask about the price of refined grain tomorrow. After making plans for tomorrow, I took out the almost scrapped car from my game backpack. Although the car was severely deformed, after some inspection I found that the important parts were still in good working order. This engine can be used to generate electricity. I thought to myself, I don't know how many times the electricity in the battery can be used, and the computer is the cornerstone of my future, so the power supply must be guaranteed first. As for the other parts, I kept the useful ones and plan to sell the useless ones tomorrow. After finishing all this, I started to sort and arrange today's harvest. As a person with a serious collecting addiction, everything I picked up must be neatly arranged, otherwise I can't sleep at all. Done. Looking at the clean and tidy underground parking lot, I nodded with satisfaction. There is nothing more pleasant than tidying up the warehouse. If there is, it must be that there are more supplies for me to sort out. After finishing my work, I suddenly felt like I hadn't eaten for days. Using my abilities consumes so much energy. I covered my stomach and quickly dug out some food. A few cans of luncheon meat that had been expired for who knows how long, a few cans of food I found today, and a bottle of turbid drinking water, all went into my stomach in no time. This kind of life of eating one meal and going hungry the next makes me miss the time before I traveled through time. Although I work 996 every day, although the prices are high, although I can't afford to get married, although the children I get married may not be my own, although, fuck, why do I feel that my life now is not bad? I shook my head to get rid of these strange thoughts. After filling my stomach, I went straight to sleep, planning to wake up early the next day. The more people there are on a trading day, the more dangerous it is. I almost lost money on my first trade. The next day, the scorching sun rose early, causing the surface temperature to rise rapidly, soon reaching over 40 degrees. Today is another day with radiation. I sighed, feeling the stinging pain on my skin. The surface of this world is full of radiation, and when the temperature rises, the radiation factor becomes active. Fortunately, the radiation intensity is not strong, and if you stay there for a long time, you will at most become deformed, but you won't die. The trading market is located at the subway station, 7 or 8 kilometers away from where I live. It is the center of the city and the intersection of several subway lines. Before, when I went to the market, I always went through the nearby subway tunnels, because there were many mutant creatures lurking in the city, and it was too dangerous to go directly from the ground. Especially in unfamiliar areas, encountering mutant creatures was simply fatal. Although I got a pickup truck from the game yesterday, I didn't plan to drive there directly. Instead, I chose to go through the subway tunnel as usual. The reason is simple. For mutant creatures that are 7 or 8 meters tall, a pickup truck is just a toy in front of them. Soon, I arrived at the subway entrance closest to the base, where many scavengers were already standing, some in groups of 2 or 3, and some like me, lone wolves. I took a quick look and saw that there were 11 people including me, 9 men and 2 women, all familiar faces. After all, I had lived here for so long, and I had met the neighbors more or less. But the atmosphere today is a bit strange. Why are everyone standing here against their norm? Usually they all went individually, but looking at the situation today, it seems that they are planning to go in a group. Chapter 4. When Tang Ming was feeling confused, he suddenly heard someone calling him in the crowd. Tang Ming glanced sideways and found that it was Lao Yuto, an old man carrying a hunting crossbow, wearing a black beret and a straw raincoat on his shoulders. Old Yuto is the most experienced scavenger in the area. He taught Tang Ming survival skills and saved his life when he first crossed over. Old Yu, what happened here? Tang Ming asked directly. Old Yu frowned and told him that there was a landslide on the road leading to the trading market. This is bad news for the scavengers present, as they rely on the market for food and water. The line disruption means they have to take other risky routes to reach the market. Tang Ming realized that he had to go to the market this time because he had no more food. So he asked, "Can the landslide be cleared?" Old Yu shook his head. "The landslide is too serious. It's impossible for us to clean it up in a short time. We will definitely miss this trading day." The situation was not optimistic, so they had to take a detour. Old Yu pointed to the subway map and explained that although the new route seemed adjacent, no one had explored that section of the tunnel, and it was full of unknown dangers. However, for them, this was the safest option at the moment. Tang Ming asked when to set off, and looked around to find that the scavengers gathered in the area had already accounted for 1/3 of the area, and if he waited any longer, no more people would join. Sure enough, half an hour later, there was only one more person in the team. If we wait any longer, the market might be dispersed. A burly man named Wang Kai broke the silence. He was a fierce man, known as a mad dog. Everyone was afraid of him, but had to agree with his proposal. As Wang Kai walked into the platform first, others followed. The subway station was dark, and everyone lit torches, and the orange flames dispelled the darkness. Wang Kai asked everyone to move forward, but he stopped and looked at everyone coldly. No one dared to take the lead for fear of becoming a victim. After a moment of silence, Wang Kai fixed his eyes on a mother and daughter. The daughter was only 17 or 18 years old, and the mother was in her 40s. The father had died in an accident long ago, and the mother and daughter depended on each other for survival. Faced with everyone's gaze, the mother finally had to take a step forward and be prepared to take risks. At this moment, old Yudo stood up and volunteered to take the lead. Tang Ming pulled at his clothes in surprise, but old Yuto just gave him a reassuring look. "Let me go with you." Tang Ming decided to accompany her. Wang Kai was dissatisfied with this, and it was obvious that he had other intentions. His eyes swept over the girl. However, old Yu was not afraid at all. He held the torch, walked slowly into the darkness, and led the team forward. Chapter 5. It would take about half an hour to walk through the dangerous section ahead. During this time, everyone held their weapons tightly, ready to deal with any possible threats. Old Yu was holding a hunting crossbow and a hatchet, while Tang Ming was holding a fire axe he found in the underground parking garage, which was still as sharp as before. The other scavengers' weapons varied, but none of them owned guns, a rare resource in the Wasteland. Old Yu reminded Tang Ming to keep his distance so that he would not be unable to protect him when he encountered danger. Tang Ming chuckled and didn't think he needed to be protected by an old man. Old Yu had no choice but to follow Tang Ming. Not long after, Fan Xiaoxiao, a young girl, quietly ran up to them and handed Lao Yudo a cloth-wrapped package containing cookies made by her mother. After taking it, Old Yu reminded them to be careful of Wang Kai, as that man was not a good person. The atmosphere in the tunnel gradually became tense, and everyone held their breath for fear of making any noise. However, after walking for 10 minutes, Lao Yudo suddenly stopped with a serious expression. He found an unexpected paw print on the ground. Tang Ming immediately stepped forward to check and confirmed that it was the mark left by the night demon. Night stalkers are one of the mutated creatures, known for their speed and numbers. Although they are afraid of light, they are a deadly threat in such dark tunnels. Upon hearing this, the scavengers clenched their weapons, fearful and uneasy in their hearts. Wang Kai lowered his voice and told them to shut up, warning not to attract the night demon. Lao Yudo speculated that there was only one night devil in this tunnel, but even that was enough to put them on the verge of life and death. Just when Tang Ming reminded everyone to pay attention, the night demon suddenly attacked a scavenger from the back of the team. Even the man's screams gradually faded away, and everyone realized that the danger was approaching. Old Yu reacted the fastest and immediately shouted, "Run!" Then he quickly ran away with Tang Ming, and the others followed closely behind. While escaping, Tang Ming suddenly felt a gust of evil wind coming from behind. He subconsciously bent down to avoid it and saw the iron rod in Wang Kai's hand brushing against his scalp. Tang Ming instantly understood Wang Kai's intention. He wanted others to hold back the night demon so that he could have a chance to escape. Faced with this situation, Tang Ming was furious and threatened Wang Kai that if he walked out of here alive, he would make him pay the price. Wang Kai quickened his pace, came behind Lao Yu, and forced him to give way. Old Yu understood that arguing at this moment was meaningless and could only step aside silently. In this chaos, Wang Kai was constantly attacked by the night demon. Although he resisted stubbornly, he was still knocked away by the night demon and was seriously injured. At this moment, Wang Kai angrily ordered Tang Ming and Lao Yudo to come forward to help, threatening that if they did not take action, he would kill them first. Tang Ming couldn't help but feel ridiculous when he heard this. Even if he had gone through hardships in the Wasteland, he shouldn't be so stupid. He decided not to worry about Wang Kai's fate anymore. Chapter 6. Tang Ming looked at the scene in front of him and couldn't help but raise his middle finger and cursed, "Idiot!" Old Yu glanced at him speechlessly. He thought Tang Ming would rush forward, but in the end he just said this? Although Old Yu was helpless, his actions were much more mature than Tang Ming. He took out his hunting crossbow and fired at the night demon. Obviously, he did not intend to avoid Wang Kai, but included him in the attack range. Swoosh! The crossbow arrow flew out, and Wang Kai dodged the night demon's attack, but failed to dodge Lao Yudo's crossbow arrow, and his shoulder was pierced. Wang Kai almost lost his mind due to the pain. He completely ignored the night demon's attack and went straight towards Tang Ming and Lao Yuto. However, his madness was just a disguise, and the real him was actually extremely afraid of death. Wang Kai had been making a living by making others fear him through intimidation and violence, and now he knew that he was in a desperate situation and wanted to drag Tang Ming and Lao Yuto into danger together so that he could have a chance of survival. However, Wang Kai, who was concentrating on old Yuto, did not notice that Tang Ming was approaching. Wang Kai felt a pain in his abdomen, and then he felt his arm being clamped tightly. When he turned his head stiffly to look behind him, he saw a bloody mouth coming towards him. "Tang Ming!" Wang Kai roared, but his voice was swallowed by the night demon. With a crack, the night demon's huge mouth bit Wang Kai's head and juice splashed everywhere. However, before the night demon could feel the pleasure of devouring its prey, an eye beam suddenly fell straight down from the darkness above its head. The enormous force instantly crushed the night demon's head and penetrated its entire body. What an idiot! Tang Ming finally felt relieved. Old Yu looked at the sudden steel bar and widened his eyes in disbelief. Where did this steel bar come from? The situation that had just been a life-or-death situation was dramatically resolved by a steel bar that fell from the sky. Tang Ming raised the torch, pointed it above his head, and said casually, "Maybe it has fallen into disrepair after a long period of time." In fact, he took this steel bar out of his game backpack. He had discovered before that the items in the backpack could appear within a 10-meter range around him. This time, taking advantage of the night demon's pause, he quickly took action and resolved the threat. Old Yu looked up suspiciously, but saw that it was flat and there was no way that steel bars could fall. He felt even more confused, but he could only accept this explanation temporarily. When the scavengers behind arrived, they were all stunned to see the scene of the night demon being pierced by the steel bars. They were originally ready to face death, but they were told that the night demon was killed by the steel bars because of bad luck. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never believe this coincidence. Although some scavengers began to feel lucky, others were greedy for the steel bar. After some discussion, everyone decided to divide the value of the steel bar equally. Tang Ming didn't care about it and didn't reveal his abilities. In the end, the steel bars were carried by 6 people, and although the speed was much slower, no one complained. Tang Ming took away all the items on Wang Kai's body. After 2 hours of traveling, they finally arrived at the underground trading market in the city center. The dim lights illuminated every corner, and the narrow aisles were filled with shops built with iron sheets. This was the trading place for large scavenging groups and major forces. Everyone quickly sold the steel bars, and Tang Ming got 25 kilograms of low-quality flour mixed with sand. Old Yu was in a good mood and invited Tang Ming to have a drink after selling his goods, but Tang Ming refused. He thought that the so-called wine was just plain water with a little alcohol taste, and it was meaningless to spend a few kilograms of grain to exchange for such a thing. You kid. Old Yu shook his head helplessly and prepared to exchange information with scavengers in other areas. Tang Ming had his own plan. He found a deserted place and took out a steel bar from his gaming backpack again. Afterwards, Tang Ming used Wang Kai's things and steel bars to exchange for 30 kilograms of fine grains and 3 cans of fish, and supplemented them with 15 kilograms of drinking water. After putting away some of the food, Tang Ming began to look for scavengers selling electronic components in the market, hoping to find a few hard drives storing games. After all, only by obtaining more types of games can we have a more stable survival guarantee in this wasteland. Chapter 7. How much are these things for? Tang Ming stood in the corner, pointing at a pile of sundries in front of a woman and asked. The woman was covered in a layer of black oil, and her face was almost invisible. "A pound of food is a handful," the woman said, stretching out a hand and grabbing some debris on the ground to indicate the amount of a handful. Tang Ming had already anticipated the price, so he threw a small bag of low-quality flour in front of her, and then picked out a hard drive from the pile of debris. The hard drive was deformed, and its function was unknown. Tang Ming shook the hard drive and asked, "Do you know where else there is something like this?" The woman stretched out a finger and said coldly, "1 pound?" Tang Ming took out another pound of low-quality flour and learned from her the location of a store in the center of the market, where there might be more electronic components. This store was controlled by a big force, and there was a graffiti sun sign hanging at the door. Tang Ming was about to go when he suddenly felt someone holding him back. He turned around and saw that it was old Yuto who was holding him back. "Why are you pulling me?" Tang Ming put away the knife and asked with a frown. "You kid are in big trouble today," old Yu whispered, pointing around the store with the sun logo. Tang Ming looked in the direction he was looking and saw several guys in camouflage uniforms preparing to surround the store. "Green Snake Army," he murmured in a low voice. The Green Snake Legion is the most powerful force in the city and controls a large amount of munitions. "Let's move away from here first." Old Yu quickly pulled Tang Ming away. Soon after, fierce gunfire was heard from behind, and many passing scavengers were killed. Are the people of the Green Snake Legion crazy? Taking action here? Aren't they afraid that other forces will unite? Tang Ming frowned, confused. Because other forces also participated in the encirclement and suppression of Zhu. Old Yu explained. Sunchaser is an organization founded by extreme sports athletes. After the catastrophe, they are still active between high-rise buildings and have collected many precious resources. Old Yudo revealed that Zhu might develop a genetic drug called Qi that can give the user powerful powers. After hearing the news, Tang Ming realized the seriousness of the situation and immediately decided to leave the market. However, when they tried to evacuate through the tunnel they came from, they found that the tunnel had been tightly blocked by the Green Snake Legion. A scavenger questioned their intentions, but the only response he got was a magazine of bullets, followed by flowers of blood, and the scavenger was killed on the spot. The chaos was quickly suppressed, and the Green Snakes announced that no one could leave the market until all members of the Sunchaser were wiped out. The crowd immediately fell into a dead silence. Tang Ming whispered to Old Yu, "Do you have any other way to leave? I feel that the Green Snake people will not let us go easily." Old Yu thought for a moment and nodded, "Yes, but it will cost you something." Tang Ming expressed without hesitation that he was willing to pay the price as long as he could save his life. Old Yu took Tang Ming to a remote corner of the market where there was almost no one around and the shops were in a dilapidated state. Old Yu led Tang Ming into a shop where there was only an old man. 10 kilograms per person, no bargaining. The old man sat on the chair without even raising his eyelids. After Tang Ming and Lao Yudo put down the food, the old man stood up lazily, walked to the back of the store, pulled away a carpet, revealing a dark tunnel. "Let's go." Old Yu lit the torch and motioned Tang Ming to follow. Tang Ming was a little surprised, but still followed Lao Yu into the tunnel. Old Yu explained that this tunnel was prepared for scavengers who were worried about being robbed. There were as many as 10 exits, enough to avoid most dangers. The tunnel was not long, and they soon arrived at the exit of line 3. Old Yu pushed open the stone wall that was blocking his way. Tang Ming breathed a sigh of relief and was about to step out, but when he looked up, he met a pair of surprised eyes. A Green Snake soldier shouted from a distance, "Xiaji, hand over the genetic medicine, and we Green Snakes won't kill you." Tang Ming and Lao Yu were both stunned. After a brief silence, Tang Ming said helplessly, "There must be something wrong with the way you opened the door." As he spoke, he tried to close the door again. Chapter 8. Wait. Take me with you. Seeing this glimmer of a chance to survive, Xiaji couldn't give up and immediately grabbed the door that Tang Ming was about to close. As their eyes met, Tang Ming couldn't help but complain, "Old you, your luck is terrible." He knew that it would be difficult to resolve the issue peacefully this time, so he turned around and ran. After all, if he stayed, he would be caught up by the Green Snake Legion and then all of them would be wiped out. Old Yudo reacted very quickly. Seeing that he could not stop Xiaji from entering the tunnel, he immediately caught up with Tang Ming and reminded him, "Tang Ming, go to the left. That's line 7. We can go back by going around." Their plan was simple. As long as they stayed away from Xiaji, they could avoid danger. However, things did not go as they wished. Xiaji followed closely behind, and it was obvious that he was not familiar with the underground tunnel. If he wanted to escape from the pursuit of the Green Snake Army, following Tang Ming and Lao Yuto, who were familiar with the terrain, was his only choice. "Fuck, why are you following us? Get out." Tang Ming couldn't help but curse when he saw Xiaji was still following him, while Old Yu took out his hunting crossbow, ready to threaten the other party. But when he saw the pistol in Xiaji's hand, Old Yu silently put away the hunting crossbow. Xiaji said as he ran, "I'm sorry, I have no other choice. If you can help me escape, I can promise to give you a generous reward after returning to Juri." But at this moment, Tang Ming and Lao Yu had no time to care about Xiaji. They were just trying to escape. At the same time, 2 soldiers from the Green Snake Legion had already chased out of the tunnel. As they were unsure of which exit Xiaji had left from, they divided into 10 groups to pursue him. "Captain, we've spotted a suspected target running towards Qinghua Station on line 7. One of the soldiers quickly reported. "Don't shoot yet, follow him. Support will be here soon." The voice came from the intercom. The voice was so loud that even Tang Ming and the other 2 could hear it clearly. The 2 men's faces suddenly darkened. "Tang Ming, the people from the Green Snake Legion should have a car. If we continue like this, we will be caught up soon." Old Yu said. Tang Ming turned around and looked at Xiaji and found that he seemed to be aware of Tang Ming's gaze and turned his head away, pretending not to care. Tang Ming cursed in his heart. If it weren't for the Green Snake soldiers chasing him from behind, and if it weren't for Old Yudo being beside him, making it inconvenient for him to expose his abilities, he would have found a way to deal with Xiaji long ago. "Don't you have any support from Juri?" Tang Ming suppressed his anger and asked. He knew it was impossible to get rid of Xiaji now, and he could only hope for support from the Juri organization. Green Snake is well prepared this time. Although other forces did not participate, they joined forces to block the news of the trading market. "It will probably take some time for our people to notice that something is wrong." Xiaji's expression was solemn, and it was obvious that the situation was very unfavorable to them. "Doesn't that mean we're dead?" Tang Ming shouted angrily, unable to conceal his desire to kill the other person. "Are there no other tunnels?" Xiaji asked, knowing that he was in the wrong. "There are not so many tunnels. You have really harmed us this time." Old Yu was calmer than Tang Ming, but there was helplessness in his tone. Then, Old Yudo's eyes fell on the metal box in Xiaji's hand and asked, "Is that the genetic medicine in your hand?" "Yes." Xiaji nodded. "Can't the injection kill those green snakes?" Tang Ming asked expectantly, his eyes shining. "It's not that exaggerated." Xiaji shook his head. "Besides, this is still an experimental product. Many parts are not perfect and the side effects are huge. I came here this time to invite other forces to study it together." It turned out to be garbage. Hearing about the side effects, Tang Ming immediately lost interest. Although he had the ability to kill these guys, the prerequisite was that he had time to develop. Tang Ming had no choice but to look at the game backpack. A few seconds later, a pickup truck suddenly appeared 10 meters in front of them. "Why is there a car here?" Old Yudo and Xiaji were both surprised when they saw the pickup truck suddenly appear. Tang Ming didn't explain. He got into the driver's seat and started the car. "It works. Get in quickly." The 2 did not have time to think about it and turned over to enter the cargo box behind the pickup truck. Fearing that the Green Snake Legion soldiers might shoot, they all lay down in the cargo box to minimize exposure. Tang Ming started the pickup truck and stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. The roar of the car echoed in the tunnel. Da-da-da. As expected, the Green Snake Legion soldiers in the rear opened fire. However, the light in the tunnel was dim and the aim was poor, so only a few bullets hit the pickup truck, causing no serious damage. Where did this car come from? The soldiers at the rear looked at the taillights of the pickup truck moving further and further away, their faces filled with confusion. Then, a soldier pressed the radio and said quickly, "Report to the captain. Their car cannot leave the tunnel in a short time. Send someone to chase them." 5 minutes later, 7 motorcycles came speeding over. After understanding the situation, they immediately chased in the direction of the pickup truck. Then, more motorcycles arrived. After confirming that the target was not found at other exits, they finally determined that Xiaji had escaped from this route and accelerated to catch up. Chapter 9. Buzz. The sound of the engine echoed in the narrow tunnel. The headlights illuminated the road ahead. Half an hour had passed since Tang Ming took out the pickup truck. They had returned to the station where they first entered the subway station. Tang Ming stopped the car and said to Lao Yudo and Xiaji, "You get off first. I'll drive the car to another subway station. Otherwise, when the people from the Green Snake Army see this car, they will definitely send people to search around us." Old Yu nodded and simply reminded him, "Be careful." Then he and Xiaji quickly left the subway station. After watching them go away, Tang Ming restarted the pickup truck and drove into the darkness ahead, then put the pickup truck back into his gaming backpack. After waiting for a while, he returned to the subway station exit when he felt it was about time. "Why are you still here?" As soon as Tang Ming walked out of the subway station, he saw that Xiaji had not left yet, but was waiting for him with Lao Yuto. Tang Ming frowned immediately. In his eyes, Xiaji was a big trouble, and he didn't want to have any more contact with him. "We have lived and died together," Xiaji tried to explain, but under Tang Ming's cold gaze, he stopped talking. Obviously, Tang Ming was dissatisfied with the previous experience and thought that everything became complicated because of Xiaji. Xiaji smiled awkwardly and changed the subject. "Don't worry about the compensation. Xiaji, keep my word and will send someone in a few days." He didn't finish his words when he suddenly noticed that there was something wrong with Tang Ming's gaze. "I'm not that kind of person." Xiaji immediately took a half step back and hurriedly explained. "What kind of person?" Tang Ming said impatiently, "If you really want to compensate us, just leave here quickly. If you really feel sorry for it, just give us something you have now." Xiaji was stunned for a moment, thought for a while, and finally handed over the pistol and the box containing the genetic medicine in his hand. "Okay, since you want it." Tang Ming took the gun, but showed no interest in the genetic medicine. Instead, he pointed to the climbing tools on Xiaji's waist. "Keep the medicine. I only want this." Xiaji hesitated. He knew the importance of this set of climbing tools to his escape. Without it, he would never be able to return to Juri from the ground while being chased by the Green Snake Legion. However, Tang Ming did not give him much choice and pointed his gun at him directly. "Mr. Xiaji, you don't want to die here now, do you?" Xiaji smiled bitterly and said, "Brother, the bullets in this gun have been used up." Seeing this, Tang Ming showed no embarrassment on his face. Instead, he stuffed the gun to old Yudo and turned to Xiaji. "Then let's talk about the issue of compensation." Finally, after some friendly negotiations, Xiaji promised to bring a new pistol and 20 rounds of bullets in 3 days, and he asked Tang Ming to keep the gene potion for him temporarily. After all, he was also worried that he would be discovered by the Green Snake Legion on his way back. Tang Ming thought about it and finally agreed to the proposal. He thought to himself that since he had been involved in this trouble, he might as well get some benefits back, otherwise he would feel too much of a loss. After getting Tang Ming's reply, Xiaji left quickly and disappeared from their sight. Old Yu was playing with the pistol in his hand, like a child who got a new toy. He looked at Tang Ming and asked doubtfully, "How dare you really ask Xiaji for something? Aren't you afraid that he will bring people back to kill us later?" Tang Ming shook his head and said lightly, "Just him? He is a pure idealist. Not only him, but the entire jury is like that. They are actually willing to share the genetic drugs with other forces. This is simply a pit in their brains. Such people are unlikely to repay kindness with enmity. Besides, if they can get a gun for self-defense, it is worth taking some risks." After hearing this, Old Yu reminded with some concern, "Be more cautious next time." Tang Ming smiled and waved his hands, not taking it seriously. He handed the pistol to Old Yu and said, "Take it and see if you can make a few bullets. I have some gunpowder over there. If you can make it, I'll give you some." Old Yu nodded and gladly accepted the task. Scavengers like them usually make some items by themselves, and Old Yu has a talent in this area. Maybe he can really make bullets. After discussing the matter, the two returned to their respective bases. Back in the underground garage, Tang Ming was already feeling extremely hungry. He took out the canned fish he had just bought today and opened it impatiently. The can contained small fish soaked in oil, and the aroma filled his nose. Tang Ming picked up one and put it in his mouth, and his eyes became moist as he tasted the long-lost deliciousness. Compared to the sour and astringent food he had eaten in the past 2 years, he felt like he was in heaven at this moment. Tang Ming ate a few small fish in succession, suppressed his hunger, and then stopped. After all, the trading market is in chaos now, and Tang Ming is worried that it may not be able to open normally next week. So he decides to save these canned fish and use them as a side dish just in case. Wait until the rice is cooked before eating. Tang Ming put the canned food aside and began to check his backpack. There were 30 kilograms of coarse rice, 15 kilograms of low-quality drinking water, 13 kilograms of low-quality flour mixed with sand, and 2 unopened cans of oil-soaked fish in the backpack. Tang Ming put the food into a storage box, then turned his attention to the remaining 2 items. A slightly deformed old hard drive with a capacity of 1T marked on it, and the genetic medicine that Xiaji asked him to keep temporarily. Tang Ming touched his chin, feeling somewhat curious about the effect of the genetic medicine. He hesitated for a moment, then decided not to touch other people's things, and reached out to put the box aside. However, he didn't expect that his hand slipped and the lock fell off by itself. Damn it! Tang Ming secretly complained about the manufacturer of the inferior lock. When Xiaji came again, he would have a good talk with him and ask him to change the lock to a better quality one. Just as Tang Ming was thinking this, the box storing the genetic medicine opened automatically, revealing the tube of medicine in the center that was emitting a faint green light. Chapter 10. Tang Ming reached out to pick up the genetic medicine and examine it carefully, but as soon as his hand touched the glass test tube, he immediately felt something strange. He looked down and saw a layer of peeling old skin on his fingertips. Fuck, there's radiation. Tang Ming was horrified, and quickly closed the box again and threw it into the corner farthest from where he slept. He didn't want to wake up tomorrow morning and become a person infected by radiation. After calming himself down, Tang Ming returned to the workbench, took out the old hard drive, and began to check whether it could still be used. Perhaps today's bad luck has run out. After waiting for more than half an hour for the computer to start up, Tang Ming found that the files on the hard drive could actually be detected normally. Tutor.avi. Another person who loves learning. Seeing the first file name in the hard drive, Tang Ming couldn't help but feel awe. Sure enough, only those who truly love learning can still pass on their love after decades of wind and rain. However, when Tang Ming clicked on the video, his expectations were instantly shattered. Assuming the iron ball falls at a speed of x, then it will fall in A. In the video, it was a real tutor. Tang Ming decisively turned off the video and continued to look for the game file. In his previous life, he was extremely disgusted with this kind of tutoring video. However, most of the files on the hard drive were videos about various high school subjects. It was not until he turned to the bottom of the page that he saw a folder called Relaxation. After opening it, there are 2 game folders inside, Fishing Master and Thief Simulator. Fishing Master? Thief Simulator? Tang Ming's face showed surprise. This unexpected harvest was like a double yolk egg. He had already given up hope, but who knew that there were not only games in this hard drive, but also 2. As soon as Tang Ming saw the name Fishing Master, he knew it was related to fishing, so he didn't read it for long, but opened Thief Simulator, exe, curiously. The game started loading, but after a long wait, the computer screen suddenly went black. Huh. Tang Ming leaned back and was stunned for a moment before realizing that the computer might be broken. Tang Ming checked it quickly, and luckily the computer could boot up normally. After some self-diagnosis, he guessed that the computer configuration was not good enough to run the game. So, I have to find a computer with better configuration to play this game? Tang Ming felt a headache. After all, it took him more than 2 years to find this broken computer. It was simply a fantasy to find a better computer. Tang Ming suddenly thought of Zhuri. Maybe they would have something good there. He decided to wait for Xiaji to come again and ask him if he had a better computer. Putting Thief Simulator aside for the time being, Tang Ming turned his attention to another game, Fishing Master. Tang Ming double-clicked the startup file with a nervous mood. With the sound of waves, a blue sea appeared on the screen. It seems to work. Tang Ming breathed a sigh of relief and began to study the specific gameplay of this game. At the beginning of the game, the character controlled by the player appears on a wooden boat that can only accommodate 1 person. The equipment is simple, with a simple wooden fishing rod and a can of ordinary bait. Following the tutorial for beginners, Tang Ming set the nest and dropped the hook. Soon a prompt to drag the mouse hard appeared on the screen. Is this a fish? Tang Ming was shocked. He didn't expect it to be so easy. Although the operation was a bit difficult, he successfully caught the first fish in the game, a crucian carp the size of a palm. However, after the tutorial, Tang Ming found that reality was much more complicated than the tutorial. In the next half hour, he didn't catch any fish. It turns out that this game truly reproduces the hardships of fishing, and the smooth fishing in the novice tutorial is just a false beauty. Fortunately, I have plenty of time. Tang Ming consoled himself. 1 hour in the game is equal to 1 minute in the outside world, so he decided to spend a day in the game, confident that he would be able to catch a few fish. At the same time, at several exits of the trading market, nervous-looking scavengers surrounded the entire area. "Captain, there is no trace of Xiaoji in the car." A soldier from the Green Snake Legion ran over and reported to the man sitting on a pile of corpses. Chapter 11 Codename Viper. He was a thin man wearing a gas mask. Under the lenses of the mask were a pair of dead-looking eyes without any luster. Su-Tu, the highest commander in this operation to eliminate the Sunju. He is one of the 8 commanders of the Green Snake Legion, codenamed Viper. After hearing the report from his men, Su-Tu stood up from the pile of corpses. His 2-meter-tall height gave people a strong sense of oppression. This instinctive fear made the reporting soldier feel a chill down his spine, and his body took a half-step back completely uncontrollably. Su-Tu ignored the soldiers with nervous looks on their faces. His eyes swept over the scavengers whose faces were filled with tension and worry. Originally there were about 300 people here, but now there are only a little over 100 left, and those who dared to resist are already lying on the ground. Looking at these mice that were trembling with fear because of his gaze, Su-Tu suddenly felt that it was meaningless. He said to the sweaty soldier in front of him, "Let them go." His voice was calm, and after he finished speaking, he seemed to have thought of something and asked, "Has the battle between Team 1 and the Sunchasers ended?" 4 dead, 3 captured. The soldiers knew that Su-Tu never cared about the death of his own people, so they only reported the intelligence of the jury members who were surrounded by them. "There are still 3 alive?" Su-Tu's tone was a little higher, but soon it dropped again. "Forget it. I failed to complete the mission assigned by the Prophet this time and snatched the genetic medicine. I can only use them to report back." The soldiers kept their heads down and listened silently to Su-Tu's words, not daring to make any sound. Each of the Green Serpent's military leaders is extremely powerful and dangerous. As their enemy, once you are targeted, the only thing you can regret is coming into this world. Although the commanders never did anything out of line with their own people, this did not prevent their soldiers from being in awe and fear of them. Retreat. After Su-Tu gave the order to retreat, he turned around and prepared to leave. But after walking a few steps, he stopped again, as if he had thought of something interesting, and said to the soldier, "Spread the news after we return, and ask them to exchange the supplies for these 3 prisoners." The expressions of these gecko-like guys must be very interesting after seeing their companions betray them. Yes. The soldier received the order and retreated immediately. Although he did not understand the second half of Su-Tu's words, he did not dare to ask more. And after the soldiers retreated, the many scavengers crowded at the exit soon discovered that the Green Snake members who were blocking them from leaving were actually starting to evacuate. Can we leave now?" A brave scavenger took a tentative step forward and found that the Green members had no intention of shooting at him, so he hurriedly got away from this dangerous place as quickly as possible. When the people behind saw that they could really leave, they immediately fled like a flood that had burst a dam. In the crowd, Fan Xiaoxiao held her mother's right hand tightly, and while following the flow of people, she looked left and right, looking for the figure of old Yuto. She was very grateful to the grandfather who was kind enough to help them, and was a little worried that something might happen to him. There were only about 100 scavengers in their direction. Fan Xiaoxiao looked around and saw the 6 people who came with them, but she didn't see old Yu and Tang Ming, which made her a little worried. "Mom, Grandpa Yu doesn't seem to be here." When Go Qian heard what her daughter said, she looked up and scanned the crowd. Seeing that the person was indeed not there, she shook her head and said, "Old Yu and that kid surnamed Tang are very smart. They probably sensed the danger in advance and left long ago." After she finished speaking, she seemed a little worried and continued, "Let's go to the area where they are active and take a look." Seeing her mother say this, Fan Xiaoxiao didn't say anything else and just nodded silently. She is a bit introverted, and it is the first time for her to talk so much today. "How dare you?" Tang Ming tightly grasped the neck of a big carp with both hands. He was almost slapped in the face by this guy just now. If he hadn't reacted quickly, he must look very embarrassed at this moment. Now, 10 hours have passed since he entered the game, which means that only 10 minutes have passed in reality. After 10 hours of hard work, he finally got some results. A total of 7 fish were caught. One is the carp he is holding now, and the rest are all puffer fish. I really fell into a pile of puffer fish. Go ashore and look in the store. Tang Ming suspected that there was something wrong with his fishing equipment. Otherwise, how could the chance of catching a puffer fish be so high? Thinking of this, he immediately rowed to the coast marked on the map. The shore was only 10 meters away from him, and he quickly reached it. There was only one small house on the coast, and Tang Ming could see it at a glance without having to look for it for too long. The owner of the shop is a fat man with dark skin, simply called Haipeng. This fat black guy is just like the Mediterranean in Corruption Simulator, with very rigid expressions and movements. You can tell at a glance that this is an NPC. However, unlike Mediterranean who only speaks one sentence, if you ask Haipeng questions related to fishing, he will answer immediately. How much is a pufferfish? Tang Ming took out the puffer fish. This thing was poisonous. Apart from using it to polish shoes, the only use he could think of was to sell it for money. 20 yuan. After getting the answer, Tang Ming took out all 6 puffer fish from the bucket and exchanged them for a 100 denomination and a 20 denomination green banknote from Haipeng. There is a shell pattern printed in the center of the 2 banknotes, which is obviously related to the sea and is very consistent with the style of the game Fishing Master. After getting the money, Tang Ming began to check the props sold in the store. A variety of fishing rods, a variety of rated baits, and there are vehicles. The cheapest fishing rod costs 1,200 yuan. A good fishing rod can reduce the probability of getting unhooked and increase the types of fish you can catch. Tang Ming's eyes lit up when he saw the introduction, but at this price, it's better not to think about it in the short term. Turning to look at the bait, the cheapest one is 5 yuan and the most expensive one is 1,000. Good bait can increase the chance of catching fish, and some special fish can only be caught with special bait. As for the vehicles, Tang Ming felt that the small wooden boat was more familiar. Picture book? Turning to the end of the props, Tang Ming saw an illustrated book. According to the introduction, it recorded the detailed information of various fish, including habits, prices, and areas where they appeared. It was a guide for beginners. The price is 1,000 yuan. It turns out that the fish in this game are divided into different areas. No wonder I caught pufferfish several times in a row. After reading the introduction in the illustrated book, Tang Ming suddenly realized that it was not that he had bad luck, but that he was fishing in the wrong place. After this experience, Tang Ming decided to buy this fishing illustrated book as a priority when he had enough money, and say goodbye to trash fish like pufferfish completely. But before that, the first thing is to make enough money. Thinking of this, Tang Ming exchanged all the 120 yuan for 5 yuan worth of bait, and then immediately returned to fishing. After spending 10 hours in the game, he has discovered that the speed at which his body changes is in line with real time. It looked like he had been fishing for 10 hours, but his actual fatigue level was only 10 minutes. So he stayed in the game for 60 days, but when converted to reality, only 1 day had actually passed. This also gives him the capital to fight to the death as long as he is not killed. Chapter 12. Financial freedom in the Wasteland is so easy. The time came to evening. The computer screen has gone completely black. The entire basement was plunged into complete darkness. However, at this moment, Tang Ming's figure suddenly appeared out of nowhere. I'm starving. I'm starving. The strong feeling of hunger in his stomach made him not care about saving anymore. He directly picked up the can of braised fish that he had opened earlier and started stuffing it into his mouth. After taking several big bites, I remembered the rice I cooked earlier. After filling up a large pot of rice, Tang Ming stopped eating, feeling somewhat unsatisfied. I almost killed myself this time. Tang Ming looked at the completely empty pot and felt a little scared. He forgot that when he came out of the game, some of his physical strength would be consumed. The result was that he almost fainted from hunger. It seems like I need to bring some food with me next time. By the way, I haven't tried it yet. Can I take things out of the backpack in the game? I was so busy fishing that I forgot to test this. Thinking of fishing, Tang Ming looked at his game backpack. This time he stayed in Fishing Master for more than 20 days, which is half a day in real life, and it can be said that he gained a lot. In total, we caught nearly 200 fish, including all kinds of fish, but the most common one was the damn puffer fish. In addition to the money-losing puffer fish, Tang Ming also felt regretful that most of the fish he caught were small fish, and the largest one did not exceed 3 kilograms. The reason was not that he could not catch large fish, but that the quality of the novice's fishing rod was too poor. When he caught a big fish, the line would either break or come off the hook, making it impossible to pull it onto the wooden boat. Next time you go in, stay longer and try to buy both the fishing rod and the illustrated guide. Tang Ming planned to stay in the game as long as he could when he entered it again, and he would not waste any precious opportunity to enter the game and obtain supplies. No electricity? I looked back at my laptop, whose screen had gone completely black, and gave it a quick check. He discovered that he had spent too long in the game this time and had completely drained the battery. If you want to enter the game again next time, you need to recharge the battery. Originally, Tang Ming had no way to charge the battery, but fortunately, the engine he had removed from a car before helped him solve this problem perfectly. I wonder how efficient the car engine conversion is? Looking at the red light indicating that the battery was charging, Tang Ming felt a little worried. After all, it is not a real generator, so the efficiency of converting gasoline into electricity may be very low. However, he does not have any other conditions now, so he can only hope to have luck in the future to find a usable generator. Time came to the next day. After Tang Ming woke up today, he felt a little dizzy. It seems that the fishing experience of more than 500 hours in a row yesterday, although it did not cause any fatigue to his body, it caused considerable damage to his spirit. Next time you go in, it's best to combine work and rest. However, looking at the golden and crispy charcoal-grilled fish in his hand, Tang Ming felt that all his efforts were worth it. It smells so good. In the past, he would never have dared to imagine that he could eat fresh grilled fish as soon as he woke up. Tang Ming stopped eating reluctantly until he could no longer eat and began to prepare the things he would take with him when going out today. Going out to scavenge is something he does every day, and it is a habit he developed after living in the Wasteland for 2 years. Of course, this time he went out mainly to find some mutant creatures to practice with. The process of killing the Night Devil yesterday gave him other ideas about the use of the game backpack. At the same time, the gunpowder promised to old Yuto was delivered. Guns are useless against mutant creatures, but they are a great deterrent to other human survivors. It can reduce a lot of avoidable troubles. After packing all the things he needed to take into his backpack, Tang Ming arrived at the exit. He carefully pushed open the covering at the door, and after confirming through the gap that there were no mutant creatures wandering around, he walked out. Let's go find the marrow-eating worm first. This marrow-eating worm is a giant insect that is slightly larger than a baby carriage and loves to suck the brains of animals. He would have had his brains choked by the stuff if he hadn't been wearing a helmet while exploring a nearby supermarket last month. He was so frightened that he didn't sleep well for a single night in the days after escaping death. It almost left him with a psychological trauma. It took more than 10 days to recover. It is never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. If I could take revenge, I would do it right away. Tang Ming muttered to himself as he cautiously moved towards the supermarket. He was not very close to the supermarket and had to cross a crossroads. Fortunately, he was very familiar with the nearby terrain. He was almost able to sense danger in advance and avoid it quickly. On the way, he encountered 2 mutant creatures passing by and avoided them all. After 5 minutes of walking, Tang Ming successfully arrived outside the supermarket. Sure enough, it's still there. Having experienced the attack last time, Tang Ming spotted the marrow-eating worm hiding in a crack in the ground in front of the supermarket at a glance. This bug is very cunning. When it approaches, it won't attack you right away. Instead, they will wait until you think there is no danger and let down your guard a little, and then launch a sneak attack. This bug can only be described in one word: disgusting. I will kill you, little piece of trash, today. Tang Ming looked around and slowly approached after making sure there was no danger. In the crack, the marrow-eating worm waiting for its prey to come to it seemed unaware of the approaching danger. On its forehead, there is a pair of beetle-like tentacles, which are swinging back and forth to sense any movement around the crack. Suddenly, it seemed to sense something, and all the tentacles on its head pointed in one direction. Prey is approaching. Huh, why did you stop? Did you find yourself? It finds that the approaching prey is standing just outside its attack range. The marrow-eating worm tilted its head, but its small brain was not enough to allow it to notice that something was wrong. Just as it was thinking about whether to take the initiative to attack, the tentacles on its forehead suddenly pointed to the top of its head at the same time. This made it look up subconsciously. A thick and large steel bar appeared above it at some point. What? This was the last thought that remained in his mind. Pa! The yellow-brown juice splashed in the cracks in the ground. Take my Itawa steel gate attack. When Tang Ming stretched out his hand, steel bars appeared. When he retracted his hand, the steel bars disappeared. The whole movement was smooth and flowing, and he felt so handsome. After killing the marrow-eating worm, Tang Ming jumped directly into the gap. After defeating a monster, not letting go of any valuable items is a basic quality of a scavenger. After arriving under the crack in the ground, Tang Ming discovered that there were quite a few corpses lying inside. Most of the corpses belonged to scavengers like him, and a few were other mutant creatures, all of whom had their brains sucked dry by marrow-eating worms and then thrown here. Tang Ming looked at the backpacks on the corpses and felt that he couldn't let these things be left exposed in the wilderness, so he hurried forward to collect their bodies. There's salt. After opening a backpack and finding what was inside, Tang Ming's face showed surprise. This salt is much more expensive than food, especially this refined salt from before the disaster. 1 or 2 ounces can be exchanged for 10 kilograms of low-quality food. There are 14 bags in this backpack right now. Each bag weighs 1 catty, or 10 taels. 14 bags here weigh 140 taels, which, if replaced with low-quality grain, would be 1,400 catties. Even if all were replaced with refined grain, it would still be more than 200 catties. Get rich quickly. Super rich. However, there were actually 4 backpacks like this lying under the crack in the ground. Chapter 13, you call this gunpowder. Fuck. 1982 Coke. Fuck. Huazi. Fuck. 5 Red Star Ergo 2. Fuck. Tetanus chopper. When Tang Ming saw the things in the last backpack, he threw them away with a look of disgust. But just looking at the gains so far, it was worth the trip for him. It's hard to estimate the price of Coke and cigarettes, but this backpack of liquor is worth at least several hundred kilograms of low-quality grain. Adding the salt I earned earlier, rounding it up, I made at least 100 million today. Nice Andy nice. Tang Ming happily put on several backpacks, and then looked at the marrow-eating worm that was smashed to pieces by the steel bars. Suddenly, he felt that the other party was not so hateful. I wonder if these mutant creatures have crystal cores or something like that in their brains. After thinking about it, Tang Ming walked to the corpse of the marrow-eating worm. In his previous life, he read apocalyptic Wasteland novels and often saw these kinds of items appearing, and the protagonists in the novels relied on them to mutate. Then Gaga upgraded and started killing people indiscriminately. Before, he had never been able to kill the mutant creatures. As for the night demon I killed last time, I was in a hurry so I didn't have time to study it. Now that I have plenty of time, I can take a look at it. Tang Ming picked up a tetanus knife thrown aside and began to dig in the pile of marrow-eating worm corpses. There was no crystal core as described in the novel, but instead a small bag emitting green light was taken out by him with a kitchen knife. It looks like some kind of organ. Tang Ming poked. I feel that the light emitted by this thing is a bit similar to the genetic medicine that Xiaji asked him to keep. There won't be any radiation. Seeing this, Tang Ming didn't dare to touch it with his hands, nor did he dare to take it back. After hesitating for a moment, he used a kitchen knife to put it into an empty backpack. If it's really valuable, it's not too late to come back and get it. After finishing all this, Tang Ming threw away the kitchen knife, found the helmet that had saved his life before, and turned back to the ground. He had been to the supermarket in front before and knew that there was not much there. After all, if there were really something valuable, it would have been moved out decades ago. Maybe there would still be a little left in the corner of the supermarket, but with such a big gain this time, Tang Ming would not waste his time on it. He would come and take a look when he has time. After returning home and putting away all the spoils, he ran straight to the area where Lao Yuto usually moved without stopping. It was around an upscale abandoned neighborhood. The original 18-story buildings in this community have almost all collapsed now, with only a few still standing, looking extremely lonely. As soon as he arrived outside the community, Tang Ming saw old Yu talking to someone in the abandoned security room at the entrance of the community. It seems that I have good luck today. Originally, he had prepared to spend a long time looking for old Yudo, but he really didn't expect to be so lucky to meet him as soon as he arrived. Seeing this, Tang Ming walked straight over. When he got closer, he realized that the people talking to old Yu were actually Fan Xiaoxiao and her daughter. The Green Snake Army didn't kill him? That's right. Xiaji has already escaped, so there's no point in killing him. So it looks like next week's trading day should be able to proceed as normal. While Tang Ming was thinking about these questions, Fan Xiaoxiao and her daughter had just finished talking with old Yu and came out. When Go Qian saw Tang Ming, she just nodded slightly and quickly left the community with Fan Xiaoxiao. Why did they come to you? Thank you, and check to see if anything happened to us. After old Yu summarized the situation in one sentence, his eyes fell on the backpack Tang Ming was carrying. It's bulging and looks like it's full. Is this all gunpowder? Old Yu was a little shocked. He originally thought that the gunpowder Tang Ming mentioned was no more than a few kilograms at most. However, he did not expect that the amount was dozens of times more exaggerated than he estimated. Well, I don't know if it will work. Take a look first. Tang Ming threw the backpack to Lao Yuto without much concern. Seeing this, old Yuto showed a look of horror on his face and quickly reached out to catch it. My dear ancestors, please be more careful. If all this gunpowder explodes, we will both be finished. Not really? A look of doubt flashed across Tang Ming's face. Seeing Tang Ming's expression, old Yu didn't know what to say for a moment and could only sigh. Oh, never mind. Let's go inside and talk about it. As he said this, he carefully returned to the security room carrying the backpack in his hand. Talking too ostentatiously outside can easily attract the attention of mutant creatures. Upon hearing this, Tang Ming followed without saying anything. When he entered the security room, he saw that Lao Yu had already opened his backpack. Can you see if it works? Tang Ming looked at old Yu expectantly. If it could be used, then they wouldn't have to worry about the supply of bullets. However, after he asked this question, old Yudo's face darkened as he took out a small box with a black spider printed on it from his backpack. So, you call this gunpowder? Old Yu felt that Tang Ming was about to break his defense. What the hell are these black spider firecrackers? You call this gunpowder? Thinking of how cautious he had just been, he wished he could find a crack in the ground to squeeze Tang Ming in. He had been waiting for so long, and this was the result? Just tell me if you have it, and whether you can use it. And it would be abnormal if I could find normal gunpowder in the city. Tang Ming put his hands on his hips and spoke with confidence. Old Yu took a deep breath and decided not to argue with Tang Ming about this matter. He was afraid that Tang Ming would anger him to death before he was killed by the mutant creatures. He no longer paid attention to Tang Ming, but squatted down, opened a box of firecrackers, poured out all the gunpowder inside, gathered them together, and lit them with a flint. Boom! Sparks flew and large amounts of smoke rose, proving that the gunpowder in the firecrackers could still be used normally. Can you make bullets? Tang Ming approached and asked. Old Yu frowned, and after a long while he uttered two words, "That's terrible." The explosion was too small. Even if it is made, the lethality may only be a little bit. Try it. If it's not enough, I still have dozens of boxes. If possible, I will ship them all to you in a few days. Tang Ming said. He had plundered the entire fireworks market. In the end, old Yudo didn't say another word to Tang Ming. He turned around and left with his backpack. Remember to return the backpack to me next time? Tang Ming opened his mouth to remind him, and then for some reason, he suddenly felt that old Yu was walking faster. At the same time, the city center. There are many tall buildings here, and buildings hundreds of meters high can be seen everywhere. Some have collapsed, but some are still standing. At this moment, a yellow-haired young man wearing goggles was shuttling between the tall buildings at a very fast speed. This person was Xiaji after he separated from Tang Ming and the others. It's finally here. Looking at the familiar building not far away, Xiaji's tired face showed a look of relief, and then he quickened his pace again. Half an hour later, he successfully reached the tallest building in the city through a suspension tower that was hundreds of meters high. A magnificent tower that was stopped halfway through construction. Heart of the Sun. This is the name they give to their base day by day. Xiaji jumped down from the roof and entered the floor where they usually lived. I'm back. He happily announced his return, but soon he discovered that something was wrong with the atmosphere in the base. This instantly made the joy of his return after going through so many dangers disappear. Chapter 14 Enan, please collect. Xiaji felt that the atmosphere in the base was obviously much heavier than usual. His originally excited mood cooled down instantly. I knew that among all the companions who went to the trading market this time, I might be the only one who survived. Xiaji, the boss wants you to come over. At this time, a bald man shouted at Xiaji. There aren't many people here every day, and everyone knows each other. The bald guy who called him was called Lieshan. He was a guy with a very hot temper and was usually responsible for security work in the base. I see. Xiaji didn't say much. After responding, he quickly walked towards the room of Boss Juri. This room is the only room in the entire Sunchaser base with an observation deck, so the whole room is very bright. If you just stay in this room, you may not realize that it is already the Wasteland era. Brother Nan, I'm back. After entering the room, Xiaji shouted to Nan, who was standing outside the observation deck with his back to him, looking at the city below. Hearing Xiaji's voice, Enan turned around, revealing his face in the sun. Half of his face was handsome and resolute, but the other half was more terrifying than a demon. The entire right side of his face looked as if it had been forcibly torn off. The necrotic muscles and the white teeth and bones were attached to each other, making it look hideous and terrifying. Enan is only a few years older than Xiaji, but as the current leader of Juri, he is far more mature and stable than Xiaji. I'm glad you're back. Seeing Xiaji return, Enan just nodded on the surface, but in fact he breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. He was raised by Xiaji's father, the previous leader of Juri, so the relationship between him and Xiaji is more like that of brothers. So it would be a lie to say that he wasn't worried after Xiaji disappeared. Brother Nan, you should already know about the trading market. It was me who killed everyone. Xiaji felt very guilty about this. If he had not been completely unprepared for other forces, this tragedy might not have happened. It's not your fault this time. Enan shook his head. I still can't figure out why the green snake people would attack us. This is obviously a win-win situation. Jury discussed it internally for a long time yesterday, but still couldn't figure out what the motive behind this action was. They are just a bunch of lunatics. I think they just want to attack us day by day. Xiaji gritted his teeth. Brother Nan, when are we going to fight back? He wanted to avenge the death of his 7 brothers. After hearing this, Inan was silent for a moment and then shook his head. I can't fight. As the leader, he has to consider much more things than Xiaji. Why not? They are bullying us. Xiaji couldn't understand. Although their overall strength could not be compared with that of the Green Snake Legion, their flexibility advantage was something that the Green Snakes could never achieve. If Jury wanted to attack the Green Snake, he could just fight a guerrilla war and wear the opponent down to death. Because Green Snake sent us a message today, asking us to take supplies to redeem Xiaoyu and the other 3. And the current situation? Inan looked at the city below again and stopped talking. However, Xiaji could easily feel that Inan was emitting this lonely emotion. There was a time when his elder brother was so high-spirited, but an attack by mutant creatures a few years ago dealt a heavy blow to the entire jury. Maybe it was because of his father's sacrifice, or maybe it was because he took on the entire responsibility of jury. After that, he never saw a smile on Inan's face again. Xiaotian, are they still alive? Xiaji was a little excited at first, but after hearing the news, he calmed down instantly and asked, what did the Green Snake ask for? Is it a genetic medicine? If that's the case, at this point, Xiaji hesitated about his future and the lives of his friends. However, Inan did not let him struggle for too long. Green Snake only wants ordinary supplies. But I feel like there might be a trap here, so I'm still thinking. The genetic medicine is the most precious thing that Jury can currently produce. Even if the Green Snake army knew that Jury might not really be able to produce the genetic medicine, they would not be like they are now, not even trying to fight for it. Even a 3-year-old child can see the trick here. As the leader of Jury, how could he not see it? But just like before, he didn't understand what the Green Snake Legion wanted to do by doing this. I'll go alone. Even if the Green Snake has some conspiracy, I'll be the only one who will be hurt. Seeing Inan's hesitation, Xiaji spoke directly and wanted to agree to this matter. He still felt that the main responsibility for this incident lay with him and wanted to make amends. You've been traveling outside for a whole day. Go down and have a rest first. I need to think about this matter again. Brother Nan, I'll give you an answer tomorrow. Seeing Inan's firm tone, Xiaji had to leave unwillingly. After Xiaji left, Inan's gaze once again fell on the city below that had become a ruin. Scholar, what do you think the Green Snake wants to do? Maybe it has something to do with your people? Is this the new human you mentioned to me before? Aren't you for peace? Different concepts. Inan murmured. If you look into his eyes from the front at this moment, you can find that the emotions revealed in his eyes are different. One was worried, the other was calm, as if there were 2 souls living in Inan's body. This way, Tang Ming. In the subway station, Old Yu waved to Tang Ming. Today has been 2 days since they separated from Xiaji. That was the day Xiaji promised to bring them the reward. However, even if Xiaji didn't come today, he and Lao Yudo still planned to meet. As for the reason, have you made the bullet yet? Tang Ming asked directly after approaching. Although I believe in Old Yu's craftsmanship, making bullets is a delicate job, so it's hard to say. When Old Yu saw Tang Ming approaching, he took out a bag and poured out all the bullets inside. Only a few have been made, and they have not been tested yet. There were a total of 5 bullets taken out by Old Yuto. They are all made of brass and have similar shapes, but they are different in details. Some have spiral patterns, and some have grooves. The reason for this is that Old Yudo was not sure which bullet was better to use, so he just made one of each. Wait until we see the actual results before considering mass production. Then let's start the test. Tang Ming rubbed his hands, feeling a little excited. After all, he had never even touched a gun before, let alone shooting one with his own hands. You coming? Seeing Tang Ming's expression, Old Yu handed him the pistol and reminded him. It might explode, so be careful. Old Yu was very confident in his craftsmanship. If there was a problem, it must be Tang Ming's fault. After all, that damn gunpowder looked unreliable. Chapter 15. The Gaze from the Venomous Snake. Bang, bang, bang. Several consecutive gunshots rang out in the dim subway station. The pistol rotated in Tang Ming's hand. The muzzle stopped in front of his mouth, and then he blew gently. Immediately, the wisp of white smoke escaping from the muzzle was blown away by him. You're amazing, even at a distance of 3 meters, you were able to miss the target twice. When old Yu saw Tang Ming trying to show off, he complained in annoyance. Do you think there's a possibility that it's your bullet that's the problem? After hearing this, Tang Ming retorted, threw the pistol to old Yu, and then quickly walked to the target he used as a target, wanting to see the power of this homemade bullet. The 2-centimeter thick wooden board was riddled with small holes from bullets. This is the effect that Lao Yudo created by putting some steel balls in a bullet. The deepest one is only about 1 centimeter deep into the wooden board. As for other types of bullets, the most destructive ones can only barely penetrate wooden boards. This power is really not that great. Tang Ming clicked his lips, a little disgusted. What else do you want? It's good enough that it can be used. Don't you see what kind of material you gave me? Seeing the disgust on Tang Ming's face, old Yu snorted coldly. And this 3-meter lethality is more than enough to deal with ordinary scavengers. 2. Tang Ming nodded in agreement. After all, in an era when most people were still using cold weapons, you could already kill people by taking out a hot weapon. Of course, the premise is that you don't encounter a large survivor camp like Xiaji and the Green Snake Legion. The weapons these guys hold are much better than theirs. After testing the power of the bullets, they began to wait patiently for Xiaji's arrival in the subway station. Waited about 2 hours. Just when Tang Ming was getting a little impatient, the darkness in the tunnel ahead was suddenly dispelled by the bright light of the flashlight. Someone is coming. Seeing this, Tang Ming stood up and looked towards the direction where the light came from with Lao Yuto. However, their brows soon frowned, because the footsteps coming from the tunnel were very chaotic. Obviously, there is more than one person. Just as the two of them were exchanging glances, wondering whether they should hide for a while and see what the situation is, Xiaji's voice came. Tang Ming, I'm here. It's Xiaji. Old Yu nodded. After Tang Ming saw that it was indeed Xiaji, he relaxed his vigilance a little and spoke. Over here. Soon Xiaji and the 2 men and 1 woman behind him came into Tang Ming's sight. This is Imohu, this is Jing Tian and Xiaoyu. They were the members of the Sunchaser who were with me before. When Xiaji saw Tang Ming looking at the 3 people behind him, he began to introduce them all to dispel Tang Ming's vigilance. Imohu is a strong man, Jing Tian is a little thin and looks sickly, and Xiaoyu is the most beautiful woman Tang Ming has met in his 2 years of living in the Wasteland. It's not that she is so beautiful, but in an era when everyone is unkempt, you are the only one with fair skin. It's hard not to think you are beautiful. Hello, we all heard from Xiaji that if it weren't for you, he would have been caught by Green Snake's people. If that's the case, we may not be able to come back. Imohu stretched out his hand and wanted to shake hands with Tang Ming. It seemed that he was really grateful to Tang Ming. However, for some reason, Tang Ming felt a little awkward when his eyes met Imohu's. It feels kind of fake. But I also felt like I was being stared at by some dangerous creature. However, this feeling came and went quickly. Illusion? Tang Ming suspected it was an illusion. I can't find the source of this feeling. I can only pay more attention to it next time. After casually shaking hands with Imohu, Tang Ming withdrew his hand and looked at Xiaji standing beside him. Xiaji also knew what Tang Ming wanted to say and immediately handed over the one in his hand. This is the reward I promised you. Xiaji, keep my word. Tang Ming took the box without feeling embarrassed and opened it directly. He saw a pistol and 2 full magazines inside and nodded. I give you this garbage back. After confirming that the items were correct, Tang Ming returned the box containing the genetic medicine to Xiaji. This lock? Xiaji frowned. The quality of your lock is really bad. I didn't even touch it and it fell off by itself. Tang Ming sighed, and then without waiting for Xiaji to ask more, he asked Xiaji about the computer. I want to buy a computer. Do you have any? Computer? After hearing this, Xiaji thought for a moment and said, on the next trading day, you can go directly to our jury store. He is active among high-rise buildings every day and has collected a lot of electronic equipment. Some are for his own use, and the rest are piled up in the warehouse. They're just gathering dust there anyway, so there's no big deal in selling a few to Tang Ming. What's the price? An item equivalent to 1,000 kilograms of inferior food, the kind that is well preserved, is more expensive. Xiaji said. Hearing the price, Tang Ming breathed a sigh of relief as it was within his budget. The salt I picked up before can be used here. Why are you asking that thing? After Xiaji and the other 3 left, old Yu asked. I want to buy one for fun. Tang Ming said this and handed a magazine from the box to Lao Yuto. Hearing Tang Ming say this, old Yu just said, oh. He was just asking casually and didn't say anything like not to waste supplies. After all, he had no right to say what Tang Ming wanted to do. He took the magazine and checked the bullets inside. He looked at Tang Ming. Homemade bullets. I'll give them to you on trading day. After saying this, Old Yu quickly left the subway station. It seems that he is going to go back and carefully study the bullets given by Xiaji to see if there is anything that needs to be improved in the homemade bullets. After Tang Ming packed up his things, he did not go home directly. Instead, he took out a small notebook from his pocket. Opened the small notebook. Then I saw that the paper inside was filled with densely packed words. Life in the Wasteland, Year 2, Month 1, Day 14. Attacked by a scavenger bird on the northern overpass. Danger level, medium. Life in the Wasteland, second year, second month, third day. In the southern forest park, he was chased by a group of cat mutants, and his right hand was seriously injured. Danger level, high. Life in the Wasteland, second year, second month, 27th day. There is a deformed creature with tentacles on the tallest building in the south. If you pass by and get a look from it, you will feel like you have walked through the gates of hell. Danger level, extremely dangerous. Life in the Wasteland, Year 2, 6th month, Day 5. Attacked by marrow-eating worms outside a supermarket at a crossroads. Nearly died. Danger level, low. The death was miserable and refreshing. This notebook records all the dangers he experienced during the 2 years he lived in the Wasteland. After flipping through the notebook for a while, Tang Ming finally locked on a record with a low risk level. After killing the marrow-eating worms, he decided to find a few more to practice with. Of course, there was no personal factor of him wanting to get back at the right time. He just simply wanted to improve his combat experience and see if there would be any unexpected gains. That was all. Tang Ming is definitely not such a petty person. Absolutely not. The other side. In the subway tunnel. After Mo exchanged glances with the other two, he asked Xiaji, "Is this Tang Ming a scavenger from the area?" "Yes, what's wrong?" Xiaji nodded and looked at Mo strangely, wondering why he asked this question. "I'm worried that if the green snakes knew that he saved you, they might go looking for trouble with him. I wonder if we should invite him to join us, Sunchaser. This will also help to ensure his safety." Mo said with concern, "Don't worry, I only mentioned this to Brother Nan and you guys. No one from Green Snake will know about it." Xiaji shook his head when he said this. Besides, didn't Brother Nan say that scavengers are the kind of people who are willing to trample on everything for the sake of profit? It would be irresponsible to invite an unfamiliar scavenger into the Sunchaser rashly. Brother Nan won't agree, and I won't do this. You're not friends? We've only met twice, and I don't think we'll ever cross paths again. When Xiaji said this, he frowned and looked at Mo. He felt that he was a little strange today, which was different from his usual dull personality. "I'm just a little worried, but now I feel relieved. I was worried that you, Xiaji, would be used by that Tang Ming." Mo smiled. Seeing this, Xiaji just thought that Mo's mentality was affected to a certain extent after being captured by the green snake. However, what he did not realize was that after hearing him say that he would no longer have any contact with Tang Ming, Mo and the other two behind him all had a cold light flashing in their eyes. Chapter 16 Danger. Danger. Please collect. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. It's time for the trading market to open again. After Tang Ming took the things he was going to sell, he went straight to the subway entrance. In the tunnel, the landslide had been cleared by other scavengers in the surrounding area. So this time it was not like before, where there were scavengers standing outside waiting for others to join them. Everyone looks after themselves. When Tang Ming arrived at the subway station, he saw Lao Yudo standing there waiting for him. When Tang Ming saw Lao Yudo also saw him. "Here are 20 bullets. Old Yu threw a small cloth bag to Tang Ming, which contained the low-quality bullets he made. "This is the amount I'll have every week from now on. I can't keep doing this at home." "Can." Tang Ming nodded. 20 pills would be enough for a while. After all, there are not many situations where a pistol is really needed. "Aren't you going to the market this week?" After getting the bullet, seeing Old Yu giving the bullet, and turning around to leave, Tang Ming asked, "The food I exchanged last time is enough for me to eat for a week," Old Yu said. Of course, in addition to this reason, he was actually still a little worried that there would be problems in the trading market again. After all, only a week had passed, and there was still a great probability that an emergency would occur again. It goes without saying that he is extremely cautious given that he has survived to this age in the Wasteland. Tang Ming just asked, since they had always gone their separate ways before. After saying goodbye to Old Yu, he didn't waste any time and went straight to the trading market. This time, there were no accidents during the whole process. We arrived at the trading market smoothly. There are still many undried bloodstains on the ground here. Why is there so much blood here? A scavenger who didn't come last week and didn't know the situation asked in surprise when he saw this scene. After hearing his question, discussions soon broke out around them. The scavengers in the trading market were quite talkative. After all, there was usually no one to talk to. Tang Ming also learned the approximate casualties at the time from these conversations. More than 600 people died. The actual situation was even more exaggerated than Tang Ming had expected. It seems that if they had not met Xiaji by chance, the Green Snake Army might have really slaughtered the entire trading market. Doesn't this mean that I accidentally saved thousands of people last week? Tang Ming sighed a little, and at the same time he truly realized that in this wasteland, human life is really not as valuable as grass. Without staying outside for too long, Tang Ming bought some water and went straight to the shop with the sun graffiti. The shop was different from when he first saw it. There were many new patches on the outside walls. It must have been damaged in the previous battle. Tang Ming looked around and made sure there was no danger before he stepped in. There was only one person in the entire store. She was the woman named Xiao Yu among the 3 people rescued by Xiaji. The woman's hair was a little messy, and she was wearing a yellowed white coat, through which you could vaguely see the waves. However, Tang Ming said that he was not interested in women. After all, women were not as fun as games. Xiao Yu acted very cold when she saw Tang Ming coming. She didn't say hello, but directly took out 2 laptops and a host computer from under the counter. If you want to know which computer is the most suitable for playing games, it has to be a console computer. After all, in order to make it easier to carry, laptops will sacrifice some of their performance. Of course, this is under the premise of equal configuration. However, given his current situation, a notebook would be more suitable. Because he is not sure whether the electricity in his home can supply the operation of a computer host. Thinking of this, Tang Ming could only shift his gaze away from the host computer and look at the other 2 laptops. The quality looks pretty good. Much better than his battle-damaged version. Can I try it? Jury will not sell him a bad one, but he still has to turn on the computer to know its specific performance. Random. Xiao Yu spoke. Her words were a little stiff, giving people the feeling that she didn't communicate with people very often. However, Tang Ming's attention was focused on the computer at the moment, and he didn't think there was anything wrong with it. After getting permission, he immediately turned on the phone to check. Both laptops still have power. The screen lit up quickly. The fastest boot up was a rather thick gaming laptop, which took just over 40 seconds, which was more than 40 times faster than the one in his home. The other one took more than a minute, which is also very good. However, the time it takes to start up a computer does not necessarily indicate good or bad performance. It may also be due to the software installed on it that increases the boot time. In response to this, Tang Ming turned on both computers and directly checked the detailed information of the 2 computers through the background. 750 and 1050. Tang Ming muttered after reading it and pointed directly at the gaming laptop. What's the price? Although I don't know much about this aspect, it's always a good idea to buy the one with a larger number. 1,500 pounds. A bit expensive. Tang Ming took a breath. The price was much higher than he expected, but it is still worth the money. With such a computer, you don't need to worry too much about insufficient configuration when playing games in the future. Thinking of this, he took out all 14 bags of salt he had just obtained, and then took out 2 bottles of ergo 2. All of these are worth about 1,500 kilograms of low-quality grain, and there is even some premium. Tang Ming naturally would not give it to Jury for free. He chose to let Xiao Yu help him exchange the premium part for a hard drive. $7. Even if my luck is bad, I should still have a few games. Walking out of the store, Tang Ming felt much better as he looked at the 7 extra hard drives in his hands. At the same time, I can't wait to go home and start a new round of games. However, he had just reached the exit of the trading market when he was stopped by someone. What do you want from me? Looking at the mother and daughter Go Qian and Fan Xiaoxiao who stopped him, Tang Ming was a little confused and didn't understand what these 2 people wanted from him. Someone is asking us about you. Go Qian just said this one sentence and left quickly with Fan Xiaoxiao. He looked like he was worried about getting into trouble. Tang Ming was not given the opportunity to ask for details. Tang Ming didn't think much of this. In this era, the other party was able to remind him, which was already the most he could do. Who could it be? Tang Ming frowned and subconsciously looked at the laptop computer he had just obtained, which was worth a huge amount of money, 1,500 kilograms of grain. Mad, there's a traitor. Tang Ming immediately thought of Xiao Yu. However, it is also possible that he was noticed by a caring scavenger when he entered the store. But no matter what, it's better for him to leave the trading market as soon as possible. Otherwise, things will become troublesome. However, he left a little late. Just after walking out of the trading market for a while, Tang Ming discovered that the road ahead was blocked by 2 people. He was about to retreat, but after taking a step back, 3 more people walked out from the darkness behind him. There were 5 people in total, like a small team of scavengers. They surrounded Tang Ming and blocked all possible escape routes. The leader was a man with a scar on his face. He saw Tang Ming looking at him with a ferocious smile that showed he was sure of victory on his face. "Don't leave so quickly, my friend. I have a business deal I want to discuss with you." "Yeah." Seeing that the 5 men were only holding cold weapons in their hands, Tang Ming also showed a bright smile on his face. Chapter 17 Sunset Gunmanship.
Bang!
Bang! Damn it! How could he have a gun? Run! The 5 robbers were as embarrassed as they were before. Among them, the leader with a scar on his face was shot dead because he was too close to Tang Ming. He didn't even have time to scream. The other shot hit a younger brother behind the scarred man. Although he was not beaten to death directly, he lost the ability to move due to the pain and could only lie on the ground and wail. The 3 people who had blocked Tang Ming's retreat were so frightened when they saw this scene. They did not care about the lives of their companions and fled towards the trading market. Tisk! Seeing the 3 men running 3 meters away, Tang Ming spat and quickly changed the magazine of his pistol. The pistol originally came with a magazine, and Xia Ji gave one to him and Lao Yudo respectively. So in order to save money, the spare magazine was usually filled with normal bullets. At this moment, he did not care about saving money, because he knew very well that if the roots of the grass are not removed, there will be endless troubles. I killed their companions. If I let them escape, there is no guarantee that they will take revenge on me in the future. Today they didn't know that they had guns in their hands. Once they were fully prepared, he would be in real danger. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, the magazine in Tang Ming's pistol had already been replaced. Bang! Bang! After aiming, he fired 2 more shots in succession. Ah! The person running in front covered his chest and fell silent after a scream. The man who was running second didn't even utter a scream. Blood gushed out from the back of his head, and his whole body fell to the ground like mud. Ah! The last person, seeing the miserable state of his 2 companions in front of him, was so frightened that he fell to the ground. This kind of shooting technique, where every shot hits the vital point and takes the person's life, makes him feel despair. Can't escape. There's no way to escape it. Behind the scavenger, Tang Ming looked at the effects of his 2 shots and looked down at the pistol in his hand. Damn it, he was clearly aiming at the last person. So why did the 2 in front fall down? Damn, there must be something wrong with the gun Xiaji gave him. This crosshair is too crooked. Fortunately, both bullets hit the target, otherwise he would have to go to Xiaji to discuss after-sales issues no matter what. While Tang Ming was thinking this, he had already walked up to the frightened scavenger. Boom! Without waiting for him to beg for mercy, Tang Ming instantly pulled out the fire axe on his waist and killed him. Tang Ming is not the kind of person who likes to waste. If he can use 1 less bullet, he will naturally not use 1 more. After dealing with the scavenger in front of him, he began to finish off the other 4. After making sure that everyone was dead, he put away the fire axe. What bad luck! Tang Ming let out a long breath. This was the first time he had actually killed someone with his own hands. There was no fear, just a little nervousness, and the rest was excitement, the kind that made the brain congested. However, when the hot blood flowed back into the body from the head, an irresistible fatigue came over me. It's like staying up all night without sleep. It seems that killing people is bad for your health. It's better to kill less people in the future. After reaching this conclusion from this simple logic, Tang Ming began to pick up his spoils. There were a few slightly rusty weapons and a few pounds of bread made from low-quality flour, and nothing else. Unlucky. Tang Ming, who originally advocated not torturing corpses, couldn't help but kick the other robber's boss in the face after seeing such a poor robber. This time we lost 4 bullets, 2 of which were standard bullets. It can only be said that it was a huge loss. After quickly collecting everything and making sure there was nothing valuable, Tang Ming reluctantly left the crime scene. After walking a distance, take out the pickup truck and move away quickly. Because he was not sure if there was anyone else who might be planning to take advantage of him, it would be better to leave quickly. He really didn't want to do such a losing business anymore. And Tang Ming's worries were not wrong. Not long after he left, another group of scavengers came over from behind. They found the bodies of the 4 scar-faced men and stopped immediately. Did someone get there first? Probably not. I know these people. They are not in the same group as Tang Ming. They had gunshot wounds on their bodies. The bastards didn't say he had them. Luckily, we were a step slow. What now? Some people have already begun to consider quitting. Let's do it. That's a reward of 1,000 kilograms of food. After we finish this job, We won't have to go out and risk looking for food for a long time. However, in the face of huge profits, some people still decide to take risks. It should be fine if you're careful. Anyway, we've already found out the approximate location of his activities. We can just go there and wait for him. Soon the group finished their discussion and walked towards the subway station where Tang Ming was. After they left, several waves of scavengers came one after another for the bounty. Some of them were frightened away by the gunshot wounds on the 4 bodies on the ground, but there were also those who wanted to get rich overnight. It is foreseeable that the area where Tang Ming is located will be much more lively in the next few days. Return home. Tang Ming couldn't wait to turn on the computer. I copied all the games I found before into it. As for the 7 hard drives that were just harvested, he decided to first understand the content of the Game Thief Simulator before checking it out. It's money well spent. Looking at the game interface that opened in just a few seconds, Tang Ming nodded with satisfaction. I can only say that it is worthy of being a gaming laptop. The game opens so smoothly. It's so much better than his crappy laptop. Before, it took more than half an hour just to wait for that crappy computer to boot up, which was simply torture. Enter the game interface. A thief-like symbol wearing glasses appears. Tang Ming clicked to start the game and began to understand the game content and gameplay. The general plot of the game is that the protagonist, a thief, owes a large sum of money to the gang and needs to repay it. If he fails to repay the corresponding amount within the specified period, he will be sunk into the sea. A very simple one-line plot. The operation of the game is also very simple. You just need to sneak into someone else's house, steal things, and then sell them. When selling items, the protagonist can obtain corresponding money and experience points. In addition to repaying loans, money can also be used to purchase a variety of tools for committing crimes, such as lock-picking tools, window-opening tools, night vision goggles, etc. Experience points can provide the protagonist with additional professional skills, making the stealing process smoother. It would be nice if these skills could be brought out of the game as well. Tang Ming looked at those skills with envy. What about quick lockpicking, super stealth, climbing skills, and item value assessment? These skills may not seem like much in the game, but they are magical skills in reality. And even without these, the various home appliances in this game are enough to make him jealous. Tang Ming didn't hesitate. After taking some food, he immediately chose to enter the game. Chapter 18. I really admire you, Old 6. Beep, beep, beep. On the operating console in front of the car's driver's seat, an old-fashioned mobile phone with a black and white screen vibrated. Seeing this, Tang Ming, who had just entered the game, immediately answered the call. A man's voice came from the other end of the phone. Tang Ming, you must pay back the interest of 1,000 yuan before next week. Otherwise, the mafia will not let you go. This is the protagonist's friend, an information dealer. You can buy detailed information about residents from him for money, so as to carry out a more perfect theft. After Tang Ming had a brief conversation with the other party, he hung up the phone. I checked the extra information that appeared in my mind this time. As long as you can take the stolen items home, you can bring them directly back to reality. Skills can also bring people back to reality? Seeing this, Tang Ming showed surprise on his face, but he soon discovered that it was not so easy to bring the skills back to reality, and he needed to complete phased tasks. That is to pay back the money that needs to be paid every week. Each time you pay it back, you will have the opportunity to realize a skill. However, according to general game settings, the amount that needs to be repaid should be more each time than the previous time, and the difficulty increases exponentially, giving players a sense of urgency, so it is not so easy to manifest multiple skills. Seeing this, Tang Ming immediately drove the car to the side of the road and parked it. The place where he is now is a road called Chunjing Street, which is the only map open in the early stage of the game where you can steal things. There are many houses here. Although the styles are different, the houses here can still be divided into 3 levels: small bungalow, villa, manor. Among them, the small bungalow is the easiest to steal, as the outer wall is not high and the lock is the worst. But being easy to steal also means that there aren't many valuable items inside, so you can only earn hard-earned money. If you want to enter the villa to steal more valuable things, you need to unlock higher-level stealing skills, otherwise you will easily be discovered and the police will be called. Being caught by the police means the end of the game. You will be kicked out of the game world directly and lose the opportunity to obtain resources. After going over the places that needed attention in his mind, Tang Ming began to look for his first target. These small bungalows all have their own courtyards, surrounded by low wooden walls. The walls of 3 or 4 houses are connected together, and the walls between them are much lower than the outside walls. Therefore, as long as you enter one of the courtyards, you can easily sneak into the courtyards of several other houses. What are you doing here? Just as Tang Ming was carefully selecting his first target, a woman's voice suddenly sounded in his ears. This scared him, but he quickly realized that this was a game world, and he immediately recovered and looked at the person who was talking to him. The person behind him was a female NPC wearing glasses, who should be a resident of this area. At this moment, he was staring at him with a wary look on his face. I'll keep an eye on you. Don't try to do anything bad. Before Tang Ming could explain, the NPC spoke again. But his words are very stiff, and he should be just an NPC who can interact with players. And the result was the same as Tang Ming thought. The NPC in front of me can only say a few fixed sentences, and they would stare at him as he approached the house. If it is too close to the house and exceeds a time limit, an alarm mechanism will be triggered. Trouble. Seeing this, Tang Ming had no choice but to leave the street and enter the deserted woods behind the house to continue observing. Otherwise, if this NPC is always watching you, it would be difficult to steal things or even find a good target. After observing for a while, Tang Ming soon found a bungalow that looked a bit shabby. There was no one inside, so it was a good opportunity for him to practice. Once you have a goal, start taking action immediately. Originally in the game, the character had to learn the climbing skill before he could climb the wall. But now he is a real person entering the game, without as many restrictions as the characters in the game. Not to mention that he can also throw out bricks to attract jade, make a feint to the east and attack in the west, and do things that the original characters in the game cannot do. Simply put, if he wants to steal something in this game, he just needs to have hands. Thinking of this, Tang Ming aimed at the wooden wall that was more than 2 meters high, jumped up, and reached out to grab the top of the wall. However, what he didn't expect was, with a sound of crack, the upper part of the wooden wall was actually broken off by him. Boom! Caught off guard, he fell directly to the ground. What a shoddy project. Tang Ming stood up somewhat awkwardly, looked around, and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that his movements did not attract the attention of the NPC. Then, looking at the wooden wall with only a small half left, he could only sigh and changed from the handsome wall-climbing action to hurdle jumping. Enter into the yard. You can also see the situation inside clearly through the window. There are 3 rooms in total, a living room, a bedroom, and a bathroom. It feels like there's nothing. After taking a look around, Tang Ming felt that the toaster on the table might be worth a little more. Although I shivered a little, as the saying goes, a thief never leaves empty-handed. Now that we are here, we can't go back empty-handed. Thinking of this, he came to the main door and wanted to open it and enter. But he found that the door was locked. It's fine if I defend against villains, but are you also defending against gentlemen? Tang Ming couldn't understand it. He had already locked the gate to the yard, so why did he lock the door to the house? This was simply like taking off pants to fart, a waste of time. He wanted to break in directly, but then he thought that if he walked 2 steps outside he would be on the road, and making too much noise might attract the attention of the NPCs on the road, so he gave up. Move your gaze to the window beside you. Huh, no guardrails? This is simply a provocation to his profession. Must do it. I picked up a stone from the ground, wrapped it with clothes, and there was a clanging sound. The window shattered directly, and the sound was not loud. After making a big hole in the window, he successfully reached out to open the inner lock of the window, pushed the window open, and flipped over to get inside. There was no light in the room, but since it was daytime, it wasn't dark. Tang Ming locked onto the bread maker he had seen before, picked it up and put it directly under his armpit, and then rummaged through the drawers to look for other valuables. Clothes, plates, pans, body wash. Tang Ming's eyes lit up when he saw the shower gel. If he took this to real life and sold it to those powerful women, it would probably fetch a lot of money, so he took it immediately. If this cabinet is moved away, it will be perfect for storing some small sundries. This mattress is soft and more comfortable than the one I sleep on now. I'll take it too. This table. This bathtub, fuck. Why is it connected to the ground? What a rubbish design. After tearing up the wall and digging the ground, Tang Ming found that there were too many things to steal and he couldn't take them all away at once. Just drive the car over here. Tang Ming took everything he could, then opened the gate of the yard with satisfaction and prepared to drive the car in to purchase the goods. However, as soon as he walked out and looked up, he was met with a pair of eyes staring at him. It was the NPC he met before. I told you I'd keep an eye on you. I've called the police, you thief. As if to confirm the woman's words, the sound of police sirens rang out in the street in the distance. I'm really impressed by you, old six. Seeing this, Tang Ming cursed in his heart. He didn't expect that the NPC in this game was so insidious and was waiting for him. He had just entered the industry and hadn't gained anything yet, So how could he be willing to be kicked out of the gaming world now? Without hesitation, he turned around and ran in the opposite direction of the police car. Chapter 19. Unlocking 1. Finally left. In the bushes, Tang Ming breathed a sigh of relief as he watched the police walking away. Fortunately, the policeman in this game has poor eyesight, otherwise he would have died before he could accomplish his mission. After staying in the bushes for a while and making sure there was no danger, Tang Ming got up. You will definitely continue to steal. But after this lesson, he dared not be so rash again. After all, if this happens a few more times, a whole day in the game will be wasted by him. This time, Tang Ming chose the safest method and drove the car directly to the back of the yard. Then he entered the house and threw the things inside out of the wall one by one. It took about half a day to move all the things inside out. The next step is to drive and transport it back bit by bit. Tang Ming looked at the pile of things on the ground and continued to work. It wasn't until the sky in the game became completely dark that they were able to transport all the things back home. There seemed to be a lot of things, but most of them are old furniture, and there are not many actually valuable things. Tang Ming picked out the things that he didn't have, and then drove to the place where he would sell the stolen goods. A run-down parking lot. There is a pawn shop here. $143. It's so damn dark. After selling all the items and looking at the meager salary he had earned through hard work, Tang Ming just wanted to say that the designer of this game was simply making the game with his feet. He had so many things, yet he could only sell them for so little money. The shady shops in real life are not this shady. However, Tang Ming did not dwell on this matter for too long, but instead focused his attention on the game skill panel. Skill points, 1. After he successfully sold the stolen goods, the 0 in the point column on the skill panel successfully turned into 1. It seems that the ratio of skill points gained should be 1 to 100 to the money earned. After knowing this conversion ratio, Tang Ming's only worry now is that unlocking professional skills will require a large amount of skill points. Thinking of this, he looked at the skills on the panel and clicked to see how many skill points were needed to unlock them. Lock-picking level 1. Unlocking requires 1 skill point. Effect. When you try to pick a lock, you have a chance to open it. Stealth LV1. 5 skill points required to unlock. Effect. The sounds your body makes while you're stealthed are minimized. Agility LV1. 3 skill points required to unlock. Effect. Climb over obstacles faster. Weight level 1. 3 skill points are required to unlock. Effect. The maximum weight you can carry increases by 25%. Hacker LV1. 10 skill points are required to unlock. Effect. You will become proficient in controlling electronic devices. There are 5 skills in total, and the skill points consumed are not many. Among them, the thief's signature skill is lock-picking, which can be unlocked with just a few skill points. And he had just a little bit of that now. Although the 2 skills Tang Ming wanted to change the most were agility and stealth, he couldn't catch the wolf without sacrificing the sheep, and he didn't have enough points to unlock the more expensive ones. So now we can only unlock the lock-picking skill first. And with the lock-picking skill, it might be easier to earn skill points. Thinking of this, Tang Ming did not hesitate and directly clicked to unlock level 1. The moment the skill was unlocked, a lot of information about lock-picking suddenly appeared in his mind. It's actually direct inculcation of knowledge. Tang Ming was a little surprised. This meant that even if he left the game and did not redeem this skill, he would still be able to unlock the door with simple tools. The difference is that the speeds of the two may be different. After unlocking the first level lock-picking skill, the description of the skill also changes. Lock-picking level 2. Unlocking requires 2 skill points. Effect. When attempting to pick a lock, your chance of opening it is doubled, and you can also try to pick some complex locks. After the skills are unlocked, you can continue to upgrade them. And looking at the introduction after the upgrade, it seems that the higher the level, the more abnormal the effect of this skill. I don't know what effect these skills will have when they reach the maximum level. Tang Ming fantasized about it. In front of an iron cage hung with chains, he glared slightly and the lock opened automatically with a click. Awesome. However, before that, he needs to earn more money and improve his skills. This time, steal from that woman's house. How dare she report him? Of course, Tang Ming didn't want to retaliate against the other party. The other party was just an NPC in the game. He was not so petty as to not let go of even an NPC. The main thing was that the woman lived next door to the family he robbed today, so he didn't need to waste time scouting the place and exploring the terrain. It can only be said that the other party was unlucky, and there was no personal grudge between him and Tang Ming. Yes, that's it. After restarting the car, Tang Ming soon arrived at Chunjing Street again. The place where the girl with glasses lived was much bigger than the one he visited before. There are 5 rooms in total. At this time, the girl with glasses was busy in the kitchen. They actually installed anti-theft nets on the windows. Everyone else's house is not at peace, but yours is. If not you, who else should I steal from? Tang Ming found an excuse. He was determined to steal from this store today. But now is not the time to take action. Tang Ming looked at the girl with glasses through the window and planned to wait until she fell asleep before taking action. However, the wait lasted 5 hours. Tang Ming stared at the window, looking at the energetic woman in the room, and his mentality broke down. Doesn't this guy sleep? As expected, the game was illogical, and this time he was too careless. How about waiting until tomorrow morning? This girl with glasses is going out for a walk during the day, so she is definitely not at home. But I am unwilling to leave Tang Ming like this. After all, he has been waiting here for so long. Just as he was hesitating whether to leave, the girl with glasses made other moves. She undressed and went into the bathroom. Good opportunity. When Tang Ming saw this, his eyes immediately lit up. It would take the other person at least 10 minutes to take a shower, which was enough time for him to loot all the valuables inside. He decisively climbed over the wall and entered the yard behind his house. Then he ducked and walked toward the front door. However, just as Tang Ming was about to turn the corner and come to the side of the house, he suddenly discovered that there was a man lying here. This frightened him so much that he quickly retreated behind the wall. It's a shame that he reacted quickly enough. Not discovered by the male NPC. Otherwise, the police will come again soon. But what Tang Ming couldn't understand was that instead of going home to sleep so late at night, he was outside basking in the moonlight. What did that mean? Is it necessary that the behavioral logic of the NPC in this game is so outrageous? Calm down, calm down. Tang Ming suppressed the urge to use his unparalleled attack to grab the opponent's opponent directly. He is a living person, not a fixed program. How could he be stumped by a game? That is definitely not possible. Thinking of this, Tang Ming immediately looked at the ground, wanting to find a stone to make some noise, to lure away the male NPC in front of him and create conditions for himself to sneak into the room. However, after looking around, there was nothing. Oh right, now is a good time to try to see if I can take out the things in my backpack in the game. I said before that I would remember to try it, but I almost forgot about it again. Thinking of this, Tang Ming leaned forward a little and looked at the man lying on the recliner. After finding the place to make the sound, his eyes were fixed on a steel bar in the game backpack, and an idea came to his mind. Chapter 20 Stealth, please collect. Boom. A huge and dull sound was heard outside the courtyard wall, confirming the feasibility of Tang Ming's conjecture. What's that sound? The man lying on the recliner was startled by the loud noise and stood up instantly. Then he walked out quickly to see what was going on. After watching him leave the yard, Tang Ming walked out from behind the wall. Fortunately, the basic behavioral logic is still there. Seeing that the feint to the east and attack in the west method really worked, Tang Ming breathed a sigh of relief and then quickly walked to the main entrance. He didn't know how long the other party would be out, so it would be better for him to get into the room as soon as possible. According to the other party's behavioral logic, after checking that there is nothing unusual outside, he should return to the lounge chair on the side of the house and continue to bask in the moonlight. He could take advantage of this gap to pack up all the valuables and then leave calmly through the main gate. Not only was the plan perfect, he also had good luck. When Tang Ming came to the front of the house, he found that the door was not closed, as if someone was at home. This gave him great convenience. After all, unlocking a lock takes time. Tang Ming quickly slipped into the room and went straight to the bedroom. In addition to home appliances, valuable items are generally placed in the bedroom. Sure enough, as soon as he entered the bedroom, a good thing came into his sight. A smartphone. It's an Apple brand. It should be worth at least $100. Tang Ming happily put it in his pocket. Then he started searching through lockers and wardrobes. There are quite a few clothes, but all of them together are not worth much. He planned to take it later if he had the chance. In addition, Tang Ming also found a watch and a stack of banknotes. There are $23 in the bill. It's not much, but it's a pleasant surprise. Putting the money and watch into his pocket, Tang Ming continued to search. Huh? This is a dehumidifier? Suddenly, he stopped in front of a machine, looked at it carefully, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. As the name suggests, a dehumidifier is used to reduce the humidity in the air. Where does this reduced moisture go? Naturally, it goes into the water storage box under the dehumidifier. It is a money-making machine that can produce a certain amount of fresh water resources very stably every day. It's really a waste of talent to put this thing here. Tang Ming planned to wait for the male NPC to come back and then move the humidifier out. Once he brings this thing back to reality, he won't have to worry about drinking water anymore. The only thing you need to worry about is whether there is enough electricity. It would be great if we could find another generator. Just as Tang Ming was thinking this in his heart, there was a noise outside the yard. It looks like that male NPC has returned. Seeing this, Tang Ming immediately hid in the closet nearby. After all, he wasn't particularly sure whether the other party would really continue to bask in the moon. After waiting for a while, Tang Ming frowned when he heard the man enter the room. He expected the lowest chance of winning, and the worst-case scenario happened. Through the gap between the two wardrobe doors, Tang Ming could clearly see that the man was walking towards him. Soon he came in front of him. Seeing this, he immediately wanted steel bars to fall from the sky to help him escape. Fortunately, the man was lucky and just passed by the wardrobe, narrowly avoiding the fate of lifelong disability. However, even if he was not discovered, this still disrupted Tang Ming's original plan. Make some more noise? Tang Ming was thinking. Crack. The bathroom door was opened at this time. The girl with glasses wrapped in a bath towel came out. Enter the bedroom. And under Tang Ming's gaze, he walked straight towards the man lying on the bed. Half a minute later. Rubbish, scorned the man. Seeing that both of them had gone to bed, Tang Ming carefully pushed open the closet door and walked out. Although the process was a bit tortuous, fortunately I was able to continue working. Picking up the dehumidifier that he valued, he turned and left the bedroom. He couldn't stay in the bedroom for too long. If he made too much noise and woke them up, all his previous efforts would be in vain. After carefully closing the bedroom door for the two of them to prevent them from being seen by criminals, Tang Ming began to continue his work. Just like the previous house he robbed, he moved everything that could be moved from the room to the backyard and threw it over the wall. He was very careful with the whole process, which was much more tiring than before. This process was repeated for 3 hours before everything within sight was taken away. He even removed a few windows. If the steel bars of the window guardrail were not connected to the house, he would even want to pack them up and take them away. That's it. Even though this is a game, we still have a bottom line and can't go too far. Tang Ming looked at the empty room and shook his head, deciding to leave the floor to the young couple. After leaving, there is repetitive moving work. Load the goods one by one onto the truck and transport them home. Then send the unwanted items to the pawn shop. $512. Swindler. Tang Ming cursed inwardly and left the pawn shop. There were still more than 300 yuan left to reach the goal of 1,000 yuan, which was not a difficult task for him who had begun to gradually comprehend the secrets of stealing. Unlock the skills first. Tang Ming looked at the skill interface. This time he earned 500 yuan, which is 5 skill points. Except for hacking, the other 4 skills can be unlocked or upgraded. The lock-picking skill should be enough for now, but it is not a high priority in Tang Ming's mind. As for agility and weight-bearing, these 2 skills are actually not very necessary right now. If he had unlocked the door beforehand, he might have been able to clear out the bedroom without attracting the attention of the girl with glasses. Thinking of this, Tang Ming did not hesitate any longer and directly chose to unlock stealth. Unlike when he unlocked the lock-picking skill, this time he did not gain any relevant knowledge, nor did he feel any changes in his body. The skill description says that the effect is triggered in stealth mode. Try it. Thinking this, Tang Ming tried to lower his body, slow down his movements, and enter the so-called stealth state. As soon as he entered this state, he felt very clearly that the sound of his breathing disappeared in an instant. Not only the breathing, but also the heartbeat and the inevitable sound of the shoes hitting the ground after landing became so quiet that it was almost inaudible. This skill is too strong. Tang Ming showed surprise on his face. With this skill, he could be a top-notch killer, not to mention a thief. After all, what could be more terrifying than a killer who can appear behind you silently? Of course, we have to exclude the killer with invincibility here. After seeing the incredible effect of Stealth LV1, Tang Ming immediately looked at the description of Stealth LV2 on the skill panel. I want to see what kind of improvement Stealth LV2 will bring compared to Stealth LV1. Chapter 21. Isn't this bullying an honest person? Stealth Level 2. Unlocking requires 10 skill points. Effect. While in stealth, you are invisible unless seen head-on, and become extremely sensitive to other people's line of sight. The skill points required to unlock it have doubled. But the additional effect made Tang Ming a little confused. Isn't this nonsense? If you don't get seen, you won't get discovered, and you'll become more sensitive. But with his previous experience, Tang Ming felt that this ability should have some supernatural characteristics. However, he will only know this after he unlocks the second level of stealth. Now he felt like he needed to take a break. After all, he had experienced both physical and mental torture last night. After resting for about half a day, Tang Ming got up and continued working. To unlock the lock, you need a simple lock-picking tool, which costs 20 yuan each. After buying one and trying it out, I found that it breaks very easily. After thinking about it, Tang Ming simply bought 10 of them to keep with him in case of emergency. With the tools ready, he came to Chunjing Street again. With the experience of the previous 2 times, he was familiar with the route this time. Soon they found their new target, which was 2 houses on a platform. It was much bigger than the 2 he had visited before. One of them has red and blue walls, which is very eye-catching, while the other is all brown and is not so conspicuous. Neither house has a yard and the doors face the road. This theft is undoubtedly much more difficult than the previous 2 thefts. After all, without the cover of the wall, it is impossible to pick the lock and get in broad daylight on a road with so many passers-by around. Wait till evening? Tang Ming frowned as he watched the NPCs passing by on the road. He really didn't want to go through what happened last night again. It was too torturous. Let's go find out if there are any other better options. Tang Ming hesitated for a moment and drove away. However, he soon returned disappointed, because he found that the difficulty of stealing from other houses on Chunjing Street was increased exponentially. For example, some houses require the use of corresponding tools, and some are even guarded by security guards. After a round of looking around, the only thing I gained was that I confirmed that the 2 houses I looked at the beginning were the easiest to buy among the remaining houses. Seeing this, Tang Ming could only focus his attention on the 2 rooms in front of him. After a moment's thought, he remembered the information dealer. Since there is such an NPC in the game, I should be able to get some help from him. Thinking of this, Tang Ming immediately dialed the other party's number. I want to visit the residents of 107 and 108. Do you have any information that can help me? Just state your intention when you call. Soon after paying a reward of 73 yuan, Tang Ming obtained some useful information. 1. The resident of 108 is a man. 2. The key to room 107 is in the drawer of the bedroom of resident 108. 3. Residents of 108 are at home all day and only leave between 12 a.m. and 4 a.m. 4. The residents of room 107 are a couple. 5. There are often strange noises in 107 at night. 6. The resident of room 107 is not at home from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. every day. After reading all the information, he felt that the money was worth it. Now we just have to wait until the early morning, when the residents of room 108 leave, and steal everything from his house. And by the way, see if we can get the key to room 107 as well. Soon, a simple plan formed in Tang Ming's mind. However, it was still a long way from midnight, so after thinking about it, he returned to his home in the game. There is a computer on the 2nd floor of his house. The computer in this game is different from the real computer system. It is connected to the dark web, and some contraband can be purchased through the dark web. At the same time, you can also accept some commission tasks through the dark web. One of them is stealing certain items. The prices given for these commissions are very realistic, unlike the pawn shops that would steal 90% of his profits. Soon, Tang Ming found 2 commissions related to 107 and 108 from the dark web. Commission: Photography. Location: 107, Chunjing Street. Introduction: My wife goes to the kitchen every night and stays there for a long time. Whenever I want to see what she is doing in the kitchen, she comes out immediately. I am very confused about this. She must be hiding something from me. Reward: 100. Commission: Painting. Location: 108, Chunjing Street. Introduction: There is a portrait of a woman on the wall of the living room of number 108. I need you to steal it and hand it over to me. Reward: 200. It's a pity that I don't have a camera, but I can do the 108 mission. Tang Ming felt very uncomfortable about earning 100 less. But think about it from another perspective. By the time you take a photo of the other person's wife, his family will be long gone, and he won't have the money to pay you. Is this a roundabout way to save the country? Tang Ming was a little unsure. However, he did not think about this question for too long, and continued to look through some other commissions on the black web. While wanting to gain information about the residents of Chunjing Street through these commissions, I also want to write down the valuable commission items and get them back for these employers when I have the chance. Soon it was early morning. After Tang Ming drove to a relatively secluded location on the opposite side of the road from 107 and 108, he carefully approached the 2 houses. After getting closer, he checked the surroundings vigilantly and confirmed that there was indeed no one in 108. However, when passing by kitchen 107, I did hear some strange noises. But the sound was so small that it was impossible to tell what was making it. Time was limited, so Tang Ming didn't dwell on it for too long. He arrived at the door of number 108, took out the lock-picking tools and started to pry the lock. The mortise lock is the most common lock. You need to use a special iron rod to support the lock cylinder and then try to rotate it. The first time Tang Ming used it, he was not very skilled and broke several of them in a row, but he soon found the trick. Click. He successfully opened the door. A look of joy appeared on Tang Ming's face. He no longer hesitated, walked in quickly, and then closed the door casually. A quick look inside the room revealed a lot of good stuff. TV, fridge, fan, and the paintings mentioned in the commission. So rich. Tang Ming rubbed his hands, feeling a little excited. However, he did not start moving it immediately, but first walked to the drawer where the key was stored as mentioned in the intelligence. I'm going to confirm first whether the key to room 107 is still there. If not, then you need to rearrange your plans. Actually, here. When he opened the drawer and saw that the key had not been taken away, a look of surprise flashed across Tang Ming's face. It seems that the residents of room 108 are already regular customers of room 107 next door. There is a code of conduct for thieves. I guess I helped the guy next door to vent his anger today. Tang Ming felt that it was necessary to make those who cultivated other people's land reflect on themselves. Let the other person know that staying out late at night will lead to bankruptcy. Without any hesitation, he started to scrape the ground. For this kind of person, it would be Tang Ming's professional dereliction of duty if he even left a piece of floor tile for the other party. Soon it was 4 o'clock in the morning. Tang Ming watched from a distance as the door of room 107 was opened and then closed. Then the door of room 108 was opened, closed, opened again, and closed again. This was repeated more than 10 times. The person who opened the door seemed to confirm that he had indeed come to the right place. Soon, sirens sounded in the distance. After seeing this, Tang Ming drove away contentedly. During the whole process, he was humming a little tune. He did a good thing today, so he was naturally in a good mood. Chapter 22 Return to Reality. Please read. After returning to his home in the game, Tang Ming did not rush to the pawnshop to sell the things he had just acquired. Instead, he waited until dawn and drove to the vicinity of 107 again. The male owner of this house is an honest man, and he is not even aware that he is being cuckolded. Seeing such a miserable person, Tang Ming couldn't help but feel some sympathy. So he decided to steal everything from his house and let that fickle woman see what karma and retribution meant. As for whether doing so would hurt the male host again, Tang Ming could only say sorry. After all, he was just a thief, and being able to help the other party do this was already the best he could do within the scope of his profession. I believe that after the other party knows the truth, he will understand me and say thank you to me. There is a code of conduct for thieves, and this may be referring to people like me. After witnessing the couple in room 107 leave, Tang Ming walked in openly with the key. Passerby, I feel like you are not a good person. Tang Ming, I have the key. I'm an honest man who came here to help my friend move. Just like that, without any surprise, Tang Ming quickly looted 107. Then he went to the pawn shop with a cart full of goods. He sold all the things he didn't need and sent the commissioned paintings to the clients. In the end, he earned a huge sum of more than 1,700 yuan. Adding the money he earned before, he now had a total of 2,100 yuan in his hands, which was more than enough to pay the 1,000 yuan to the mafia. There are also 17 new skill points, which can be used to upgrade stealth and other skills. Tang Ming thought of this and immediately called up the property panel. Without hesitation, he upgraded the stealth skill to level 2. Stealth level 2, unlocked. Effect. When you enter stealth, the darker the surroundings, the more difficult it is to detect your whereabouts. And as long as you are not seen directly, you will not be discovered. Stealth level 3, unlocking requires 20 skill points. Effect. When you enter stealth, the darker the surrounding area, the more difficult it is to figure out your whereabouts. Level 3 stealth has an additional effect. There is a stealth bonus in dimly lit areas, which should feel good, but the skill points required have doubled. According to this rule, won't each time double the amount of the previous time? Tang Ming feels that as this skill is upgraded, the skill points required to upgrade will be a huge number. There are 7 left. Tang Ming took a look and upgraded the lockpicking to level 2, which cost 2 skill points. The locks encountered in the future will definitely become more and more difficult, so this is a must. After thinking about it, he unlocked the agility skill as well, spending 3 points. Allow yourself to run faster and avoid being caught when you encounter the police. There are only 2 points left, and I can't choose other skills. Tang Ming muttered to himself, and then turned his attention to the computer. There is a black market in the dark web, where you can buy some things that cannot be bought outside. Crowbar, 30 pieces. Flashlight, 60 yuan. Homemade simple lock-picking tool, 20 yuan. Lock-picking tool, 70. Climbing gloves, 1200. Hacker laptop professional edition, 120,000. There were a lot of things, the most expensive of which was the professional hacker notebook, which cost as much as 120,000 yuan. The configuration must be very good, but Tang Ming can't afford it now, so he can only wait until he has money in the future. As for what he can afford now, there are only a few. After looking around, Tang Ming decided to buy a pair of climbing gloves. According to the introduction of this item, it is said that it can greatly increase the friction between the palm and the wall, and can even produce a certain degree of force on glass. The black market deliveries are fast. Just a few minutes after placing the order, his express delivery was already at his door. The climbing gloves are black in color and have a matte texture. Wearing gloves, Tang Ming placed one hand on a wall and tried to push it hard, but with his strength he was unable to move it even a little bit. This glove has a Spider-Man vibe to it. Tang Ming tried to climb up, and the cement wall was so soft that he could climb anywhere. The only drawback is that it is somewhat physically demanding. During the climbing process, you must keep your center of gravity on your hands, otherwise you may fall off the wall. However, even so, the $1,200 was well worth it. Replaced with better tools and upgraded skills, Tang Ming naturally had to verify it carefully. We immediately drove to Chunjing Street again. He had no way to attack the building before, but this time he was able to sneak into it easily. Soon, he had emptied out all the assets of another family. During this process, Tang Ming also experienced the effect of stealth upgrading to level 2. Even if the person is awake, he cannot be found as long as he does not make too much noise. In addition to this, Tang Ming also discovered that there was a white eye pattern on the top of these NPCs' heads. When he has his back to the NPCs, the eyes are closed, and when he is about to be seen by the NPCs, the pattern will gradually open. This can be said to be a very strong early warning capability. As long as he doesn't do anything stupid, it would be a fantasy for others to discover him. Hello? Tang Ming, have you collected enough money? 6 days into the game, the tipster called him. It's all ready. Tang Ming looked at his balance, which was 3,100. He had earned 2,000 in the past 2 days, so it was more than enough to pay off the loan. Well, that's good, but they're pushing for more money. So next week you have to pay 2,000 more than this week. Remember this, don't forget it, or you'll die. After the call, what Tang Ming didn't expect was that after he paid off the first installment, 2 prompts popped up in front of me. One is to let him choose a skill, and the other is to remind him that he will exit the game after choosing a skill. Please select the skills you want to take away. Stealth LV3. Effect. When you enter stealth, the darker the surrounding area, the more difficult it is to figure out your whereabouts. Lock picking level 2. Effect. When attempting to pick a lock, your chance of opening it is doubled, and you can also try to pick some complex locks. Agility LV1. Effect. Climb over obstacles faster. He used the 20 new skill points he had acquired on stealth. Now that he was in stealth mode, he could almost blend into the darkness. If you didn't look carefully, you wouldn't be able to spot him at all. The new stealth effects at the next level are also very good. Stealth LV4, 40 skill points are required to unlock. Effect. When you enter stealth, you blend into your surroundings, causing others to subconsciously ignore you. This effect is just like wearing a passive skill of a passerby. Unfortunately, there is not enough time to collect 40 skill points. Without hesitation, I chose Stealth LV3 to materialize. After making his choice, Tang Ming opened his eyes and found himself back in reality. It turns out that I can't stay here after paying off the money once. Tang Ming secretly felt sorry. He was originally planning to move into a well-off family, so it seems he can only visit them next time he enters the game. However, even though he only stayed for a week, Tang Ming was still very satisfied with the gains. Not to mention the various electrical appliances obtained from the game. Just the stealth skill alone is already a huge profit. Go out and try it out to see if it's the same as in the game. Thinking of this, Tang Ming immediately walked out of the underground parking lot impatiently. Huh? Why are there so many people here? However, as soon as he opened a gap in the cover, he discovered something was wrong. Through the gap, in the ruins outside, Tang Ming saw 7 or 8 white icons with their eyes closed moving irregularly. Are you looking for me? Chapter 23 Friends of Humanity. Is that guy named Tang Ming sure to be nearby? In an abandoned shop, Ma Tao squinted his eyes and looked around and asked a companion behind him. There's no need for those scavengers who live here to deceive us. The companion replied and then continued. I hope we can catch that guy soon. Otherwise, once the news of the bounty spreads, it will be hard to get the food. I really don't know why the green snake would spend 1,000 kilograms of food to catch a scavenger. Is there something special about him? Didn't Green Snake attack Sunchaser last week? I heard they failed. Do you think it has something to do with this, Tangming? Who cares? As long as Green Snake is willing to give me food, I can even kidnap everyone in the large survivor camp. After Ma Tao finished speaking, he turned his head again and paid attention to the situation around him. They were a temporary scavenging team of 7 people, accepting and completing commissions of all sizes issued by major survivor camps in the city is one of their main sources of food. This time, after receiving the arrest order issued by the Green Snake Legion, they came here immediately. Such a large order of 1,000 kilograms of grain might not be seen once in several years, so it naturally attracted many scavengers, and they were just one of them. However, most scavengers choose to ambush in subway tunnels. After all, it is safer inside than in the outside world. But the risk is proportional to the reward. Instead of sitting back and waiting for the prey to come to you, it is better to take the initiative. Aren't you afraid of guns? As long as we find Tangming's hiding place, we can go in and set up some traps when he's out and wait for him to come back. Then he will be at our mercy, right? Ma Tao said this, but after he finished speaking, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. The voice that just asked me the question seemed a little strange. Realizing this, his pupils suddenly contracted. Without much thought, he almost subconsciously wanted to escape from here. But the next moment, a cold object was placed on his neck. Looking down, I saw an axe that was stained with either red paint or blood. When? At this moment, his eyes were full of confusion, and he had already guessed who was behind it. But it was obvious that the way Tangming appeared silently behind him still made him unable to understand for a moment. Don't get excited. Let's talk it over. However, even though he didn't understand, his instinct for survival still made him make the most correct decision at the first moment. That is to throw away the weapon in your hand and then raise your hands to prove that you are harmless. His action did make Tangming retract the axe, but what he got in return was the sound of a pistol being loaded. Ma Tao felt like crying at this moment and quickly explained. Brother, we just want to capture you, not really kill you. The bounty issued by Green Snake is the same. If we kill you, we won't get any food. After hearing what Ma Tao said, Tangming thought for a moment and said, Tell me, what's the matter with the Green Snake's bounty on me? Who issued it? After saying this, he also sat on a collapsed stone pillar behind him. Upon hearing this, Ma Tao quickly turned around and glanced at his companion who was lying in a pool of blood, not knowing whether he was dead or alive. He was horrified and did not dare to hide anything, so he immediately told all the information he knew. Venomous Snake Su? Hearing this name, Tangming frowned. When he went to the trading market yesterday, he heard others talking about it. It seemed that the operation to encircle and suppress Jury was commanded by the other party. He is a ruthless person who kills without blinking an eye. The other party is now offering a reward, obviously knowing that he rescued Xiaji. Is there a traitor in Jury? Tiske, what bad luck. When Tangming thought of this, he uttered a sigh of relief. No wonder someone came up to him just after he left the store. I feel like Xiaji, and I must have conflicting horoscopes. How else to explain why everything was fine before, but after meeting him, it seems like bad luck keeps happening. It seems that next time I see him, I have to change my fate. Tangming rubbed the trigger of the pistol with his index finger, and many dark thoughts popped up in his mind. However, his action frightened Ma Tao. Without any hesitation, he knelt down to Tangming. Brother, don't think that I'm with that guy. In fact, we've only known each other for less than 10 hours. We're really not familiar with each other. Besides the 2 of us, there are 5 other people around here who want to take advantage of you. I know where they are. If you want to go, I'll take you there right now. Can you act a little more rebellious, so that I won't feel guilty when I kill? Looking at Ma Tao, who had a strong desire to survive, Tangming tried to persuade him. This man must have backbone. If this backbone is gone, woof. It is said that dogs are friends of mankind. So after hearing this cry, Tangming finally did not have the heart to kill this human friend. Brother Ming, you are my real brother from now on. Really. If anyone dares to say something bad about you in the future, I will be the first to disagree. Crack. When Ma Tao saw Tangming reloading his pistol, he immediately shut up. Tangming didn't want to pay any more attention to this shameless guy, so he asked Ma Tao to hand over all his weapons. After leaving him a few days' food, he turned around and sneaked in the direction of the other ambushers. Since he decided not to kill the other party, he didn't do anything too drastic. As the saying goes, Leave a way out for each other so that you can meet again in the future. This time I lost a lot. Ma Tao watched Tang Ming disappear from his sight, and the smile on his face suddenly fell, turning into a sighing look. He looked down at the only pair of shorts left on his body and sighed. Forget it. It's better to be able to save a life than to die. Thinking of this, he walked directly towards the subway entrance, as if he wanted to leave this place that brought him sadness as soon as possible. And just when he completely disappeared in the distance, Tang Ming's figure suddenly appeared again where he had stood before. It seems that he is indeed not familiar with those people, and he has no intention of seeking revenge on me. Tang Ming took back the pistol. In fact, he had already dealt with the other 5 people. He did not kill Ma Tao directly, but just wanted to ask some questions. If Ma Tao wanted to take revenge on him, he would not show mercy. But fortunately, this person really knows how to deal with the times. But I just said we should kill fewer people. Tang Ming looked at the blood on the fire axe and felt a little depressed. But the reality is that you can't do whatever you want. In addition, his house also needs to move. It's no longer safe to be known by so many people. The culprit behind all this? Venomous Snake Su Tu, I will remember you. Tang Ming gritted his teeth, took out a small notebook and started recording. Life in the Wasteland, Year 2, 6th month, Day 19, rewarded by Green Snake Corps Leader, Venomous Snake Su Tu, Lost Base, Danger Level. After writing this, Tang Ming thought about it and felt that it seemed difficult to take revenge, so he wrote the words, extremely dangerous. Wait for me. Although Tang Ming is not a person who holds grudges, no one can tolerate a situation where someone is shitting on his head. Chapter 24. Still impulsive. 1 hour later. Looking at the green snake soldiers patrolling in the distance, Tang Ming fell into deep thought. Think about why you were here. Oh, I was thinking at that time that if the bounty was not withdrawn, I would continue to have troubles after moving, unless I never came to the trading market and lived a hidden life. But if he doesn't come to the trading market, where can he find new games? Since the problem can't be solved, then get rid of the person who created the problem. Tang Ming nodded, thinking that the logic was correct. Therefore, the plan now was to sneak in and kill Su Tu, who had put a bounty on him, and then create some chaos to divert Green Snake's attention away from himself and onto this. Thinking of this, he looked forward. There were 2 people patrolling the intersection, and in the small subway tunnel, their vision was enough to cover all the blind spots around. So it's not realistic to just walk in like this. It seems we need to create some noise to lure them away. Tang Ming looked at his game backpack, searched for a while, and took out a recorder he brought from the thief world. This one is battery-powered, so it can be used here as well. After recording some strange sounds, he threw it far away and played it. After doing all this, he put on his climbing gloves, quickly climbed to the top of the tunnel, and began to wait patiently. Tap, tap, tap. Soon the sound from the recorder attracted 2 patrolling soldiers. The 2 of them were holding rifles, and when they saw that the sound was coming from the tape recorder on the ground, they all showed puzzled expressions on their faces. He raised his gun and looked around vigilantly. Seeing nothing unusual, he picked up the recorder and turned it off. Give this to the captain when we get back. After a brief exchange, the 2 returned to their previous positions. At this time, Tang Ming had already taken advantage of this gap and sneaked into the Green Snake Legion. He glanced around and found many pairs of eyes in the dark. It seemed that the Green Snake's people were still quite vigilant, but with the stealth skills he had just acquired, these hidden people had nowhere to hide. He easily slipped through the blind spot of these people's sight. We arrived at the center of the camp. This place has been transformed into an extremely complicated one by the Green Snake Legion, and the original 1-story space has been transformed into 2 floors. It is divided into many small rooms for people to live in. Tang Ming strolled around below and found that the 2 floors below were inhabited by ordinary Green Snake members. Is it up there? Anyone who has taken the subway knows that subway stations are generally divided into 2 floors. One is the waiting hall, and the other is the ticket hall. Some large stations with multiple lines may have more floors. The site occupied by the Green Snake Legion is a large site with 3 floors. After searching the lowest floor without success, Tang Ming went to the upper floor. The environment on this floor is obviously much better than the one below, and no renovation was carried out to increase the number of floors. It should be here, right? Tang Ming hid in the corner. After looking around, he decided to find someone to ask first. After all, he didn't know that poisonous snake Su Tu. Thinking of this, Tang Ming sneaked into a room, and when he came out, he was dressed like an ordinary Green Snake soldier. Then he walked out with a swagger, and those who didn't know would really think he was a member of the Green Snake. I have something I want to report to Captain Su Tuesday. Where is he now? After walking around, Tang Ming found a green snake soldier who didn't look that smart, and he walked up to him and asked. The man was stunned for a moment, then pointed in a direction. Captain Su Tu should be in the training ground now. Obviously, he had no doubts about Tang Ming's identity. After all, there are layers of guards outside, and only Tang Ming could sneak in without being discovered. You can try it with someone else. It's guaranteed to turn into a hornet's nest in a second. Following the instructions of the kind-hearted person, Tang Ming soon arrived at the so-called training ground. The door was closed, and there was a sign saying it was in use. Tang Ming looked around and saw that no one was paying attention to him, so he walked straight up. Bang! Crack! Su Tu, who was wrapped in bandages and wearing a gas mask, punched the bloody man in front of him and broke his sternum. Too weak. Seeing it twitching on the ground for a while and then becoming silent, Su Tu felt a little disappointed. These scavengers are really too fragile. Such physical fitness is simply unable to withstand his power. Thinking of this, Su Tu wanted to pick up the walkie-talkie and ask his men to bring another scavenger over. However, just as he picked up the intercom, he noticed something strange and turned his head to look at the door. The door was still closed, no different from before. Illusion. Wrong. Su Tu seemed to sense something and took a step forward to leave his original position. However, just as he took a step forward, his vision suddenly blurred and a steel bar inexplicably appeared in front of him, blocking his way forward. Bang! Boom! The crisp and dull sounds rang out almost at the same time. Listening to the sound is a good idea. Su Tu's impromptu reaction saved him from being shot in the head, and his head was only hit by the steel bar. But what if you avoid being shot in the head? If you get hit like that, you'll be in trouble. As expected of you, the commander of the army. Your reaction is indeed fast, but I am still better. After all, I didn't expect that I would come and kill you right now. In a dim corner of the training ground, Tang Ming sighed when he saw this scene. However, he soon discovered that something seemed wrong. The eye pattern on Su Tu's head did not disappear. Instead, it turned into two. What's going on? Has he been beaten into schizophrenia? This time he was confused. Seeing one of the eyes looking towards him, Tang Ming quickly dodged, and then an idea came to his mind. Suddenly, 7 or 8 steel bars appeared out of thin air above Su Tu's corpse. Like rain, it fell on Su Tu continuously. If it were a normal person, he would have been turned into a meat paste after being attacked like this. However, the number of eyes on Su Tu's head only decreased from 2 to 1. Tang Ming felt a little creepy when he saw it. You won't die even if you do this? Who on earth is this Su Tu? At this time, Tang Ming also became ruthless. The steel bars that appeared disappeared instantly and then reappeared. He whipped the corpse 5 or 6 times until the eye mark disappeared, and then he stopped. The Green Snake Army has actually already developed genetic medicine? Looking at the mess on the ground over there, Tang Ming frowned. Otherwise, it is impossible to explain the abnormal situation that happened to Su Tuesday. If an ordinary person was attacked to this extent, he would have died long ago. Not only was the other party not dead, he also had the energy to look for me. If that's true, then they have a motive for attacking Jury. After all, Jury wants to share the genetic medicine. If all forces have control of the genetic medicine, then their Green Snake Legion's advantage will be gone. This gave Tang Ming some other ideas. After all, since you are here, it would be a bit unreasonable not to bring some local specialties back. And this isn't called stealing. I'm just here to get compensation for the damage the Green Snake has done to me. Tang Ming feels that he has a moral bottom line, although this bottom line is a bit low. Without wasting any more time, he waved his hand to retract all the steel bars and then disappeared into the shadows. Chapter 25. Fortunately, I am careful and cautious enough. Click. The door of the training ground was opened and then closed, leaving only dead silence and a pool of flesh and blood barely wrapped in bandages. Shortly after the door closed, the pool of blood and flesh underwent a strange change. The bandages quickly entangled with each other like live snakes. Soon Su Tu's body was rewoven. However, compared to the beginning, his appearance at this moment undoubtedly looked quite embarrassed. Not only were the bandages all over his body completely stained with blood, but the previously intact gas mask was also completely shattered. Who could it be? After regaining control of his body, Su Tu looked towards the door. The murderous intent in his eyes was unstoppable, and the anger in his heart needed to be vented. After all, being attacked for no apparent reason and having your corpse whipped repeatedly is something no one can bear. Especially this body of his, it was not easy to find one that could match him. Su Tu's eyes darkened, and he immediately prepared to order people to seal off the entire camp. The person who attacked him was obviously in the room just now and definitely has not left the camp yet. He wants to catch him and cut him into pieces. The prophet also needs to be told about the ability to create steel bars out of thin air, as it may pose a threat to their existence. Don't let me catch you, or I'll make you regret coming into this world. However, just as this thought came to his mind, he suddenly felt a darkness above his head. He looked up subconsciously and saw that the disappeared steel bar had appeared above him again. Even though he was wearing a mask on his face, one could still feel the shock in his heart. Boom, boom, boom. However, before he could react, raindrops formed by steel bars fell on him again. He's not dead after all. In the darkness, Tang Ming squinted his eyes and watched all this, then he let out a long sigh. If he hadn't been careful enough, he would have been fooled by this guy. However, this ability to be resurrected after being turned into mud, Tang Ming thought about it, and suddenly a barrel of gasoline appeared out of thin air. By the time he actually left, the entire training ground was engulfed in flames. If you don't die like this, then if he can't afford to offend, can't he just hide away? Anyway, Su-Tu didn't know who he was. Quick, the training ground is on fire. Put it out. Captain Su-Tu seems to be still inside. Damn it, the fire is too big. Someone go and call Captain Lin Han and the others over. The spread of the fire was immediately noticed by the surrounding Green Snake members. The originally disciplined atmosphere was now a little chaotic. Seeing more and more people coming, Tang Ming turned around and left, ready to look for possible genetic medicine. Su-Tu's vitality really made him envious. Not long after he left, the fire was quickly brought under control thanks to the efforts of the Green Snake soldiers who kept arriving and then gradually went out. Haha, let me see how Viper is doing. Is he dead? After the fire was extinguished, 2 Legion commanders who had the same status as Su-Tu in the Green Snake Legion came over. The one who spoke was Wu Buxiao, codenamed 5-Step Snake, who always had a smile on his face. The other is Lin Han, codenamed Han Snake, a man with long hair. Like Su-Tu, they also had bandages wrapped around their bodies, but Wu Buxiao's face was covered in bandages and he was not wearing a mask, leaving only his mouth and eyes exposed. Lin Han had a metal mask on his face without any decoration. Reporting to Captain Wu Buxiao, we only found a charred body. After preliminary assessment, it was the scavenger that Captain Su-Tu had called in earlier. We haven't found any trace of Captain Su-Tu yet. A soldier who had already investigated the scene immediately reported. TSK, how pitiful venomous snake. I didn't expect that there would be nothing left of you. Ha ha ha. You made me laugh to death. After Wu Buxiao finished speaking, he started laughing again. The surrounding soldiers have also become accustomed to their somewhat neurotic captain. Because no matter what happens, the other person will laugh, and the amplitude is very exaggerated. Add more personnel to the exits. The arsonist should not have left yet. Lin Han spoke at this time, and after he finished speaking, he looked at the soldiers who were still standing there. You guys go on patrol too, and make sure to find the person who attacked the venomous snake. Yes. Upon receiving the order, the soldiers immediately dispersed, and soon only Lin Han and Wu Buxiao were left there. Tell me, Viper, who was that fellow who attacked you? After seeing that all the soldiers around him had left, Lin Han asked in a cold voice to the air in front of him. It was as if the poisonous snake was not dead and was standing in front of him. Really? Venomous snake, when did you become so lame? Ha ha ha, you didn't even notice the person who attacked you. You really want to make me laugh to death. Wu Buxiao laughed again as if he had heard something funny. 5 steps. Lin Han frowned. If you continue like this, you will most likely lose control. Don't let this body affect you. But it's really funny, Hanshi. Okay, I get it. Wu Buxiao wanted to laugh more after he finished speaking, but after feeling 2 pairs of eyes staring at him, he could only reach out and use his fingers to press down the corners of his mouth that were constantly rising. However, looking at his constantly trembling body, it was obvious that he was having a hard time holding it in. After Wu Buxiao calmed down, Lin Han looked again at the venomous snake in front of him that only they could see. There is no body you can use at the moment, so you will stay with the prophet for the time being. The guy who attacked you has extraordinary strength. Lin Han frowned. Could this be Juri's revenge? Do you need me to kill them all to avenge you? Hearing this, Wu Buxiao spoke with a slightly teasing tone. Ha ha ha, okay, you solve it yourself. Lin Han frowned, thought for a moment and said, didn't we control those 3 people before? Let's ask them first. My intuition tells me that this is not something that Juri and his group can do. They are not that bold yet. Is that so? Then I'll go talk to that prophet right now, Wu Buxiao said, and stretched out his hand towards the air. Let's go, Viper. Don't be so helpless and furious here. In your current state, even if you find the person who attacked you, you won't be able to get to him. Haha, you can't get to him. Ha ha ha. I can't take it anymore. I really can't take it anymore. I'm going to die of laughter. This guy. Looking at Wu Buxiao leaving, Lin Han shook his head. Forget it. Let's find the guy who attacked the venomous snake first. This ability that threatens them must be figured out, and even if it cannot be figured out, it must be strangled. There cannot be any such variables in the follow-up plan they are about to implement. On the other side, Lin Han wants to arrest Tang Ming. At this moment, we are facing a very serious problem. Which way should I go? Looking at the 6 forks in the road ahead, Tang Ming fell into deep thought. To be honest, he felt that these green snakes were simply sick in the brain. They built the road so complicated that it was not friendly at all to people like him who were visiting for the first time. And is it really that difficult to put up a sign? Aren't they really afraid that their people will get lost? Fuck. Where is the warehouse? Tang Ming was a little annoyed. This rubbish design made him not know which way to go. Quick, this way, Captain Lin Han said that every road must be patrolled. Just then, the voice of the green snake soldiers came from behind. Chapter 26. Stranger, please collect. Trouble. Hearing the footsteps getting closer from behind, Tang Ming looked troubled. If there really was a patrolman on every road, it would undoubtedly become extremely difficult for him to escape. What now? Tang Ming frowned. If there are green snakes on every road, he will most likely be exposed if he continues. As he was thinking this, he suddenly noticed the electric light above his head emitting a dim yellow glow. The effect of stealth level 3 is that there will be a special stealth bonus when in darkness. If he could cut off the electricity to these guys, his escape would undoubtedly be much easier. The direction of the power supply is easy to find. Just cut the wire and see which side has electricity. So Tang Ming didn't spend too much effort to find the generator located on the side of the Green Snake Legion. I don't know if everyone has gone to look for him. The guarding here is quite lax. Only one person. Tang Ming naturally avoided the other party's sight easily and entered the power room. Looking at the huge generator in the room, although he was a little envious, he still had an idea and took out all the seawater in the game backpack and poured it on it. If it was just simple damage, the green snake should be able to repair it quickly, but pouring seawater would be a different story. It can directly cause it to be permanently scrapped. Sizzle. Just as Tang Ming expected, a large amount of sparks and white smoke suddenly appeared on the generator after the seawater was poured on it. The lights of the entire green snake base flickered several times at this time, and then it fell into complete darkness. Damn it, that guy destroyed the generator. Hurry, let's go. Don't let that guy get away. The sudden darkness plunged the entire green snake into a brief chaos, but under Lin Han's command, the chaos was quickly stopped. The green snake soldiers also rushed towards the power room with torches or flashlights in their hands. However, these light sources are still not as bright as electric lights. So much so that Tang Ming sneaked into the team and no one noticed. Brother, do you think that guy's target is the warehouse? Should we go over and take a look? This shouldn't be possible. The lock of the warehouse was moved from a bank by the captains. It's a door that even a bomb can't blow down. Only a few captains know the password. I see. It seems that this is indeed impossible. But I think what you said makes sense. Why don't we go and see? Where are the people? The green snake soldier who answered turned around and looked at the brother who asked him the question. But when he turned around, he found that there was not even a ghost behind him. Is there a ghost? He swallowed his saliva and stumbled towards the direction of the main force, not daring to act alone. Tang Ming frowned as he watched the kind-hearted person who answered his questions leave. If it's a safe door like the one in a bank, I'd probably have to upgrade my lock-picking skill to level 4 or above before I could open it. Forget it, just leave like this. Thinking of this, Tang Ming began to sneak towards the exit of the green snake camp, preparing to leave. Where is it? However, during this process, he suddenly discovered a special area. There were 5 green snake soldiers guarding the door with guns. It was such a mess outside, but they didn't move. Obviously, there was a high probability that there were good things inside. After thinking for a moment, I felt that it wouldn't take too long to go in and take a look. Tang Ming sneaked over. He sneaked in very easily without attracting the attention of the 5 soldiers. Is this a prison? Looking at the narrow rooms divided by iron fences, a look of surprise flashed across Tang Ming's face. Walking all the way to the end, Tang Ming discovered that almost every room in the prison was occupied by someone. Why did Green Snake capture so many scavengers and lock them up here? Judging from the complexions of these people, the food should be pretty good. Green Snake did not abuse these people, but this is really illogical. After all, food is the most precious strategic resource in the Wasteland. Could it be that the Green Snake is actually a good person? Thinking of the brutal killing method of the venomous snake Su Tu, Tang Ming felt that he was a good person and he only killed those who wanted to attack him. That means the Green Snake has other uses for these scavengers. Tang Ming looked at the scavenger in the cage. For example, doing some human experiments or something. After all, a weak body cannot withstand the torture. After touring the prison and finding nothing, he prepared to leave. The scavengers in the prison had nothing to do with him, so he naturally wouldn't think of rescuing them. Although rescuing these people could cause greater trouble to Green Snake, it might also expose his existence. If Green Snake knew that all this was done by him, he would probably be so angry that he would raise the rocket launcher and point it at his face. Tang Ming felt that it would be better for him to be more cautious. "Brother outside, can you wait a moment?" However, just as Tang Ming was about to leave, a man's voice came from the cell next to him. The man spoke in a very low voice, and if you were any further away you would definitely not be able to hear it. So you can be sure that the other person is indeed talking to you. Exposed? Thinking of this, Tang Ming looked towards the cell next to him vigilantly. There were two men locked up inside. One was a teenager and the other was older. They looked somewhat similar, so they must be brothers. At this moment, the older brother of the two was looking straight at him. Obviously, he had seen through his sneak attack. But in the dark cell, how did the other party find me? You should know that his stealth skills have special bonuses in the dark. Want to silence him? There was a dangerous gleam in Tang Ming's eyes. Hey, calm down. I have no hostility. Guo Sha sensed Tang Ming's murderous intent, raised his hand, and spoke quickly. It's like this, we want you to rescue us. As a reward, I can tell you a secret. Secret? Tang Ming frowned, thought for a moment, then turned around and left without hesitation. According to the plot of general novels, after knowing a secret, he will go exploring and then encounter danger. So secrets equal danger, and no secrets equal no danger. Seeing Tang Ming's decisiveness, Guo Sha was stunned for a moment, and then quickly said, "The leaders of the Green Snake Legion all possess an abnormal supernatural power. Don't you want to know where their power comes from?" Tang Ming turned around and went back to the cell door. "My waist was a little sore just now, but it feels much better now after moving around. Don't worry about me, just continue." Guo Sha opened his mouth, but ultimately failed to spit out any complaints. He could only explain, "My brother Guoqiu and I are actually from the outside world. We are not from your city. For some special reason, my eyes can see the heat emitted by living things, so I discovered you at the first moment." In order to dispel Tang Ming's doubts, he also told him some of his own secrets. Built-in thermal imaging? Hearing this, Tang Ming raised his eyebrows. No wonder his stealth was useless against Guo Sha. After all, no matter how stealthy his figure was, he couldn't hide the temperature of his body. Thinking of this, he looked carefully at Guo Sha's eyes, and indeed found that the other's eyes were very different from those of ordinary people. They emitted a faint green light, which felt similar to the genetic medicine. Did the Green Snake give you the ability to see? Chapter 27. You scumbag. You bastard. Come back and take responsibility. No, my eyes have nothing to do with the Green Snake. Guo Sha shook his head. There is an organ in the mutant organisms that emits green light. I wonder if you know about it. I accidentally got the juice in my eyes one time, and that's when I accidentally gained this ability. This should be dangerous, right? Tang Ming did not believe what Guo Sha said. If genes were really that easy to evolve, during such a long period of time since the cataclysm, there would always be one or two lucky people who would appear. However, he had lived here for so long but had not heard any news about the evolvers. The only time was when I encountered Xiaji not long ago. But that is just a genetic medicine that has not yet been completed. It is unknown how long it will take to research it before it can be truly put into use. It's very dangerous. The survival rate is less than 1 in 1,000. I'm just lucky. Guo Sha heard the distrust in Tang Ming's tone and explained again. Only 1 in 1,000? Tang Ming felt that Guo Sha's words were mostly false and partly true. The light organ effect may be real, but the actual situation is, you deliberately said the probability is so low. Don't you want to tell me the details of this? Tang Ming saw Guo Sha's intention, but did not show it. Instead, he showed a slightly disappointed expression and asked, "What about the Green Snake's ability?" Don't tell me it uses this method. With a 1 in 1,000 chance, wouldn't it take 8,000 lives for the 8 Legion commanders to be trained? The total population of this city is only over 10,000. Guo did not answer Tang Ming's question immediately, but said, I will tell you the answer to this question after you rescue us. Don't say? Then, I'm leaving? Tang Ming pointed outside and asked Guo. Guo was silent. He had met many people in the Wasteland, but this was the first time he met someone like Tang Ming. He really has no moral integrity at all. But now he had no other choice. After taking a deep breath, he asked, I wonder if you've ever left here? I'm talking about this city. No, what's wrong? Is it different here than outside? After hearing what Guo said, Tang Ming crossed his arms. He wanted to see what the other party was going to say. It is indeed different. Guo thought about how to describe it. Compared to the outside world, your place is like a paradise. There are too few mutant creatures here. I've been to many places, but this is the first time I've come across a place with so few mutant creatures like yours. Is this not enough? Tang Ming didn't believe it. You can tell by just looking at the records in his little notebook. He is chased and crushed by mutant creatures every other day. If this is considered a small amount, then how do people outside survive? Outside, you're not safe even if you hide, but in this city, you can even walk on the streets openly. Seeing that Tang Ming didn't believe it, Guo compared the conditions in the two places. Are you going to say that this has something to do with the green snake? Upon hearing this, Tang Ming did not argue with the other party about this matter, but asked, It is indeed related to them. Guo nodded. When my brother and I came here and found this abnormal place, we began to investigate the cause of this situation. Then I discovered that there was a special force surrounding your city. Whenever mutant creatures tried to enter, this invisible force would drive them in other directions. In the end, the number of mutants that were able to actually enter the city was less than 1/5 of the original number. After my investigation, I found that this power reaches its peak whenever someone from the Green Snake Legion enters that area. During this period, almost no mutant creatures can break into the city. You don't mean to say that the Green Snake Army is silently guarding the city in secret? If you keep talking nonsense, I'll leave. Tang Ming didn't want to listen to any long speeches, he just wanted to hear the main points, so he immediately made a gesture to leave. Wait, listen to me. Seeing that Tang Ming seemed to really intend to leave, Guo quickly condensed what he was going to say into one sentence. We saw the Green Snake Army performing a human sacrifice in that area. This sacrifice seemed to give them extraordinary powers, but the probability of failure was very high. The power that escaped after the failure happened to help you disperse the mutant creatures that wanted to enter the city. Sacrifice? Tang Ming was stunned for a moment. Wasn't the world he traveled to the scientific side? How did it become the mysterious side? So you were trying to prove it now? To confirm that the Green Snake Army is really performing a sacrifice? So you came here in person to be the sacrifice? Tang Ming only believed the first half of what Guo said. It's not that I don't believe in ghosts and gods. After all, things like time travel have happened. Instead, I feel that the theory of sacrifice in the second half is just a guess based on Guo's personal experience and is not very credible. How does the saying go? A glimpse of the leopard in the cage can give us a rough idea. The true situation of the matter may be very different from what you subconsciously believe. It shouldn't be wrong. You may not know that after the catastrophe, many things that cannot be explained by common sense have occurred in this world, such as? Feeling Tang Ming's gaze, Guo swallowed back what he was about to say. Well, I'm not sure either. The two of them were captured because they fainted for some reason while watching the Green Snake Legion holding a sacrifice. When they woke up, they were taken to the camp by the Green Snake Legion. They were not particularly clear about what happened afterwards. That's it. Tang Ming didn't want to waste any more time. After knowing how the commanders of the Green Snake Legion obtained their extraordinary powers, he didn't plan to waste any more time here. Planning to go check it out in a while. What you hear is not as true as what Guo said. We have to wait and see it in person to know whether it is true or not. As for Guo and the other two in the cell in front of them, Tang Ming still has principles, and he will not go back on his word when he has promised others something. Did he promise to release them? Tang Ming touched his chin. It seems that it was not mentioned. So what is it? Thinking of this, Tang Ming looked at Guo in the cell, pointed his finger at his face and asked, Can you see what I look like? Why are you asking that? Guo was a little confused. We can keep in touch after we get out. I want to know more about what's going on outside. No, it's too dark here. If you want to contact us later, we can agree on a place and meet there. Guo said this after hearing Tang Ming's explanation. At the same time, he also wanted to get to know Tang Ming better, because he also discovered that Tang Ming seemed to have some special abilities. That's fine. Tang Ming didn't care what Guo was thinking. He turned around decisively after knowing that the other party couldn't see his face clearly. He disappeared outside the cell almost instantly. Question mark. Only Guo was left in the cage with a confused look on his face. He stared at the empty corridor with wide eyes, and it took him a long time to come back to his senses. His mood at this moment was extremely complicated. Only those two words can describe it. What the hell? Oh shit. WDF. WDF. Chapter 28. Choose a new address www._____.com. Seeing that Tang Ming had no intention of coming back, Guo entire face turned dark. Now I understood why the other party asked me if I could see my appearance clearly. Love is about not wanting to be responsible. How can there be such a person? Guo gritted his teeth. If possible, he wanted to beat Tang Ming up. Brother, what should we do now? At this time, Guo, who had been listening to the conversation between the two silently in the back, suddenly asked. Forget it, let's find a chance to go out later. And I feel that in the forest where we fell unconscious, there is what we are looking for. Maybe being used as a sacrifice is not a bad thing. Brother, what do you think? Why don't we tell the green snakes the real situation? I think they are pretty good to their own people. After we know the real source of their power, they might let us join. I feel it's too dangerous to be a sacrifice. Guo asked hesitantly. He still vividly remembers the tragic condition of those sacrifices. And after getting to know them for so many days, he felt that the Green Snake Legion was actually quite good. He has strict discipline and his own ideas. Although he is a little cruel to outsiders, he is really good to his own people. If you were the leader, would you let someone you didn't know join you? Do you remember what we saw in the last city? Guo felt that his brother's idea was very dangerous. When Guo heard Guo's words, he seemed to recall something terrible. His face turned pale and he stopped talking. But it was obvious that he seemed to be struggling with something. However, because the cell was too dark, Guo did not notice this. He was still thinking about how to escape. If possible, he didn't want to appear in the forest as a sacrifice. As he thought about it, his eyes subconsciously fell on the place where Tang Ming had just stood. There seemed to be something lying there. This is... He squatted down, picked up the thing, and was surprised to find that it was actually a simple lockpick. Obviously, it was left behind when Tang Ming left. It's not too bad. Guo breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't free stuff, he could accept it. The resentment towards Tang Ming in my heart also diminished a little. Thinking of this, he immediately began to try to unlock the door. Soon there was a click sound. The lockpick is broken? Looking at the lockpick that was only half its length left in his hand, Guo's hands began to tremble. I don't know whether I was angry, or was angry, or was angry. Anyway, it must be very touching. Outside, Tang Ming sighed as he left the cell. He is still too kind. He could have just left without doing anything, but it still gave them a little hope. As for whether this hope will make people even more heartbroken after it is shattered, can hope still be shattered? However, after knowing the source of the venomous snake's power, he did not stay here any longer. I randomly picked up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11 guns. Damn, they were too heavy to lift. Never mind. Tang Ming unloaded the magazines of the 10 rifles reluctantly and then ran away. Although they were almost discovered by the Green Snake's people several times during this process, they were able to escape danger in the end. Looking at the bustling Green Snake camp behind him, Tang Ming wiped the sweat from his forehead. This trip seems easy, but it is actually extremely thrilling. If you make a mistake once, you will die on the spot. I was a little too impulsive this time. Tang Ming began to reflect on himself. However, after reflection, Tang Ming found out that it was all Su Tu's fault. If he hadn't offered a reward to him, how could so many things have happened? Fortunately, I was decisive enough. However, thinking that he had already destroyed the body, Tang Ming temporarily let go of the hatred. After getting away from the Green Snake camp, he decisively took out his pickup truck and hurried on, and soon returned to the station in his area. Is it evening already? Tang Ming took a look at the thick darkness outside and the various roars that could be heard faintly. He finally chose to wait until dawn to go back. The dangers of the night are no joke. The night demons that had nearly wiped them out before now appeared in groups at night. Going out now would be tantamount to suicide. After making the decision, he took out the small notebook in his arms. Turn to the latest record page. Life in the Wasteland, Year 2, 6th month, Day 19. Bonded by the Green Snake Army Leader, Venomous Snake Su2. Lost base, danger level, extremely dangerous. Looks miserable but doesn't know whether to live or die. Slightly cool. I originally wanted to write dead, but when I thought of the other party's outrageous recovery ability, I crossed it out and changed it. I felt that this was more rigorous. If he is really dead, it won't be too late to change it back after confirmation. After putting away the small notebook, Tang Ming began to check the losses and gains of this time. Lost were a tape recorder, dozens of kilograms of seawater, and a homemade simple lockpick. Gained some information about Green Snake, a rifle and 11 magazines. The magazine could hold up to 20 rounds of bullets, but none of the ones in his hand were full. On average, each magazine contains only about 10 bullets, which means a total of more than 100 bullets. Not bad, not bad. He was a contented man. Although he felt a little sad that he didn't bring back the 10 rifles, he was still quite satisfied. After doing all this, he didn't know what to do for a moment. It is impossible to sleep. This is not home. We may be attacked by mutant creatures at any time. Tang Ming thought about it, and suddenly remembered that there seemed to be a map of the entire city in the subway station. I started looking for it immediately. As mentioned before, he was planning to move, so he wanted to find a better location. It's just right to use the map to take a look first. It would be best if it is farther away from the city center. He didn't want to be approached like this again. The map in the subway station is not difficult to find. It is on a wall. It is sealed behind a huge piece of glass and is well preserved. You just need to use something to wipe off the dust on the glass, and you can see the original appearance of the entire city map. Let me see. I'm now in the second ring. The city he lives in has a classic ring structure. There are 3 rings in total. The central ring has the smallest area, but also has the most high-rise buildings, making it very easy to obtain resources. The outermost 3 rings have the largest area, and the distances between buildings are also the largest, so it will be relatively more difficult to obtain resources. And beyond the 3rd ring road are mountains. It was at this time that Tang Ming discovered that the city he was in was actually a basin surrounded by mountains. After looking at the map of the city's outskirts for a few more times, he retracted his gaze and looked back at the center of the map. Big forces in the city like Sunchaser and Green Snake Legion are within the 1st ring. His current location is between the 2nd ring and the 1st ring, not far from these major forces. The reason we chose to settle here was because it is close to the trading market. But in this case, it is better to choose a place further away. Thinking of this, Tang Ming looked at the map, and his sight finally stopped at a location at the outermost edge of the 3rd ring. Chapter 29, Green Snake Meeting. The place where Tang Ming's eyes fell was a park. In the north of the city, the area is very large, and there is an artificial lake in the center. It's a good piece of land. If we want to develop it in the future, it will be much easier than in the city. Of course, this is just one of Tang Ming's goals. Whether it is suitable to settle down here or not, he still needs to go and investigate it himself. He selected a few good locations and waited until dawn before returning home. After eating something, he turned on the computer directly and entered the game world of Corruption Simulator. I plan to use the time difference between the game world and reality to take a break. After all, I was busy all day yesterday and I am really tired. After entering the game, Tang Ming found that the place he appeared in this time was different from the last time he entered Corruption Simulator. The 2 isolated islands standing on the sea are slightly larger than before. This time the vehicle was changed from a car to a fire truck. When Tang Ming saw the red fire truck, his eyes lit up, especially the fire ladder at the back. With this thing, he could explore places that he could not explore before. Hello, designer, please help me design a bridge that can lead to the other side. The Mediterranean Sea opens. It's the same process, but the money given is much more than the previous level. A total of 11,000 yuan. Tang Ming didn't hesitate and took the cash box directly. Then he found a place covered with green grass and lay down, ready to wake up and think about how to pass the 2nd level. At the same time, Green Snake Legion camp, located in the fortress on the ground level. At this moment, 7 of the 9 seats in the conference room were already occupied. Jean Lin, let me tell you, this guy Venomous Snake, haha. Haha, Hyman, you just came back and I told you. Inhuan, you don't know how funny venomous snakes are. They are simply 5 steps. Just shut up. Lin Han looked at Wu Buxiao, who had not stopped talking since entering the meeting room, and scolded him. Sorry, cold snake. I'll try my best, haha. Wu Buxiao returned to his seat with a smile on his face. After seeing Wu Buxiao finally calm down, Lin Han looked at the 5 people who had just returned. The situation is not as exaggerated as Wu Bu said, but it's almost the same. Is it done daily? The one who spoke was Hyman. He was covered in a black robe. The shadow of the hood of the robe completely obscured his face, making him look a little gloomy. No, I just received news from them. The genetic medicine developed by Juri can only slightly improve people's physical fitness. It is not the same as the one that attacked the venomous snake. Those are people from other forces. I said a long time ago that we should kill all of them. Otherwise, why are there so many problems now? The one who spoke this time was Jean Lin. She was the only female among the 7 people present. She had a very sexy figure, but her whole body was also wrapped in bandages. Golden Scale is right? Inhuan nodded. He looked like a little boy of 7 or 8 years old, and his voice was also that of a child. The remaining 2 Legion commanders who had not spoken yet were the fat anaconda and another female kiss tip. The anaconda was constantly eating and had no time to speak. The tip of his mouth looked lazy, and the bandages wrapped around his body were loose. Through the gaps, one could see some pale skin that did not look like that of a living person. What do you mean by profit? Hyman asked again. His voice was very gloomy, making people feel chilly when listening to it. The tail plan has begun ahead of schedule. You are required to devour all other forces in the subway tunnel as quickly as possible. Lin Han said. It should have been done a long time ago. I don't know why the prophet is so fussy. Golden Scale is right. Inhuan agreed. The anaconda continued to stuff food into its mouth. As for Kiss Tip, his attention had long since flown away. His right hand was resting on his face, and his left hand was constantly drawing circles on the table. Lin Han took all of this in and suddenly missed the venomous snake. Although Viper is a bit cruel in his actions, he is really brave when something happens. One more thing, the prophet asked us to bring this guy back. Lin Han said this as he distributed a few pieces of paper to the other people in the meeting room. There is a portrait of a person on the paper. Even if the face is dirty, you can still feel the person's unique temperament just by looking at the portrait. Is there anything special about him? Hyman looked at the person on the drawing paper and asked. Before the attack, Viper offered a bounty on this man to the scavengers, so the prophet suspected that Viper's attack might be related to this scavenger named Tang Ming, and planned to capture him for interrogation. Lin Han explained. Now that the tail in the tail plan has begun, don't waste manpower on it. Increase his reward, and let those scavengers help us find him. If this scavenger named Tang Ming is not caught after a while, it means that there is indeed something wrong with him. It won't be too late to send people then. Jean Lin quickly came up with a plan, and she seemed to have a lot of experience in personnel arrangements. I think Jean Lin is right, haha. Inhuan was interrupted by Wu Buxiao, who was standing beside her. This made Inhuan look at Wu Buxiao with some displeasure. Yes, sure. Lin Han nodded and agreed with Jean Lin's method. Okay, that's all. Go down and organize the personnel now. Tonight, I want to see the Blood Lion camp closest to us taken down by the Green Snake. The perspective returns to Tang Ming. Comfortable. Tang Ming, who didn't know that his bounty had increased, felt that he had a good sleep. After recovering from his mental state, he began to study how to pass the second level of Corruption Simulator. The tricky method used in the first level is not applicable in this level. The fire truck was too heavy, and its center of gravity was the same front and rear, so it was higher than the fallen wood and could not be lifted off the ground. Let's just build a bridge and see how it goes. Tang Ming decided to find some inspiration. Then came the repeated budget overruns. After trying dozens of times, Tang Ming finally succeeded. Mission completed. Score plus 371. Evaluation. You are a mediocre bridge designer. You can choose one of the following rewards or challenge again. 1 selects the remaining budget of 371 pieces of materials equivalent to bring them back to reality. Second, select an item with a total volume no greater than 3 times your own body and bring it back to reality. The difficulty of this second level is indeed much higher than the first level, and the reward is the same as the previous level. It seems that the rewards for each level of this game are fixed. The maximum is only 9 times the volume. Doesn't this mean that I can't take this fire truck out of the game? Or can I only rely on pumping? Tang Ming soon realized this. He might not be able to get the highest evaluation in this level. After all, he was able to get that kind of evaluation in the previous level purely by cheating, and the current level did not allow him to cheat at all. How can I get the highest rating? During his experiment, Tang Ming kept selling materials and then buying them again, thinking about feasible methods. Time passed quickly and soon several hours had passed. After thinking for so long, he still couldn't come up with a feasible solution, which made Tang Ming feel that his thinking had become a little dull. However, after the materials were sold again, Tang Ming suddenly noticed that the steel disappeared instantly after it was sold. An idea that didn't cost a penny came into his mind. Chapter 30. Even the investors wept. Generally speaking, after the bridge is built, click to start the test, and the vehicle on his side will start directly and head to the other side, and then the reward will be calculated based on the results. The solution Tang Ming came up with was, could he sell the materials for building the bridge before the fire truck reached the designated location? With a general idea of how to pass the level, he immediately started trying. However, he soon discovered that the hole seemed impossible to drill, and after starting the test, he was no longer able to operate on the building materials. Tang Ming did not give up after seeing this. He felt that this method was feasible, but there was something he had overlooked. After several more attempts, he finally found the point he had overlooked. That is, after clicking test, if you immediately choose to restart, the built bridge will disappear, but the started fire truck will not stop. It will maintain its previous speed and move forward even if there is no road ahead. In other words, if your hands are fast enough, you can build it within this period of time, and then withdraw it after the fire truck drives to the other side, thus achieving the achievement of 0 yuan purchase. Of course, the prerequisite is that he has to be fast. But it was obvious that Tang Ming was not fast. The time available for operation is too short. Tang Ming frowned. The fire truck only took 5 or 6 seconds to cross the bridge, and even less time to reach the bridge. The incomplete bridge deck could not bear the weight of the fire truck and would break directly, making it impossible for him to proceed to the next step. At this speed, it is impossible to successfully build the bridge deck by the time the fire truck reaches the cliff. Tang Ming felt that if he wanted to do this, it would be impossible unless he was not a human being. We have to think of other ways. While thinking, he shifted his gaze to the fire truck. A wise man once said, if you can't solve the problem, try to solve the person who created it. Since the fire truck is going too fast, can I slow it down? Thinking of this, Tang Ming placed a wooden platform slanted upward at the 2 front wheels of the fire truck. The slope was about 15 degrees, which was not very steep. After doing all this, Tang Ming chose to start testing. The fire truck started at a very fast initial speed, but after passing the wooden platform, it could be clearly felt that its speed slowed down a bit. Seeing that the method was feasible, Tang Ming was delighted and immediately chose to try again and started building the bridge. But he was still slow. The bridge was only half built when the fire truck arrived. The half-finished bridge could not bear the weight of the fire truck and collapsed directly. The speed needs to be reduced. Tang Ming changed the slope of the wood to 30 degrees. No, it's still too fast. I have to add more. 40 degrees. 50 shades. 60 degrees. 70 degrees. The slope was too high and the fire truck fell directly to the ground, so Tang Ming chose to start again. After many attempts, he finally fixed the slope at 64.5 degrees. After the ramp was built and we chose to start again, we saw the fire truck soaring into the sky. When it was about to reach a 90-degree angle, it seemed to have run out of power and crashed to the ground with a bang. Then the wheel was like an old and slow-reacting turtle, and it took a long time for it to move forward a little. It's done. Seeing this scene, Tang Ming immediately started to build the bridge, and then there was a long wait. The distance that would normally only take a few seconds to cover took more than an hour to complete. It is truly as slow as a turtle. However, although the speed is slow, there is hope. After seeing that the center of gravity of the fire truck had completely reached the other side, Tang Ming began to use the materials to build the bridge, bringing the balance back to 11,000. Then click Start Test. This made the fire truck, which was originally running out of fuel, seem to be filled with fuel in an instant. The speed increased sharply, and it reached the destination where the white flag was located in less than a second. Mission completed. Score plus 11,000. Evaluate. You will receive the following 4 rewards. 1 selects materials equivalent to the remaining budget of 11,000 and brings them back to reality. 2nd, select an item with a total volume no greater than 18 times your own body and bring it back to reality. 3 random items in the game are selected and brought back to reality. Choose one of 4 items within your sight and bring them back to reality. It's done. Seeing the settlement interface appearing in front of him, Tang Ming showed surprise on his face. Originally, he was just trying to see if he could find a bug, but he didn't expect that he would actually succeed. 0 cost. Even the capitalists will cry when they see this. As for the rewards, Tang Ming took a look and directly chose the fire truck in front of him as the 4th reward. Being a truck, the gasoline alone is a nice bonus. As for the budget, it was all exchanged for steel. As for the items with 18 times the volume, Tang Ming looked around and thought about what valuable items there were, and then he chose seawater for all of them. After doing all this, Tang Ming silently said to himself that he would quit the game. After returning to reality, he looked at his game backpack to check what random items he had received. Fishing boat? Seeing the things in the backpack, Tang Ming raised his eyebrows. The items in the game backpack can be taken out in the game, which means Tang Ming looked at Fishing Master. Oh no, it should be called Fishing Master now. I remember that the diesel used in fishing boats can be purchased from Haiping. Tang Ming touched his chin. From this perspective, he should be free. Although he really wanted to enter Fishing Master and kill everyone immediately, he had just entered the game world and it was still a great drain on his physical strength. But in order to avoid sudden death, Tang Ming felt that he should be cautious. By the way, I haven't checked the hard drive I got back from Jury yet. Thinking of this, Tang Ming took out the 7 hard drives and connected them to the computer one by one to check them. Document? Is this a movie? After some checking, Tang Ming discovered that only one hard drive contained the game. Gold Miner. And Stacked World. There is no need to say much about the Gold Miner. Tang Ming played it when he was a child. It was about digging for gold. But this Stacked World. Tang Ming opened the game, took a look and found that it was a card survival game. By stacking 2 cards with different resources written on them, it is possible to form a new resource card. Tang Ming was a little curious. When he activated his ability, how would he enter this card world? However, despite his curiosity, Tang Ming still had self-control. I know that my body won't be able to hold up if I enter the game world again. Let's go check out the places we liked last night first. We'll study this game after we get back. Having made the decision, Tang Ming did not waste any more time. After eating some food to dispel the hunger in my stomach, I left the underground parking lot directly. Chapter 31 Thick Hair. After walking out of the underground garage, Tang Ming glanced around and frowned. 3 more scavengers were lurking nearby. Forget it. It's too much trouble. These scavengers feel that once they deal with one batch, another will pop up soon. So it is better not to clean them up and leave them to fight among themselves. After all, these people are still competitors in a sense. And as he was sneaking around, he was confident that he would not be discovered by these people. Besides, he probably wouldn't be back in the short term, so he didn't bother to pay attention to these people. It's better to block the entrance, just in case. Tang Ming glanced at the entrance to the parking lot behind him. All his assets accumulated over the past 2 years were stored there. If he returned and found that his house had been robbed, he would be so depressed that he would die. Thinking of this, he took out a large amount of building materials from his game backpack and quickly blocked the entrance tightly. After doing all this, Tang Ming officially set off. Holding the simple map I drew last night, I walked towards the subway station. On the map he drew, he circled the places that needed to be explored, and there were 4 such places in total, from far to near. He had picked it out yesterday based on the route he would take to the park. The nearest station to him right now is a food wholesale station. He chose this food wholesale station because he saw that there were no buildings around it. If a camp is set up here in the future, this large open space can be enclosed to create an isolation zone, which can effectively improve the safety factor. About 10 kilometers. If you want to go through the city, it will take several days to reach this distance. Fortunately, it is relatively safe in the subway tunnel. Tang Ming drove the pickup truck and drove quickly towards the subway terminal. The headlights illuminate the front, while the rear of the car is constantly swallowed by darkness. Sizzle. A strange noise suddenly came from the front. A group of green spider-like creatures were illuminated by the car lights. This green mutant creature is the size of a fist and has multiple arthropods. It has at least 20 limbs, which are covered with dense brown spikes. After being illuminated by the car lights, the spikes instantly stood up, trembling slightly, ready to strike. Seeing this, Tang Ming immediately braked. He had seen this thing before. It was called the arrow spider. The spikes on its body could be shot out at an extremely fast speed. It can even penetrate a 1 centimeter thick wooden board at a short distance. If the pickup truck was driven over like this, there would be no doubt whether the car body would be damaged, but the tire would definitely burst. But this is not what scares Tang Ming. What scares him is the spider eggs carried in these spikes, which will hatch in a very short time after being shot into the body of a living organism and devour its flesh and blood at a very fast speed. It is a creature that is extremely difficult to mess with. In his little notebook, there is a high-risk rating, which shows how dangerous it is. He saw that the arrow spider was tending to move towards him. Tang Ming decisively turned off the car lights and then drove the pickup truck in reverse. Soon it disappeared from the sight of these arrow spiders. Boom! However, just when these arrow spiders thought their prey was lost, a huge red monster suddenly appeared in the tunnel. The moment the roar was heard, it crushed towards them at an extremely fast speed. Sizzle. This situation immediately caused these arrow spiders to become confused. They crowded together and fled in the opposite direction of the fire truck. However, their speed is nowhere near that of machines. In just the next second, the crackling sound, the splashing sound of juice, and the roar of the car engine filled the small space. I didn't expect it to be so relaxing, but it's a pity there's no music. After Tang Ming sighed, he took out a bottle of unknown health tea from the thief world from his game backpack, opened it, and took a big gulp. Then he stepped on the accelerator of the fire truck to the bottom. Boom! A huge roar suddenly resounded throughout the entire tunnel. 10 minutes later, Tang Ming turned the wiper to scrape off the yellowish liquid splashed on the glass. So malicious. Tang Ming looked at the broken limbs and arms on the glass and clicked his tongue. Then he took out his little notebook from his pocket. Life in the Wasteland, first year, third month, second day, escaped into the sewer, encountered a thorny multi-legged spider, and was almost pierced by its sharp thorns. Later, he learned detailed information about this kind of spider called arrow spider from old Udo, and was a little scared. Danger level, high, dash, crushed hundreds of the family, Xiao Shuang. The original owner is currently unknown. After writing down the progress in the previous record, Tang Ming drove the fire truck forward. After that, we encountered several mutant creatures and a night demon. But in the end, the bones wrapped in meat were no match for the meat wrapped in iron, and they all died on the bumper of the fire truck. It should be here. Looking at the somewhat dim sight outside the tunnel, Tang Ming took out a flashlight, turned it on, and threw it inside. The rotating light quickly gave Tang Ming a general understanding of the site. There was thick dust on the ground, and no signs of any biological activity. Is it safe? Tang Ming opened the door and jumped off the fire truck. Then, after entering the platform, he took out the pickup truck and used its lights to illuminate most of the waiting room. Holding the rifle borrowed from the Green Snake Legion in his hand, he looked around vigilantly. Only after making sure there was no danger did he relax. He turned around and put the pickup truck and fire truck back into the game backpack. The yellowish liquid that was originally stuck to the fire truck spilled onto the ground the moment the fire truck was pulled back. Seeing this scene, Tang Ming was stunned for a moment, and then he quickly reacted. The game backpack can only store items taken out from the game. This saves me from having to wash the car. Tang Ming nodded. For the first time, he felt that this restriction was actually not bad. Think of it another way. If the clothes you take out in the game become dirty and you put them into your backpack, isn't it the same as having them dry cleaned? Or even cleaner than dry cleaning? Holy crap. Laundry freedom. Awesome. After the excitement, Tang Ming quickly recollected his thoughts and focused his attention on the subway station in front of him. Although it seems that there has been no biological activity here for a long time, we cannot be careless. Only by staying cautious at all times can you survive longer in this wasteland. With a rifle in hand, he entered stealth mode and walked quickly towards the ticket office on the upper floor. It was still dark, and after a quick glance, I didn't see any eye icon. But Tang Ming still did not let down his guard. Thinking of this, he moved his mind and a turned-on flashlight appeared on the ground a few meters away, dispelling the darkness in front of him. Many skeletons that had turned yellow and black were illuminated by the light. They were piled together to form a small slope. Tang Ming looked up along the small slope. What came into view were several skeletons that were also yellowed and blackened. They hung in mid-air, swaying constantly. Chapter 32. The little notebook is running out of space. The skeletons were bound by several withered vines. It was only then that Tang Ming discovered that his head was covered by huge plant roots. But they are all dead. It is probably because the weather is too dry, and there is no water replenishment. Tang Ming looked around for a few times. Although he found no signs of life, he still set fire to all the roots covering his head. Suddenly, thick smoke billowed and flames illuminated the entire space. The choking smoke and dust also forced him to temporarily retreat to the next floor. After waiting for more than an hour, the smoke and dust above finally dissipated. The air was a little hot, but still within an acceptable range. Out of habit, Tang Ming took out the flashlight and shone it upwards. This is... Suddenly, he discovered that there seemed to be some kind of crystals inlaid in the ceiling with dots of fire. There are some cubes of different sizes. They may be pure black, or the current color may be caused by the flames. However, the ceiling was 5 meters away from him, and he was unable to check it even though he wanted to. Have a look? Tang Ming hesitated for a moment, but decided to take a look. As a person with a collecting habit, it is very difficult for me to resist checking out such new things. He took out the fire truck directly from his backpack and operated the ladder to the top. Tang Ming did not rashly touch it with his hands, but instead took a piece of wood and poked hard at the place where the crystal was embedded in the wall. Bite! A crisp sound suddenly rang out on the ground. The crystal that fell to the ground bounced several times and then came to a stop. The smoky makeup on the surface was shaken off a lot in the process. Transparent? Seeing that there was no danger, Tang Ming poked all the crystals above his head to the ground one by one. There are more than 20 pieces in total, and they look like glass. Put together, they look like building blocks of different sizes. Tang Ming took out a steel bar and smashed it, and found that after it broke, it would melt at an extremely fast speed. Is this water? Seeing that the ground below was wet, Tang Ming showed a surprised expression on his face. So this is the plant's water reserve? Thinking of this, Tang Ming took out a cup. The outer shell of the crystal was very hard, but he had electrician pliers, so he broke it easily. Suddenly, a large amount of fresh water gushed out from it. Although it was only a small amount, in just a few seconds the cup he took out was filled with water and began to overflow. It is obvious that this crystal is the product of water being forced into compression. The plants have mutated, and their ability to survive has also mutated. Yes, that makes sense. In the future, after killing mutant creatures, you can also check whether there are similar things in their bodies. For example, something that can light a fire. Thinking of this, Tang Ming looked at the water in the cup. I don't know if this water is drinkable. Didn't dare to try it myself. I'd better wait until I get back and find a scavenger who's looking for me and give him some drink. Thinking of this, Tang Ming collected all the crystals on the ground. Altogether, they filled up half of the backpack. It was a little heavy, but still within an acceptable range. After retracting the fire truck, Tang Ming walked outside. The wholesale market is not far from the subway exit, only a few hundred meters away. So as soon as he walked out of the subway station, Tang Ming saw his target. Then the target seemed to see him as well. It was a huge pale tree, rooted above the wholesale market, its branches covering the entire sky above. Countless skeleton-like roots penetrate every corner of the earth. And on these roots that penetrate the earth, various mutant creatures are growing. These mutant creatures behaved in a monotonous manner, with empty eyes, and hung there like a corpse. However, at this moment, all the corpses near the subway station looked towards Tang Ming without exception. Densely packed white eye icons all opened in Tang Ming's field of vision. This made his scalp tingle. It was obvious that the thick smoke produced by the burning roots had just attracted the attention of these eyes. Excuse me. The moment Tang Ming met those gazes, he turned around and ran without any hesitation. Boom. The earth began to tremble. Tang Ming clearly felt that something was about to drill into the ceiling above his head. At this time, he also understood how those predecessors died. If such a big root were inserted, who could bear it? Tang Ming couldn't stand it anyway. Fortunately, it was dark underground, and the skeleton tree seemed to rely on its eyes to find prey. So after Tang Ming entered stealth mode, the opponent completely lost his position and fell silent. This made Tang Ming breathe a sigh of relief, and he quickly returned to the tunnel. Then he took out the fire truck, stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and left the dangerous area as quickly as possible. In the blink of an eye, it was afternoon. Tang Ming also explored 2 other locations one after another, but neither of them was suitable. It's too dangerous. I'm almost out of notebooks this time. Sitting in the driver's seat of the fire truck, Tang Ming looked at the notebook with only the last page left in his hand, feeling somewhat helpless. This area far away from human activities is still too dangerous. All kinds of outrageous mutant creatures are everywhere. If he hadn't had a good attitude, he would have probably had a heart attack by now. Will this trip be in vain? Tang Ming was a little worried. Looking at the simple map in his hand, he had now arrived at the terminus of his current subway line. That is the site of the park he chose at the beginning. If this park is the same as the previous places, then he needs to consider whether to continue to camp in the city center. After all, based on what he saw now, the outskirts of the city were no longer a question of whether it was dangerous or not, but rather how one would die. If he hadn't been cheating, he would have been dead by now. Soon, after making sure there was no danger in the subway station, Tang Ming carefully stuck his head out of the subway. With the previous experiences, his actions this time seemed more cautious. After observing for a while, he found that the park in the distance was somewhat different from what he expected. Instead of being lush and green, it appears charred. It was as if it had just experienced a big fire not long ago. Only a few mutant creatures? After taking a quick look around, Tang Ming discovered that there were only 2 or 3 mutant creatures around, and a hint of surprise appeared on his face. However, he quickly suppressed this hint of surprise. The previous experience sounded a wake-up call for him. Naturally, I dare not let my guard down. While being alert to the surroundings, he also began to explore the park using his stealth ability, looking for dangers that might be hiding in the dark. The park is very large, and there are many mutant creatures. The danger level is higher than the area around his camp, but it is still within an acceptable range. Is this a bomb shelter? Perhaps all his previous bad luck had run out, for while Tang Ming was checking for danger, he actually found the entrance to an air raid shelter hidden under some rocks. There was a metal door outside the cave entrance, which was ajar, blocking out all the light from outside and making it pitch dark inside. I hope it hasn't been taken over by mutant creatures. Seeing this, Tang Ming took a deep breath, then raised the rifle in his hand, walked in vigilantly, and began to explore this unknown place. If there were no problems, this would be a great hiding place. Chapter 33. This cave is destined for me. There are 3 iron doors in the air raid shelter, about 2 meters high and 1 meter wide. Keep 2 meters apart from each other. The outermost one is the thickest of the 3 doors, and is as thick as an adult's palm. The thickness of the next 2 doors decreases accordingly, but the thinnest one is still 5 centimeters. And because of the dry environment, the 3 iron doors are well preserved, without any trace of rust, and they are still strong. Just looking at it gives me a sense of security. Tang Ming tried to push and pull the 3 iron doors respectively. The thinnest one can be moved with some effort, but as for the other 2, I am unable to do so. It must be the door hinges that are rusted. Tang Ming naturally would not admit that he was incompetent. After putting the blame on the hinge that looked intact, he turned his attention back to the depths of the air raid shelter. It was a darkness that was extremely deep. There was no light, no sound. After staring at the darkness in front of him for a few minutes and not seeing any white eye icon appear, Tang Ming carefully walked in. The stealth skill minimizes all noise he makes while walking. As a result, the air raid shelter did not become lively due to his arrival, and it was still extremely quiet and dark. All the way to the end, a distance of several hundred meters, nothing unusual happened, which made Tang Ming breathe a sigh of relief. Then he took out a flashlight and carefully looked at the air raid shelter in front of him. The height is about 3 meters and the width is about 1 meter. The whole room is paved with white tiles, and the air inside is not turbid. Obviously, there is a ventilation system. Turning around and looking behind me, which is the end of the air raid shelter, there are also 3 iron doors. Walking out of the outermost iron gate, Tang Ming was speechless to find that there was actually a public toilet outside. That person designed it. Looking at this public toilet connected to the air raid shelter, Tang Ming was speechless. I really don't know what the designer was thinking at the time. This building is built outside. When I go to the toilet at night, those mutant creatures will smell the stench. Wouldn't my anus be in danger? Thinking of that scene, Tang Ming shuddered, quickly took out building materials from his game backpack, and blocked the entrance outside the public toilet. Directly eliminate the possibility of such a scene happening. Although this may result in poor ventilation, it is safer. After doing all this, Tang Ming returned to the air raid shelter and began to carefully inspect the parts that had not been explored before. In addition to the straight main road where he was currently standing, the entire air raid shelter also had many rooms opened up on the walls on both sides. Tang Ming counted them carefully and found that there were 6 rooms on each side, for a total of 12 rooms. It's quite big. The first one looked like a large cafeteria, with lots of tables and chairs. The light swept across. The area that Tang Ming can see now is more than 200 square meters. The actual area should be much larger than he estimated. Such a huge area gave Tang Ming a big surprise. He originally thought that no matter how big the air raid shelter was, it would only be so big since it was built underground. But now it seems that he was short-sighted. Although the total area here is definitely not as large as his underground parking lot, the safety factor is much higher than that of an underground parking lot, and you can sleep much more peacefully. And even if one way out of the air raid shelter was blocked, he could still escape through another. It's not like a parking lot. If you're stuck in there, you can only wait for death. After checking the restaurant, Tang Ming walked to the room on the right which was opposite the restaurant, and then found that this was the accommodation. It was filled with the kind of 2-tier metal bed frames you'd find in school dormitories. The total area is not as large as the cafeteria, but it is also about 100 square meters. After further exploration, Tang Ming discovered that the 6 rooms on the right were dormitories and were all the same size. Seeing nothing of value, he checked the remaining rooms on the left. The room near the cafeteria houses a large number of bedding sets. Tang Ming took a look and then stepped out. There are so many sheets and quilt covers that even if he changes a set every day, it will take him several years to use them all. However, after seeing what was stored in this room, he roughly guessed what was stored in the other rooms on the left. Most of them are some daily necessities. This wave of blood profit. Thinking of this, Tang Ming walked towards the next room with anticipation. The light of the flashlight dispelled the darkness in the room. The first thing that caught Tang Ming's eyes was barrels of drinking water stacked together. Just when Tang Ming's mouth was about to curl up, he saw a dried corpse that had been dead for an unknown period of time in front of these barrels of water. Dead? Seeing this, Tang Ming immediately became alert. After taking a step back, he quickly scanned the entire room with the light, but found nothing unusual. Seeing this, he immediately went to the next room. There were a lot of compressed foods stored in this room, which were definitely expired. As soon as he entered in, Tang Ming smelled the unique rotten smell of pasta. However, Tang Ming's attention was not focused on this at the moment, because after entering the room, he immediately found the target he was looking for in the corner of the room. At the same time he discovered the other person, the creature in the corner also discovered him. The white eye icon in the darkness opened instantly. Seeing this, Tang Ming immediately retreated to the wall behind him. Without knowing what the other party was, he did not dare to act rashly. So after leaning his back forward, he just pointed the muzzle of the rifle in his hand at the door, ready to pull the trigger the moment the enemy attacked him. However, he did not move, and the mutant creature inside did not move either. What on earth is this? After a moment's confrontation, Tang Ming felt his hands a little sore. Having not received any systematic training, it was still difficult for him to hold up the all-metal rifle. If this continues, it seems like I'll be at a disadvantage. Tang Ming frowned. After all, the other party was just hiding and did not consume any physical energy. After a brief thought, he decided to take the initiative. After taking a deep breath, he put the flashlight in his hand into his gaming backpack. As the only source of light disappeared, the air raid shelter fell into its former darkness again. After entering the darkness, the stealth effect immediately became apparent. The eye icon above the mutant creature's head began to close, and the dim environment made it unable to capture Tang Ming's figure. Just like that, the air raid shelter fell into an eerie silence. It turns out to be a little trash. However, the silence did not last long as it was broken by Tang Ming's slightly unhappy voice. The flashlight light reappeared. At this time, Tang Ming had already entered the room and was only a few body lengths away from the mutant creatures in the room. It was a black fur ball about the size of a football. At this moment, this ball of fur was hiding in the corner under the light, its body shaking constantly. He looked so pitiful, weak, and helpless. Chapter 34. The Destruction of the Blood Lion. Hairy Beast. One of the few non-aggressive and edible mutant creatures in the Wasteland. In the initial period, it was often used as food reserve by the survivors. However, they were eaten less and less as time went on, and now this kind of biological activity is rarely seen. The furry beast in front of us must have survived until now by relying on the supplies in this air raid shelter. Tang Ming fiddled with the gun twice, and after making sure there was no danger, he reached out and picked it up. The overall image of the furry beast is about 70% similar to that of a rabbit. The only difference is that it is too round. After Tang Ming picked up the furry beast, its two little feet began to flap non-stop. Tang Ming ignored the resistance of the ball of fur in his hand. After making sure there was no problem, he threw it aside and began to check other places in the warehouse. After making sure there was nothing unusual, he turned and walked towards other rooms. The remaining two rooms had no storage items and only a few card tables, making them look like they were turned into chess and card rooms. No danger? After thoroughly checking the entire air raid shelter and finding no danger, Tang Ming returned to the room where he had previously discovered the mummy. He shone the flashlight and saw nothing unusual, so he walked straight in. Start investigating what happened to the body. Use something to open the body so that its front is facing you. After a careful inspection, no wounds were seen. It didn't look like he was attacked. Seeing this, Tang Ming frowned. This kind of death without knowing the cause was even more worrying. Could it be this water? After checking, his eyes fell on the barrels of water placed in the warehouse. When he came in, the corpse was lying on these barrels, and judging by the movements, it seemed that it was drinking madly. Thinking of this, Tang Ming opened one of the barrels, and immediately a large amount of black water gushed out of it. A stinky smell of raw water immediately spread in the storage room. It has completely gone bad and cannot be drunk. Seeing this scene, Tang Ming looked at the corpse and guessed that the cause of death was probably because he was too thirsty and drank the water here directly, leading to death from poisoning. Is this the case? Tang Ming thought of the furry beast. Just pull it over. The hairy beast didn't even look at the black water. Don't dare to drink, or are you not interested? Tang Ming thought about it and took out the compressed water cube. After unzipping it, place it in front of the furry beast. The hairy beast, which originally wanted to escape from Tang Ming's clutches, actually came forward on its own initiative after seeing the compressed water cube. Started drinking in big gulps. Soon its body swelled and became rounder, as if it was storing the water it drank. It seems the water in the cube is drinkable. Tang Ming waited for a while and saw that the furry beast was still alive and kicking with no signs of poisoning, so he took a small bite. A little sweet, with a lemon-like scent. After tasting it, he spat it out without swallowing the water. I'm going to be cautious and wait a few days to see how the fur beast performs. After finishing the experiment, Tang Ming began to think about how to clean up the air raid shelter. The water is no longer drinkable and must be moved out. The food on the other side has completely spoiled and cannot be used. As for the cotton quilt and the iron bed, let's leave them alone for the time being. It's still a big project. Thinking of those tons of materials, Tang Ming sighed. But fortunately, what he lacks the least is time. But before that, we need to go back to the original base and transport all the necessary supplies. Yes, just what is needed. He has accumulated so many things in the past 2 years that it is impossible to move them all here in a short period of time. I can only put it there temporarily and wait for a while, when the bounty crisis on me by Green Snake is over, and then I can move it slowly. Although most of those things seem to be useless, they were still good, and Tang Ming would definitely not throw them away. Rest here for one night and go back tomorrow morning. Thinking of this, Tang Ming grabbed the furry beast and threw it back to the original room. Then he came to the innermost steel door and closed and locked it to prevent any mutant creatures from suddenly breaking in at night. After doing all this, he went straight to the chess and card room, ready to rest there tonight. There were too many things in the other rooms, and they were too messy. Tang Ming was still worried that there were mutant creatures hidden that he had not discovered yet, so in comparison, the empty chess and card room made him feel more at ease. Block the door with steel bars. Tang Ming took out the luxurious big bed he had stolen from the thief world and began to rest. Nightfall. Compared to the calmness on Tang Ming's side, the subway tunnel is much more chaotic at this moment. Green Snake, what the hell do you mean? Aren't you afraid of being besieged by all the survivors if you do this? The Blood Lion camp is a large survivor camp with hundreds of survivors. Although its strength is not the best in the city, it should not be underestimated. However, at this moment, the leader of the Blood Lion camp looked extremely ugly, because at this moment there were dozens of guns in front of him, pointing at his head. The Green Snake acted too quickly. Coming soon. By the time the entire Blood Lion camp reacted, they had all been captured. However, what the Blood Lion chief could not accept the most was that his son betrayed him. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the Green Snake to take over the camp of hundreds of people without losing a single soldier. Father, surrender. As long as you surrender, the Green Snake will not kill you. The son of the Blood Lion leader walked out of the crowd at this moment, looked at his father who was surrounded in the crowd, and began to persuade him. You bastard! I should have shot you into the wall right then and there. When the Blood Lion leader saw his son appear, he started cursing. There is nothing more infuriating than being betrayed by one's own blood. Father, you don't understand. Only the Green Snake can put an end to the current chaotic situation of the survivors. Once the Green Snake unites all the survivors, our human civilization will restart and stand at the top of the world again. Bullshit. You idiot. You don't deserve to be my employer. Bang. With a gunshot, blood spurted out from the Blood Lion leader's head. There was a hint of ferocity on the face of the Blood Lion leader's son. Ha ha ha, Schwer. Why did you upset your dad? At least wait for him to finish what he was saying. Wu Buxiao walked out from behind the crowd laughing. Hearing this laughter, the ferocious look on Shui Er's face immediately subsided. Captain Wu Bu, this is just as that gentleman said. On the road to reform, this kind of necessary sacrifice is indispensable. Since my father is unwilling to change and wants to be a roadblock, I will naturally remove him for Green Snake. Ha ha ha, well said, well said. Wu Buxiao clapped his hands, then waved his right hand. Immediately, several Green Snake soldiers behind him pulled the trigger while Shui Er looked incredulous. Why? They killed your own father. Isn't it funny to leave someone like you among the Green Snakes? Ha ha ha. Hearing Wu Buxiao's laughter, Shui Er fell down in reluctance. The last thought that flashed through his mind was that what his father had said before was indeed correct. I am indeed a fool. Did you see that? His confused expression is so funny. Ha ha ha. Wu Bu laughed so hard that his belly burst into laughter. Captain, All the bloodlines have been controlled. How do we deal with them? A green snake soldier was already accustomed to Wu Buxiao's personality and did not find it strange, and then he asked about other things. Take them all back and let them feel the spiritual will of us green snakes. Ha ha ha. Green snake spirit, this term is really interesting, ha ha ha. Wu Buxiao said this and turned and left without waiting for the green snake soldier to reply. Actions like tonight's will continue until all camps in the tunnel, except the green snakes, are gone. Chapter 35, Stacking Worlds. The next day, the sunlight breaks through the darkness and shines directly on the earth. Until noon, Tang Ming's figure appeared in the subway station. Why are there so many people suddenly? As soon as he returned to the vicinity of the underground warehouse, Tang Ming discovered that something seemed a little wrong. Compared to yesterday, the number of scavengers waiting for him here has increased nearly tenfold. It almost occupied the entire area where he usually moved. Something's wrong. Tang Ming immediately entered stealth mode and moved towards the scavenger closest to him. Soon, he found out the cause of the incident. 3,000 kilograms of food? Could it be that the green snake knows that I was the one who did what happened the night before yesterday? Tang Ming muttered something in his mouth, but he felt that it should not be the case. If it was confirmed, he would not increase the reward, but directly send people to encircle and suppress him. It seems that I am just suspicious of you. It didn't take Tang Ming too long to analyze the interests involved, but just be skeptical. Anyway, he had no intention of confronting the green snake head-on. Although he was a little impulsive sometimes, that was also when he felt he could do it. Come back in 2 weeks. Tang Ming planned to wait until the storm was over before coming back to check the situation. By the way, I also bought some new hard drives. Anyway, he hasn't finished digesting the game he's playing yet, and it'll take some time to sort out the air raid shelter. During this waiting time, he can just do all these things. Thinking of this, Tang Ming looked at the scavenger who was tied up with ropes and stuffed with a light bulb in his mouth so that he could only make whimpering sounds. After thinking about it, he took out some smelly water that he had brought out from the air raid shelter and gave it directly to the scavenger. In just 3 seconds, the scavenger's eyes began to roll up, his whole body twitched, and then he died after spitting out a lot of white foam. Isn't this poison? No, ordinary poisons don't work this quickly. Seeing this effect, Tang Ming felt it was a bit outrageous. How about keeping it? Taking a look at the stinky water still left in the cup, Tang Ming thought that it might be of great use in the future. For example, dilute it with purified water and sell it to green snakes or something. After dilution, it may not necessarily kill people, but it should be fine to cause diarrhea. Tang Ming thought about the scene. It seems that I can smell it. Shit, this guy is the one who escaped. Tang Ming left in a hurry with a gloomy look on his face. He moved in such haste that he even forgot to touch the corpse. It was not until I returned to the underground garage and felt that the smell had finally disappeared that I let out a long sigh of relief. Stay away next time. The side effect of hurting the enemy by 1,000 and hurting yourself by 800 is really unbearable. After sitting in the chair for a while, Tang Ming began to pack the things he needed to take away this time. Both computers must be taken away. A battery is also needed. Without a battery, the laptop cannot be charged by the voltage from the engine alone. However, the battery is a bit heavy. This made Tang Ming think about whether he should increase the weight-bearing level the next time he enters the thief world after the cooldown is over. Otherwise, his waist would be hurt if he moved something. After picking up the battery, Tang Ming continued to select some tools that he felt might be useful, and then left the home where he had lived for 2 years. He felt a little reluctant, but in comparison, he still felt that the new air raid shelter was better. After returning to the subway tunnel and loading all the things onto the pickup truck, Tang Ming suddenly felt relieved. I can only say that having a means of transportation like Kaisher is convenient. It's a pity that the game backpack can't store real-life items. I don't know if I can find space equipment that can store items in the game in the future. After fantasizing for a while, Tang Ming did not stay any longer and drove back to the air raid shelter. The park subway station is quite a distance away from the air raid shelter. After adding 3 newly discovered mutant creatures to the notebook, Tang Ming successfully returned to the air raid shelter. After closing the innermost steel door, Tang Ming couldn't wait to return to the chess and card room, turned on the computer and started playing Stacking World. As mentioned before, this is a survival card game. However, unlike ordinary card games, the cards in this game can be placed freely. You can place the cards you get almost anywhere on the map as long as you want. The setting of this game is also very interesting. Stack 2 cards representing different materials together and wait for a while, and they will merge into the corresponding finished product. After reading the general gameplay, Tang Ming started the game directly. After entering the game, a card pack with the words, "A New World," appeared on the map. There is a small red with the number 5 in the upper right corner of the card, indicating that there are 5 cards in total. In the game, the arrow prompts Tang Ming to click on the card to start the game. That's interesting. Seeing that there were card packs to be opened, Tang Ming immediately became excited. He was very interested in this kind of probability game. He was extremely confident in his luck. He immediately clicked 5 times in a row. Gold, rock, wood, berry bushes, villager. 5 cards appear immediately. The card representing gold coin is golden with a glittering gold coin pattern in the middle. Rock and wood are gray and have corresponding patterns in the center of the card. The berry bushes are black. The card representing villager is white with a 5 marked in the lower right corner, which should represent health points. However, this villager, no matter how you look at it, this painting style seems quite wise. A human-shaped circle with eyes and a mouth is added, and the movements look like the person is dancing. Tang Ming could only describe him as a soul painter. By this point in the game, he could already feel the silly atmosphere of this game. And then I became excited. In his impression, sand sculpture games like this have relatively powerful items, and he might be able to gain a lot by entering the game this time. Thinking of this, Tang Ming continued to try it out with anticipation. According to the game's novice tips, place the villagers on different resources. Rock, after being mined, it turns into stone. Wood becomes sticks after being mined. After mining shrubs, you will get 3 berries. At the end of each natural day, you can consume 2 berries to feed the villagers to replenish their hunger value. If the hunger value is not enough, the villagers will starve to death and the game will end here. Looking at the villagers who had turned into corpses, Tang Ming was silent for a moment, then quickly started over. It's not that he's new to the game, he just wants to learn more about the mechanics of this game. Yes, that's right. Chapter 36, Just Have Hands Again. Please read, a newly opened. The items in the initial card pack are all the same, and after Tang Ming has mined all 4 materials, the system prompts him that he can sell the materials and use the money to buy a new card pack. Humble Beginnings. Price, 3 gold coins. Gold coins can be obtained by selling existing resources. This name. Looking at the name of the card pack, Tang Ming felt that the designer of this game was a bit weird. But he just complained and continued playing. The game process is very simple. You just need to prepare the food needed by the villagers for the next round before the end of each round. Then you just complete tasks one by one, unlock new card packs, obtain new resources, and repeat this process, so that the lives of these villagers become better and better. That's how it should be. Isn't it enough to have hands? After surviving 2 rounds easily, Tang Ming no longer wasted time and activated his ability to enter the game. No feeling. By the time he reacted, he had already entered the stacking world, a colorful world of cards. I've become 2-dimensional too? Tang Ming looked down at his body that had turned into a white card and felt a little strange. After feeling around and feeling nothing was wrong, he checked the information that appeared in his mind after entering the game this time. Every time you survive a round, which is a day, you can get a gold coin at the end of the game. These gold coins can be used to buy card packs that can be brought into the real world. The cards opened in the real world have the same properties as in the game, and can be torn into pieces to materialize into real products, but they will lose their original properties after materialization. Seeing this, Tang Ming felt it was outrageous. If there is something incredible in those unlocked card packs, wouldn't he be able to take off immediately after he opens it? Damn, it really deserves to be a game with a strong style. Tang Ming exclaimed, awesome. I couldn't wait to start the game. Just like playing in real life, after he entered the game, a card pack appeared in front of him. This is the basic card pack for beginners. After dying once before, he also understood that the contents here are fixed. Gold, rock, wood, berry bushes, villager. Still these 5 cards. But unlike before, Tang Ming found that he could now seem to do the work of the villagers. As long as he stands on the card, he can mine the resources. Wooden stick, X1. Stone X2. Berry X3. With the help of 2 laborers, it only took half a day to mine all the existing resources. The stick can be sold for $2, and the stone can be sold for $1. Feeling that they were of no use for the time being, Tang Ming sold both of them and earned $4, plus a gold coin from the novice card pack before. Now he had a total of 5 gold coins in his hand. Spend 3 to purchase a Humble Beginnings pack. This card pack can open 3 cards. It shows that there are 10 types of cards that can be opened, of which rock, wood, and berry bush are known, and the remaining 7 are unknown items. Tang Ming guessed that it should be some basic supplies. Just open it, and 3 cards will appear soon. Would X2? A new idea? Idea? Could it be a synthesis formula? Tang Ming thought of this and clicked to view it directly, and then, wooden stick? Materials needed. Villager, X1. Would X1? Once part of a tree. What rubbish. He figured this out right at the start. Do I need you to tell me? Fortunately, this thing is not pure garbage and can be sold for a gold coin. With this gold coin, you can buy another, Humble Beginnings, card pack. After Tang Ming clicked start, he got 3 more things. Tree, soil, rock. 2 new things. Trees can also be harvested. The soil can be sold for 3 pieces? Tang Ming raised his eyebrows. It seemed like this card pack was pure profit. However, this soil can be sold at such a high price, so it must have some use. Thinking of this, his eyes fell on the berries he had picked from the berry bush earlier. It should be possible to plant it, right? As he thought this, he stacked the berries on the soil, and as he expected, a progress bar appeared above the 2 cards. Then he and the villagers mined the 2 pieces of wood that had been opened from the card pack into sticks. After doing all this, the first round is about to end. A villager only needs to consume 2 berries, and he now has 2, no more, no less. We have to find a way to get food tomorrow. As Tang Ming was thinking this, the first round had already ended. Then he saw 2 cards representing berries flying towards him. This made him feel that something was wrong. Fuck. I'm not fucking hungry. Don't feed me. Tang Ming wanted to run, but running was no match for flying. Soon 2 berries were forced into his mouth. Sour and sweet. He smacked his lips, and just as the thought that it tasted good came into his mind, he saw that his only villager had turned into a corpse. Villager. Don't die, villager. Tang Ming hugged the corpse, heartbroken. He never expected that his first coolie would die on the first day. Now I am the only laborer left. Well, isn't that tragic? Damn. Although he was extremely reluctant, in order not to waste this opportunity to enter the game, Tang Ming could only hide his grief and continue to work. Food is urgently needed now. Otherwise, if he doesn't gather enough food by tomorrow, his gaming experience will probably come to an end. I don't know how long it will take before the berries planted in the soil can be eaten. Now we can only pin our hopes on the card pack. Thinking of this, Tang Ming sold the 2 wooden sticks he had mined yesterday and the 2 stones he had mined from the rock today, and exchanged them for 2 Humble Beginning card packs. After opening, you will get Stone X3, Mouse, Wood X2, Mice? Can mice be eaten? Just as Tang Ming was thinking this, he saw a red card suddenly appear in front of him. The card shows a big rat with red eyes. Squeak, squeak, squeak. I confirm through eye contact that this is the person I want to chase. After seeing Tang Ming, the big rat hissed and rushed towards him. Fuck, why are there still monsters? Isn't this a farming game? The person who came was very aggressive, and Tang Ming subconsciously wanted to run away. But he soon reacted. I have 5 drops of blood, but the mouse only has 2 drops. No matter how you look at it, he has the advantage. And after the last experiment in the thief world, he was sure that he could take out items from other worlds from the game backpack in the game. Then what is he afraid of? Just press the mouse and work hard. Thinking of this, Tang Ming had an idea and immediately took out the steel bars in his backpack. Then, under Tang Ming's expectant gaze, a resource card with an iron bar written on it hit the mouse on the head, causing up to 0 points of damage. Damn it. This game doesn't rely on science. Chapter 37. Opportunity to become stronger, spear. After some attempts. After Tang Ming discovered that the items he took out of the game backpack would temporarily turn into resource cards of unknown use, he had no choice but to roll up his sleeves and join the battle himself. He punched the big rat's head, and then a big miss appeared on its head. How's actually dodged his angry punch 1 step ahead? That's too much. It's okay for monsters to appear in the card pack, but what the hell is the setting that allows them to dodge? Depend on. Tang Ming cursed the designer of this game in his heart and quickly dodged the attack launched by the big rat, and then threw a punch, hitting the opponent's vital point. -1. Successful hit. But Tang Ming felt that this punch did not seem to hit a mouse, but rather a piece of cardboard. However, he could understand this. After all, this is a card world. It would be really strange if the feeling of fistfighting really appeared. After a successful attack, Tang Ming immediately took advantage of the situation and threw another punch, leaving no time for the opponent to dodge. -1. Bang! The mouse's health bar reached the bottom, and after a slight sound, a new resource card appeared in front of Tang Ming. Stool. Feces? Can it be used to fertilize plants and speed up their growth? Thinking of this, he tried to use it on the berries he had planted before, but there was no change. If it's not fertilizer, can it be used to grow vegetables? Thinking of this, Tang Ming directly put the berries piled on the soil onto the feces, and then found that just as he thought, feces could indeed be used to grow vegetables. Growing vegetables with manure is disposable, while soil can be reused. It didn't take Tang Ming long to discover the difference between them. However, the price was that some of the food in his game backpack was consumed. He took out the can, and it turned directly into a card worth $5 with a satiety level of 3 times that of berries. After that, he continued to take out different objects from his backpack to check their effects in this stacked world. Items like furniture are of no use, but can be sold at a high price of 3 to 5 gold coins. Of course, this is not cost-effective at all in Tang Ming's opinion. As for steel, it is even less cost-effective. It is so big, but after entering the game, you can only sell it for 5 gold coins, which is already a huge loss. After a quick look around, he found that there was only food in the backpack, and the floor he had scraped off earlier was quite cheap in comparison. These floors are all wooden floors. After being taken out, they are displayed as wooden boards in the game, which are equivalent to iron bars, and can also be sold for 5 gold coins. I guess this is a cheat among cheats. Tang Ming sighed, then took out 20 wooden boards and sold them all. Suddenly, the world in front of him was completely occupied by gold coins. This feeling of getting rich quickly is refreshing. I want to open 10 packs. Tang Ming suddenly waved his hand generously. Suddenly, 30 gold coins disappeared and were replaced by 10 humble beginnings card packs that appeared in front of him. However, after buying it, he suddenly realized a problem. What if I get several big rats in a row? Wouldn't that be a disaster for me? But he soon realized that as long as he didn't open the card pack immediately, the cards inside would not come out prematurely. His previous worries were obviously unnecessary. Thinking of this, Tang Ming breathed a sigh of relief. Then he started his first 10 pull sequence. There were no special effects, and he quickly opened all 10 card packs. The results are as follows. Stone X10, Wood X7, Tree X4, Berry Bush X4, Rock X2, Key X1, Rabbit X1, Mouse X1. Rabbits are neutral monsters and will not attack actively. The mouse Tang Ming was successfully killed after losing a drop of blood. As for the newly appeared key, there is no explanation, but we can guess that it should be used to open treasure chests. The only thing in this card pack that seems useful is the soil. So what are the conditions for unlocking the next card pack? Seeing that they were all garbage, Tang Ming had no interest in buying the humble beginning card pack. He was a wealthy man now, and the name of this card pack was seriously inconsistent with his noble temperament. There are 4 conditions required to open the second card pack. 1. Mining a rock square root. 2. Sell a card square root. 3. Make a wooden stick square root. 4. Cut down a tree. The only things he hadn't cut down were the trees. A lot of cards had been opened in the card pack before, so he just stood on it and started waiting boredly. To be honest, this way of getting the work done while standing without doing anything is really boring. Of course, if he could get the work done this way in real life, he would be so happy. Soon half a day passed, a tree resource card disappeared, and as a reward, an apple card appeared in front of him. Tang Ming took a look at it and threw it aside, then checked the newly unlocked card pack. Seeking Wisdom. The price is 4 gold coins. Buy a pack, and it shows there are 4 cards in it. Open directly. 2 new ideas. 2 pieces of wood. Growing up. Berry X1. Soil X1. A shrub with delicious berries. Descendants. House X1. Villager X2. A little one, but needs to be in the house to grow up. Housing. A way to increase the population. It requires 2 people. Tang Ming took a look and continued to buy. Soon 4 new ideas emerged. Coin box. Gold coin X1. Wood X2. A box that can hold gold coins. Cooked meat. Bonfire X1. Raw meat X1. It's medium rare. House. Wood X2. Stone X1. Villager X1. A great place to live. Bonfire. Wooden stick X1. Flint X1. Can be used to cook food. In addition to these 4 new ideas, there is also a new material, flint. As for the other things, they are no different from the previous card pack, but the slightly better thing is that there are no monsters in this Pursuit of Wisdom card pack. I'll give you the design of the house, but not the population, right? You want me to give birth to a baby in the void? After Tang Ming saw that there were only these few things in the Seeking Wisdom card pack, He checked the conditions required to unlock the next card pack. 1. Build a house. 2. Start a bonfire square root. 3. Survive the 6th day. We have to wait another 6 days? Tang Ming frowned when he saw this, but he quickly realized that the longer you stay in this game, the better the rewards. Time, of course. Let's build the house first. Thinking of this, Tang Ming started to build the house. Soon the 2nd day passed, and the 3rd day came. Reminder: your card storage limit has exceeded. Please sell the excess cards. Is there an upper limit to this thing? Tang Ming was stunned for a moment, and then he found that there was a storage limit prompt of 10 cards in the upper right corner of his field of vision. In his current card, there were more than 60 more. Tang Ming took a look and sold them all. He had a lot of money anyway, and he wouldn't lose money by selling these cards. Only the rocks and trees didn't make any money, as the other resources would make at least one. The final result was that after spending 100 gold coins, he still earned more than 20. This business is doing well, pure profit. After the house was built, Tang Ming began to try different stacking methods to see what he could make while waiting for the 6th day. The ideas given are actually just a hint. In fact, many things can be worked out by yourself through experimentation. It didn't take him long to experiment with bricks and planks. There are 3 stones and 3 pieces of wood. In addition, he also developed a method of making spear. 1 piece of wood and 2 sticks. After finishing the spear, Tang Ming just touched it and found that a progress bar appeared above his head. Not a weapon? Tang Ming saw the progress bar above his head and quickly realized something. Is this spear a job-changing tool? Chapter 38 Send. Tang Ming's guess was soon confirmed. After the progress bar above the head is full, the card representing spear disappeared, and significant changes appeared on his body. His body became a little bigger, and he had a triangular hat on his head. The spear that was originally an independent card now appeared in his hand. Militia. Work slower, fight harder. Attack speed, 1. Attack 2. Health, 6. Both attack and health increased a bit. After completing the job change, Tang Ming could clearly feel that his strength had increased. With an attack power of 2 points, he can kill a small mouse with 1 spear. This combat effectiveness can be said to have doubled. If I could change jobs like this in real life? Tang Ming felt that his back pain that always occurred in the middle of the night should be greatly relieved, or even cured directly. Try it then. Wood is the easiest material to obtain. As long as you are not a real African, you can open it from the card pack after leaving the game. Making a wooden spear is basically a sure thing. Since the combination of wood plus 2 branches can make a wooden spear that allows villagers to change their jobs, what can be made by replacing the wood with other materials? Thinking of this, Tang Ming immediately started trying. After trying all the existing materials, I finally found that only iron bars would have a progress bar after using this stacking method. Wait half a day. 3 cards combined into 1 sword. Like spear. This is a weapon card. After touching it, a progress bar will also appear above your head. Wait 1 day. After the progress bar above his head disappeared, Tang Ming saw that the graffiti-like equipment on his body changed again. The cocked hat became a helmet, and the wooden spear was replaced by a long sword. Swordsman. Works slowly, but fights very hard. Attack speed, 2. Attack, 3. Health, 7. Tang Ming checked his current attributes. Compared with the militia, the swordsman's 3-dimensional attributes were improved again. There is no need to explain the 2 attributes of strength and life. As for the increased attack speed, he tried swinging the sword twice and found that his attacks were much more flexible than before. To describe his current state in 1 sentence, it's as strong as a whiz. As you become stronger, you naturally need to test your current combat power. Start purchasing Humble Beginnings card packs now. It was not until the 7th bag that a little mouse appeared in front of Tang Ming. Has a guy. The sword flashed. The little mouse was reduced to ashes before it even had time to see what was around it. Only 1 gold coin is left to prove that it did exist. This is too strong. Tang Ming felt that he was invincible in this game, and there was really no one who could beat him. But think about it. Something like the iron bar is an existence that transcends the current round. So how can the things synthesized with it not be strong? Although he had previously thought that turning steel bars into iron bar cards was a bit of a loss. But now I just feel it is great value for money. After a few days of trying, we have now reached the end of the 5th round. Once you get through tomorrow, there will be new card packs to open. Tang Ming thought this in his heart and began to wait patiently. Soon the 6th day arrived. Strange hole. A red terrain card refreshes in the center of the map. A progress bar slowly climbs above it. Sure enough, There will be monsters spawning. Seeing this scene, Tang Ming nodded. This was just as he expected. Since this requirement was set for unlocking the card pack, there must be a reason for it. Now the appearance of this monster's lair confirms his guess. You have to be besieged by monsters before you can enter the next stage. If it was before, he might have been in a mess, but now? He possesses combat power beyond the current round, so naturally he is not at all inferior. So as Tang Ming expected, the progress bar on this strange cave quickly filled up. Suddenly, 3 blood-red monster cards appeared on the map. 2 mice, and a skeleton that had never been seen before. Skeletons have 5 health points and are much more dangerous than rats. But unfortunately, you met me. Tang Ming whispered something to himself and then swung his sword. One of the mice was instantly reduced to ashes. However, the sword did not stop there. After a flexible turn, the remaining mouse was beaten to shit by Tang Ming. The death was extremely tragic. However, Tang Ming also paid a price during the time it took to eliminate the 2 monsters. He took a head-on attack from a skeleton. The health value dropped sharply. But that's where it ends. Brush. Brush. After 2 sword lights flashed by that could not be captured by the naked eye, or did not exist at all. The skeleton disappears and turns into a bone that can be sold for 3 gold coins. So lonely. Tang Ming sighed to himself. After the 6th day passes and the 7th day arrives, a new card pack will be unlocked. Harvest and sowing. The price is 10 gold coins. You grow vegetables? After Tang Ming purchased and checked the cards, he found that the contents of the cards were exactly the same as the name of the card pack. But there are not many varieties. There are only 4 foods: berries, apples, carrots, and raw meat. But the good news is that there are still 2 animals, cows and chickens, and 3 new ideas. Cows produce milk, and chickens lay eggs. The 3 ideas are animal enclosures, sheds, and materials needed for garden construction. Animal fences are used to prevent animals from running around, but this is of no use to Tang Ming. The garden and the shed. Garden. Soil X1. Stone X2. Wood X2. Villager X1. For the cultivation of plants. Hut. Wood X1. Wooden stick X1. Stone X1. Villager X1. Card capacity increased by 4. The garden was of no use to him for the time being. After all, he had no shortage of food. But after returning to reality, I can synthesize it and take a look. For sheds, increase the card capacity. I don't know what effect it will have if it is materialized into reality. After seeing that there were no special items, Tang Ming looked at the requirements for unlocking the next card pack. 1. Cooking raw meat. 2. Train a militia square root. 3. Make a shed. 4. Create a garden. Cooking raw meat is simple, just roast it on the campfire, and Tang Ming doesn't need to do it. He had all the materials for the shed and the garden, and it would take him some time to build them. Tang Ming thought of this and started making it immediately. However, after starting to work, he realized what the swordsman meant by slow work. The work that he could originally finish in half a day now takes him a whole day to complete. So it took him 2 days to complete the other 2 requirements. It has been 9 days since I entered the game. New card packs are also unlocked on this day. Weird food. Price: 10 gold coins. It's still about food, but there are many more vegetables and some food preparation methods. It enriches his diet, which is not bad. Huh? The requirement to unlock the next card pack is just, give birth to a baby? However, after seeing the requirements for unlocking the next card pack, Tang Ming was stunned. It takes 2 people to make a baby. But the problem is that he is alone now. And the style of the villagers in this game. Damn, you can't let him create a baby out of thin air, right? Send. Chapter 39 Return to Reality. Facts have proved that a person's power is ultimately limited when there is no way to create a baby out of thin air. Tang Ming finally died in the northwest under the siege of monsters in the 3rd wave, which was only the 18th round. Just wait. Tang Ming looked at his own corpse on the ground and uttered a harsh word to the monsters that were besieging him. Then he turned around and looked at the game settlement panel that appeared in front of him after his death. Gold X18. Basic card pack X1. 18 gold coins because he survived to the 18th round. What Tang Ming didn't expect was that there was actually a guaranteed reward. This basic card pack is the novice card pack in the game. After Tang Ming opened it, he immediately obtained gold, rock, wood, berry bushes, villager. These 5 cards. Can the villagers help me with the work? Tang Ming muttered something and looked at the gold coins in his hand. There were originally 18, but another one was just opened. which means he now has a total of 19 gold coins. These coins can be used to purchase card packs he has unlocked. Currently, he has unlocked 4 card packs, namely, Humble Beginnings, contains 3 cards. Price, 3 gold coins. Seeking Wisdom, contains 4 cards. Price, 4 gold coins. Harvest and Sowing, contains 4 cards. Price, 10 gold coins. Weird Food, contains 3 cards. Price, 10 gold coins. He doesn't have much gold coins now, and he is not short of food for the time being, so the purchase price is high, so buying food-related card packs now is not a wise choice. In that case, Tang Ming finally chose to buy 5 packs of Humble Beginnings and 1 pack of Seeking Wisdom. The content in Seeking Wisdom is not much different from that in Humble Beginnings, and it is even a little worse. After all, in Humble Beginnings, you can at least get rabbits, unlike Seeking Wisdom, which does not even have any meat. The only advantage is that it can come up with some ideas, that is, how to synthesize items, but he already knows all these ideas. If he opens them again, it will be a pure waste of the resources of a card. After spending all the gold coins, Tang Ming returned directly to reality. With a thought, 6 card packs appeared in his hands. The same size as playing cards. After tearing open the outer packaging, he got 19 cards. Including the cards opened in the previous basic card pack, there are a total of 23 cards. Wood X10, Rock X5, Berry Bush X2, Idea X2, Rabbit X1, Soil X1, Villager X1. Tang Ming took a look at 2 ideas, namely the recipes for Bonfire and Wooden Stick, 2 useless cards. Tang Ming threw the 2 cards directly into the game backpack and looked at the remaining 21 cards in his hand. Just like the hint he got in the previous game, these cards, until unused, have the same characteristics as the game. The 2 cards can be stacked on top of each other to form a new card, and the card representing Rabbit is constantly vibrating, as if it has life and is trying to break free from Tang Ming's hand. As for what happens after use, Tang Ming took out a wooden card and tore it up directly. Suddenly, a log weighing dozens of kilograms appeared in his hand. After using the card, the resources in the card can be directly materialized into reality. After that, Tang Ming tried another picture of Berry Bush. After tearing it apart, a berry bush half a person's height suddenly appeared in front of him. The branches are full of bright red berries, emitting waves of tempting fruity fragrance. This tastes good. Tang Ming picked one and put it in his mouth, and his eyes suddenly lit up. It is pure sweet with a hint of sourness, and is a great after-meal fruit. Unfortunately, it can't be kept for long. You have to eat it right away after taking it out. Tang Ming looked at the exposed roots of the bushes. After the catastrophe, the city he was in had become unsuitable for growing plants. Lack of water is one reason, but the radiation in the soil outside is also one of the important reasons for plant death. Thinking of this, Tang Ming immediately picked all the berries from the bushes and put them into a large bowl. It just so happened that he felt a little hungry after using his ability. You can use berries to replenish your energy while studying the remaining cards. There was still 1 berry bush left, and Tang Ming planned to keep it, have the villagers collect it into berry cards, and then put it on soil cards to generate new berry bushes. In this way, he would have an endless supply of berries to eat. The villagers collect the materials very slowly, and it takes about 5 hours to complete one task. Seeing this, Tang Ming thought for a while and decided to make the spear first. The production of spear requires 2 sticks and 1 wood, which means he needs to use villagers to mine 2 pieces of wood first. The entire process of making a spear takes 15 hours. And he was not sure whether this villager would still have to consume 2 berry cards every day after returning to reality. So to be on the safe side, you need to mine 2 berry cards first for later use. And this will take a day. Too slow. Tang Ming tried to press his hand on the card to see if a progress bar would appear to speed up the production process. However, it was obvious that after leaving the stacking world, he had lost the ability to develop cards. We can only wait for the villagers to collect them slowly. As for the other cards, Tang Ming took a look at the rabbit card in his hand and threw it on the ground. Prepare to keep it for the time being. Rabbits will occasionally produce poop, which can also be used to grow berries. It is more valuable than slaughtering and eating. It would be quite scary if the style of painting was changed. Watching the rabbit card fall to the ground and hop away, in a sense, this kind of card that can move on its own is quite scary. But the style of painting is too silly and it's not really scary. Seeing the card jump out of the room, Tang Ming withdrew his gaze. Currently, he has 2 games that have not entered cooldown, One is Fishing Master discovered together with Thief Simulator, and the other is Gold Miner discovered together with Stacking World. I really want to enter now, but my waist. Tang Ming rubbed his waist and felt it was getting more and more sore. However, this should have nothing to do with him staying up late to watch short videos. The real reason should be related to living in the wasteland for the past 2 years. Eating inferior and expired food for a long time has led to my current physical deficiency. I'll have to get some oysters when I get back to the Fishing Master. Tang Ming rubbed his waist for half an hour. After he felt the soreness subsided a little, he started to do today's business. No one has been here for decades, and a lot of dust has accumulated in the air raid shelter. Tang Ming plans to spend a week cleaning up. Today, let's sweep the floor first. After Tang Ming muttered to himself, he started cleaning. With the cleaning tools borrowed from his neighbor in the thief world, cleaning work was not difficult for him. But after all, the area was there, and Tang Ming just cleaned the ground roughly, which still took him more than 20 hours. That's all for today. The floor is much cleaner than before. But the corresponding price is that the huge amount of physical energy consumption has made him too lazy to even lift his hands. He estimated that he could fall asleep immediately if he just fell on the bed, but taking a look at the spear that was about to be completed, Tang Ming felt that he could still hold on a little longer. Chapter 40 Digestion Rewards. How can you eat when you work so slowly? Doesn't your conscience hurt? Looking at the 2 berry cards that suddenly disappeared, Tang Ming was heartbroken. 2 berry cards are required every day, which means the villagers are working 10 hours less for him. How much loss would that be if it accumulated over time? How could one not feel heartbroken? However, fortune and misfortune go hand in hand. After the bad news, there was the good news he had been waiting for. Spear was successfully synthesized, and after he held it, the progress bar for starting the job change was successfully displayed. It takes a bit of time, half a day, which is 12 hours. Just in time for some sleep. Tang Ming yawned, then fell asleep on the bed. When I woke up, it was already the afternoon of the next day, and I was only about an hour away from completing my job change. Tang Ming ate breakfast while waiting. Soon, as the progress bar filled up, a white light enveloped him. After a tingling sensation, Tang Ming felt something extra in his hand. Looking down, I saw it was a wooden spear. The workmanship is very fine. The tip was extremely sharp, and Tang Ming tried to use it to attack the wall next to him. Boom, boom. After 2 strikes, he pierced 2 small holes in the wall. The power is relatively objective. He retracted the wooden spear and looked at the tip, and found that after 2 collisions with the wall, the wooden spear was not damaged. This hardness is a bit outrageous. Seeing this, Tang Ming felt it was a bit outrageous. After all, even if steel hit the wall a few times, there would be some scratches, but this wooden spear was fine. It really is a game with a strong style. In this regard, he could only sigh like this. After testing the spear, Tang Ming began to check the changes in himself. The most obvious thing is that my waist is no longer sore. As for the changes in appearance, he previously only had a little muscle outline on his body, but now his 8 abdominal muscles are clearly visible, and his arms are thicker than before, becoming more powerful. Tang Ming took the battery and tested it. Before, he felt a little tired when holding it with both hands, but now he only needed one hand, and it was very easy. Has my strength doubled? Tang Ming couldn't believe it. However, after some testing, he found that it was indeed the case. Because the attack went from 1 to 2, the power doubled? I have to say this is really reasonable. After finishing the strength test, Tang Ming began to think about what to make next. Currently, the materials are limited, so you can't try them casually. Let's build a shed and see. The role of the shed in the game is to increase the card capacity. Cards are resources, so the effect of the shed in reality is to store resources. If possible, this is equivalent to a low-end version of the space storage device. Thinking of this, Tang Ming immediately asked the villagers to mine the materials needed to build the sheds. He then entered the food storage warehouse to see if there was any food that could still be used among the spoiled food. As soon as he entered the warehouse, Tang Ming caught a glimpse of the hairy beast, which hid in the corner after he came in. It was so timid that it was appalling. Ignoring it, he walked straight to the spoiled food and began to inspect it. Some of the food has completely lost its original appearance, but some are still well preserved. Most of these well-preserved items are canned goods. There are 2 boxes in total that can be eaten, which is okay. What is this? A cold remedy? After searching for a while, he actually found a box of medical supplies at the innermost part. It contains some commonly used household items, such as huaxiang zhengqi water, shitty water, digestive tablets, glucose, alcohol, and so on. but Tang Ming felt that perhaps only the alcohol could be used. As for the others, water that had been left there for so long could kill people, not to mention medicine. After a while, I'll take them to the trading market and sell them. I remember those large survivor camps like to collect these. After picking up the useful things, start cleaning up the remaining garbage. Tang Ming was busy until the evening and finally cleaned out the warehouse where the food was stored. He threw the bushes with all their berries picked to the furry beasts as feed, which was also a way of recycling waste. As for the spoiled food, he threw it all outside the air raid shelter. Anyway, it's a wasteland now, and no one will point fingers at him for littering. It feels good to have a better body. Tang Ming sighed. He had been busy the whole afternoon but didn't feel tired at all. If it had been before, he would have been exhausted after moving so many things. With my body, 10 times a day is no problem. Thinking this in his mind, he took out his gaming laptop, ready to clear out the resources in the remaining 2 games. Advanced Gold Miner. I remember that in addition to gold, this game seems to allow you to purchase some special items. The memory was very vague, so Tang Ming directly opened the game and played a few rounds. After all, each level of the game did not take much time. Red Bomb. Boom. Strong Water. Increase strength in a short period of time. Clover. Increases luck. There are 5 items in the game, but only 3 of them are useful, and the other 2 increase the benefits of stones and diamonds. The Lucky Clover is a bit metaphysical, and it is not yet known how luck will be manifested. But apart from this more metaphysical prop, the usage of the other 2 props is simple and clear. If there had been a bomb when I entered the Green Snake Camp, Tang Ming rubbed his hands, feeling that it would be very enjoyable. Go straight into the game without hesitation. The gameplay of Gold Miner is very simple, which is to control the mine to grab the gold and other ores underground and exchange them for money. You can pass if you meet a certain amount of money. You can bring the gold you catch back to reality, or you can exchange it for money to buy items. The hint that appeared in Tang Ming's mind this time was also very simple. It was so simple that after he completed the first level of the game, it only took less than a minute in reality. He got all 3 props, and in addition, he also had more than 200 kilograms of gold left over. If this happened in modern society, I would become the richest man in the world in a matter of minutes. Tang Ming looked at the gold nugget that was much bigger than a football and felt a little sad. He thought he was born in the wrong era. Otherwise, I would definitely be sleeping with my beloved in a luxury car, drinking champagne. I'll see if I can make a golden toilet. I've always wanted to try it since I was a kid, and now I finally have the chance. Touching the gold nugget on the ground, Tang Ming felt that it felt really good. After satisfying his craving, he took back the gold and then looked at the 3 new items. It is best to test the power of explosives. We also need to see how effective strong water is. As for Clover, this is a badge. It is green, has 4 leaves, and looks pretty. Tang Ming wore it directly on his clothes. Then I entered the Fishing Master, intending to verify the actual effect of this lucky clover. Most of the fish I caught last time were pufferfish. This time, with the blessing of the lucky buff, it's not too much to replace them all with Australian lobsters, right? Chapter 41 Harvest. Sea breeze. The salty and humid smell makes people feel uncomfortable all over. Tang Ming, sitting on the wooden boat, looked at the calm sea in front of him and had an idea. Plop. Suddenly huge waves rose up and swept the small boat he was on far away. When everything returned to calm, a huge fishing boat appeared in front of him. It is about 15 meters long and 3 meters wide. Half of it sank into the sea, but the exposed part was still much taller than a person standing up. Tang Ming rowed the wooden boat quickly and soon boarded the huge creature. The fishing boat under his feet was white in color, with a 2-story cabin at the bow and a huge wheel at the stern with a fishing net on it. By turning the wheel, the fishing net could be spread into the sea or collected. Driving a boat and a car are different, but not much different. After Tang Ming figured it out for more than an hour, he was able to barely start it. Of course, he could only sail in such calm, shallow seas. If the wind and waves were stronger, he felt that he might capsize. After becoming familiar with the operation, Tang Ming started fishing. Cast the net, drive the boat around, then activate the mechanism and reel in the fishing net. As the fishing net broke through the sea surface, a large number of fish and shrimp appeared in Tang Ming's sight. Then it continued to rise, and after Tang Ming pressed another switch, thousands of kilograms of fish and shrimp in the fishing net instantly fell onto the deck of the fishing boat. It's so enjoyable. Looking at the catch on the ground, Tang Ming felt like a clown last time. What he gained in these few hours was much more than what he gained in a month. In this regard, Tang Ming could only sigh that technology changes the future. There were a total of more than a dozen species of fish caught this time, among which pufferfish were the largest in number, while the others were quite balanced. Squid, pomfret, flounder, starfish, scallops, shrimp, sea hare. The catch was abundant, but there was no big lobster that he had been longing for, which made Tang Ming feel a little regretful. However, he estimated that it was probably a geographical issue. He immediately returned to the island and sold all the puffer fish, making thousands of dollars in profits. After buying the illustrated book he wanted to buy, Tang Ming asked Haipang how much it would cost to refuel the fishing boat. 1,000 at a time, until it's full. 1,000. Hearing this answer, Tang Ming's voice rose a few degrees, as if he was a little unconvinced. But then he saw that the largest boat sold in the store was just a speedboat, and he suddenly realized, "You really deserve to be rich." Tang Ming was generous with his praise. Such an honest businessman is hard to find in real life. Solve the energy problem of fishing boats. He also had no worries at all. According to the description in the illustration, he started fishing in large quantities in the areas where the fish he liked to eat were found. During this process, he was not idle either. He took out his fishing rod and began to test the effect of the lucky clover. His testing method is also very simple. It is to see what the difference will be in the harvest after taking off the lucky clover and wearing it in the same period of time. Although this experiment is not very rigorous, the problem is that the effect of the lucky clover itself cannot be explained by science, so there is no question of whether it is rigorous or not. Have the chances and quality of catching fish improved? It seems that this can indeed increase the luck value. However, this thing should be the same as in the game and cannot be stacked. If it could be stacked, he would give hundreds of thumbs up. The Son of Fortune would be nothing but trash in front of him. We can try it out then. Tang Ming took out a notebook and recorded several such experimental data for later comparison. After doing all this, Tang Ming continued to sweep the sea in his fishing boat. However, he didn't sweep for too long before he discovered that the map here was not big and the world had an end. And in this finite world, resources are also limited. After catching hundreds of tons of fish, Tang Ming clearly felt that the amount of fish he caught each time he cast the net was decreasing. It's a fishing game. You loaded the reel engine. That's toxic. I can only say that it is worthy of being a hardcore fishing game. Even the total number of fish is limited. I don't know if the resources will be refreshed next time I come in. Tang Ming was a little worried about this. Hundreds of tons of fish seemed like a lot, but in fact, if he ate fish every day, it would only be enough for him to eat for 1,000 or 800 years. And many of them are puffer fish. Minus the number of puffer fish, it would only be enough to eat for a few hundred years, which is not enough. We can only continue to salvage and try to accumulate 1,000 tons to ensure our future. Forget it. I can't kill all the fish in the pond. After a period of effort, seeing that only 3 or 2 fish of varying sizes were left each time, Tang Ming decisively chose to give up fishing. If the resources in this game world cannot be refreshed, it would be a good idea to keep some breeding fish as sustainable development resources. Of course, the prerequisite is that this game really has a setting for catching raw fish. Otherwise, the potential of this fishing master will be exhausted by him. After returning to the island, Tang Ming kept a few hundred puffer fish for shoe polishing and sold the rest. Became a millionaire instantly. With a wave of his hand, he took away all the props in the store. He still really wants to buy a luxury speedboat to satisfy his craving. I see you seem to be very interested in fishing. I have a sea chart here. You can go and take a look. There you can catch deep sea fish that are rarely seen in normal times. However, just when Tang Ming finished buying things and was about to leave, Haipeng suddenly took out a map. Tang Ming took the map subconsciously. Then he got a hint to unlock new sea areas. It turns out that new maps will be unlocked after upgrading the equipment to the highest level. Tang Ming realized this immediately when he saw this. It seems that in the short term, there is still money to be made among these fishing experts. Seeing this, Tang Ming did not hesitate. He immediately put away the fishing boat and drove the luxury speedboat he had just purchased towards his destination. But to be honest, this luxury speedboat is indeed a top-level item in the novice map. Not only is it several times faster than a fishing boat, but the speedboat is also equipped with speakers, refrigerators, ovens, and other living and entertainment appliances. In addition, in terms of fishing professionalism, luxury speedboats are far superior to fishing boats. It has its own biological radar, which can clearly present to him the specific situation of the fish schools under the sea. It can be said that it is not easy to have an air force if you want a speedboat like this. With the powerful power of the speedboat, Tang Ming quickly reached the new sea area. As soon as he arrived, he saw a large school of flying fish not far away, quickly passing over the sea. Dolphins jumped out one by one, caught the flying fish that were flying up and had no time to dodge in their mouths, and then fell into the sea, splashing water. Chapter 42 Sinned Again. Sure enough, there is a reason why boys dream of the stars and the sea. Seeing this scene, Tang Ming couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It is also the beginning of my own journey, and I start to fish again. This is indeed the deep sea. The number and variety of fish are incomparable to those in the shallow sea. With one cast of the net, you can harvest several tons of fish. The fishing net fell. A large amount of fish was caught. Sardines, conger eels, swordfish, blue octopus, king crabs, lobsters. When Tang Ming saw the big lobster he had been longing for finally appear, a smile appeared on his face. There is a reason why fishing is addictive. This is really cool. Get lost. Tang Ming walked towards the lobster and kicked the poisonous blue-lined octopus off the fishing boat. He was annoyed just by looking at this inedible creature. After solving the obstacle, he came to the big lobster and grabbed it. I compared it with my right hand and found that this guy's tail was even bigger than my palm. Is this enough to fill you up? After Tang Ming sighed, he went straight back to the luxury speedboat and used the high-end tableware on it to cook. In his previous life, when he saw this kind of big lobster, most people chose to eat it raw. But he couldn't accept this way of eating, so I chose to boil it. Although there is no seasoning, the flavor of the lobster meat itself does not require any seasoning. Delicious flavor, chewy texture. After eating about 2 pounds of shrimp meat, Tang Ming smacked his lips, feeling a little unsatisfied. But now I'm too full to eat, so there's no way I can get another one in a short period of time. I heard that the weirder it looks, the better it tastes, but I don't know if it's true. Tang Ming muttered something and continued fishing with anticipation. Huh? This is krill? After several more salvage attempts, he suddenly noticed that the color of the sea beneath the boat had changed. Large numbers of krill leapt out of the sea. Many of them even bounced directly onto the deck of the ship. I heard that fresh krill tastes delicious, but since it is difficult to keep it fresh during transportation, it is difficult for people who are not near the production area to enjoy this delicacy. But why do I have a bad feeling? Tang Ming was looking at the ocean below him, which was completely submerged by krill, and was wondering where this bad feeling came from. Buzz. Suddenly, a huge and long whale cry brought him back to reality. At this moment, he also knew where that bad feeling came from. Krill are food for whales. Such a large number of krill suddenly emerged to the surface of the sea, which must be driven by whales. We need to leave this area quickly. Tang Ming hurriedly took the helm and tried to change direction, but there were too many krill below, making it difficult for him to complete the action. Bang! Suddenly, the water surface in front of him exploded, and a huge mouth like the abyss suddenly rushed out from below, and then merged. The impact of this scene was so shocking that Tang Ming was a little dazed for a moment. However, he quickly reacted and quickly put the remaining fishing boats back into his game backpack. If the ship was capsized by these whales, he would suffer a great loss. Compared with fishing boats, speedboats are more maneuverable in this school of krill. However, before Tang Ming could escape from the area, he saw the water level below rising rapidly. Tang Ming, who didn't want the hull to be damaged, decisively put the speedboat back into the game backpack, and then prepared to return to reality. He had gained enough this time, and he was not unwilling to give up. No way. D. A piece of explosive with a lit fuse suddenly appeared in Tang Ming's hand, and then he threw it straight into the huge mouth of the whale below. This is exactly what he got from the gold miners before. I originally wanted to find a mutant creature in reality to try it out. But firstly, the risk is relatively high in reality. Secondly, he will not really die in the game. So this is a good opportunity to personally feel the power of the bomb. And thirdly, he also wants to see whether the resources in the game will be refreshed after the character dies. Therefore, there is really no personal grudge involved. Tang Ming simply wanted to study the true power of the bomb to avoid being accidentally injured by improper use in real life. The bomb and Tang Ming were swallowed by the whale. A moment later, bang! There was a flash of white light, followed by a muffled sound. The power of the bomb was much greater than Tang Ming expected. The whale's head was blown off, leaving only its tail. As for himself, Tang Ming touched his chin. Now he confirmed one thing, that is, his character in this game is invincible and will not suffer any harm. Well, one thing has been confirmed. That means I really can't swim. Gurgle. Tang Ming folded his arms across his chest, quietly looking at the sea above that was moving away from him. The only word he could use to describe his mood at the moment was fuck. Before I enter Fishing Master next time, I should find a river and learn how to swim first. Back to reality, after making this decision, Tang Ming opened his backpack and checked his gains. Well, actually there was no need to check. There were more than 1,000 tons of fish, and he could just eat them all. If he ate one and threw away 10, it would be enough for him to eat to death. But it's good to have more supplies, just in case something unexpected happens, right? Thinking of this, Tang Ming looked at the cards he had stacked together before entering the game. This time, the time spent in Fishing Master was quite long, and more than half a day had passed in reality. After such a long time, the shed card was successfully produced. As Tang Ming picked up the card, the information he received instantly made him understand the purpose of the shed. Just as he expected, this was indeed an item with space storage function. However, compared with the storage equipment in general novels, the storage effect of this shed is rather poor. You can only store 4 items that belong to you. No size limit? Suddenly Tang Ming raised his eyebrows, as if he had realized something extraordinary. He looked at the ground beneath his feet, lost in thought. The idea was bold, and he wanted to try it, but he was also a little afraid that it would actually succeed. But the planet shouldn't be considered my personal property, right? The air raid shelter should now be considered. Tang Ming shook his head, throwing away the dangerous thoughts in his mind. After all, this air raid shelter was a refuge he had found with great difficulty. If something unexpected really happened, he would be in tears. Let's test the game later. There are still 2 days left before Thief Simulator can be accessed again. He had coveted the equipment in the base in the game for a long time, but unfortunately those things originally belonged to him and could not be judged as stolen items, so he could not take them out of the game. You can try it in 2 days. Blanche, when I get ruthless, I even steal from myself. That's just me. Chapter 43 Hatred. Time goes back a few hours. In a mountain only a few hundred meters away from the park where Tang Ming was. The fire is shining. This was followed by a series of intensive explosions. Buzz buzz. The roar of a car engine came from the mountain tunnel, and soon a small, badly damaged armored vehicle drove out and fled quickly into the distance. Inside the armored vehicle sat a team of Green Snake soldiers. Sunchaser, the team leader of the 5-man team, was standing in the armored vehicle at this moment, holding a telescope in his hand and observing the situation in the tunnel behind with a serious face. In the darkness of the tunnel, there seemed to be a huge figure. Seeing that the monster in the tunnel was about to walk out of the tunnel, Sunchaser picked up the walkie-talkie and shouted directly. Boom! As his words fell, a sound like thunder suddenly rang out from the entrance of the tunnel. It seemed that a surprising amount of explosives had been buried at the entrance in advance. Hualala. The entrance to the tunnel was instantly shattered by the aftermath of the explosion, and a large amount of earth and rocks fell from it. Smoke and dust rose up, and in a blink of an eye the tunnel they came out of completely collapsed and was buried by rocks. The demolition team evacuates, and the scouts go up to check the target situation. Seeing that the ambush was successful, Sunchaser immediately issued new orders. This is not the first time they have carried out a sniper operation. For unknown reasons, every once in a while, a terrifying creature called Abomination would invade their city. The self-healing ability of these abominations is extremely terrifying. Even if only half of the body is left, they can recover at a very fast speed. In addition to being extremely difficult to kill, they also have a strong malice towards humans that cannot be explained by science, and will constantly seek out humans to attack and devour. Unlike other mutant creatures, they only treat humans as one of their menu items, not necessarily as an essential food. Report. That guy is not dead yet, and shows signs of escaping. Wait, what the hell is this? Damn it. Ah. Beep beep beep. The scout's report soon came through the intercom, but after a scream, only the busy tone continued to echo. Activate backup plan. Sunchaser had a flash of anger at the death of his companion, but he quickly suppressed the emotion and issued new orders quickly and accurately. He is in this team. It was originally formed by the Green Snake Legion to prevent abominations from entering the city. Hundreds of people have sacrificed their lives in this work since its founding. Among these people were his predecessors, his former captain, and newcomers who had just joined. The sacrifice of every companion made him feel angry. But do you regret it? There is no regret because everyone in their team joined voluntarily. When danger comes, someone always needs to stand up to protect everyone. So why can't that person be themselves? And they protect not only green snakes, but also other human fellows in the city. Although some of the Green Snake Legion commanders do act a little too radically, Sunchaser still believes that one day in the future, humans, led by the 8 Green Snake Legion commanders, will walk out of the tunnel and return to the ground, allowing the human race to stand on top of the world again. What they are doing now is to buy more time to achieve this goal. Even if I die in the process, it will be a worthy death and I will never regret it. After receiving the new order from Sun Shang, the armored vehicle immediately slowed down and waited for the abomination to break out of the ground. The reason for this is that the backup plan is to divert the trouble away. There are many forbidden creatures in the city. They are so powerful that even if the Green Snake Legion encounters them, they have no choice but to flee. But fortunately, these powerful forbidden creatures have a strong sense of territory and rarely leave their territory. This allowed them to use this method to defeat many invincible enemies. However, they will not use this method easily unless it is absolutely necessary. Because when they enter the field of vision of those creatures, their lives are no longer their own. Which is the closest numbered creature to us? While Sun Shang was observing the situation in the tunnel through a telescope, he also asked the soldier beside him who was in charge of route planning. Number 8. Sun Shang was stunned for a moment when he heard this. The bone tree? He clearly remembered that the tree was rooted in a food wholesale factory near the second ring road, and they are now outside the third ring, and there should be quite a few numbered creatures within this distance. For some unknown reason, number 8 suddenly started moving a few days ago. According to the latest news, it has now moved to a location less than 3 kilometers to the west of us. After hearing the reason, Sun Shang frowned. The sudden movement of the bone tree for no reason was not good news, but now was obviously not the time to think about it. Because even as they were talking, the tunnel that had collapsed once before had undergone other changes again. The earth and rocks originally piled at the tunnel exit looked like there was a bulldozer working on them from behind. They were pushed out of the tunnel little by little, and then scattered in the open space outside the tunnel. Roar! As the smoke and dust dissipated, a deformed monster with dark red flesh and purple blood vessels, which looked like a combination of 7 or 8 creatures, emerged from the tunnel. It looked like a flesh and blood centipede covered with deformed tumors, except that its body was filled with limbs, organs, and hair belonging to other creatures. Distorted is the best word to describe its image. At this moment, there was a huge bloody hole in the middle of its body, almost cutting it in half. However, for an ordinary creature, this would be a fatal injury. However, it is being repaired rapidly by the wriggling of tens of thousands of granulation tissues. Although the newly repaired flesh and blood looked hideous and terrifying, it turned out to be the most acceptable part of the body of the abomination in front of him. Roar! An indescribable roar came out of its mouth, and a flesh tentacles connected to its body swung away, dragging a lifeless body out of the rubble. It then placed it next to its mouth, opened its snake-like mouth, and swallowed it in one gulp. Ka-ka-ka. A creepy chewing sound was heard. Sun Shang and his 5 companions, who saw this scene from a distance, were both angry and horrified. Let's go. Seeing that the abomination was looking towards him, Sun Shang immediately gave the order. At the same time, he took out the intercom again and shouted to the evacuated demolition team. You go back and report the situation. Leave one person to keep in touch with me. If the plan fails, have the commander send another team over. Old Sun, you must come back alive. If you die again, I will be left with no friends. Don't worry, I'm lucky. And I also want to see the day when a new era is established. Beep, beep, beep. Roar. Outside the air raid shelter, Tang Ming frowned and looked towards the place where he had previously discarded the spoiled food. There were several mutant creatures fighting each other there. Fighting for food? Seeing this, Tang Ming took a few glances and his attention was attracted by the movement coming from the west. Look sideways. Wherever he looked, he saw a large number of white eye marks appearing and approaching him rapidly. Chapter 44. Sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. Beast tide. Tang Ming frowned when he saw this scene. Why is there a tide of beasts here? He had explored the area near the park and found no large number of mutant creatures gathered there. Were they driven here from other areas? Thinking of this, Tang Ming's face turned a little ugly because it was very likely that a powerful mutant creature had come nearby. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain why a beast tide appeared. Tang Ming looked down at the 4-leaf clover badge on his chest and felt that his luck was added to the void. However, now is not the time to think about these things. Now a large number of mutant creatures are pouring in the air raid shelter where he is likely to be impacted. We have to find a way to lure these guys away. Tang Ming didn't want to see the base he had just renovated halfway destroyed by the attack of these mutant creatures. Just as he was thinking about how to deal with the matter, out of the corner of his eye, he once again caught a glimpse of those mutant creatures fighting over spoiled food. The harsh living environment not only makes survival difficult for humans, but also for these mutated creatures. Sometimes it's just for a little food. They will fight each other for this. Thinking of this, an immature idea emerged in Tang Ming's mind. That is to use food to lure these mutated creatures to change direction. The catch just obtained from the fishing master can come in handy. Perhaps, I can take this opportunity to reduce the mutant creatures in the park to a safe number. After thinking for a moment, Tang Ming felt that this method was feasible. However, he did not act immediately, but went into stealth mode. Prepare to observe for a while longer, in order to avoid accidents and put yourself in dangerous situations. After observing for a while, Tang Ming found that only a small number of them were coming towards him, and most of the mutant creatures were heading east. Although it is only a small number, there are still dozens of them. Only after he was sure that there was nothing too dangerous among these dozens of mutant creatures did he begin to act. Let's try some puffer fish first. Because he didn't know the tastes of these mutant creatures, he could only try the more stimulating one first. It would be best if it can be poisoned to death, but it's okay if it doesn't. At least the only thing you lose is a shoe shining brush. He soon found his first target. It was a fast-running feline mutant. Fiery red fur with fading white patterns. It is slightly larger than a leopard, but not as large as a tiger. When it approached within 10 meters of him, Tang Ming immediately had an idea. Suddenly a pufferfish appeared out of nowhere and smashed into the face of the mutant cat creature. Then it suddenly expanded into a ball. Items placed in the game backpack will remain in the state they were in before being placed in. So the pufferfish is still alive, and after being stimulated, it will respond to stress. Roar! The feline mutant was so frightened by the sudden appearance of this thing that all the hair on its body exploded instantly. Quickly jumped back away from the pufferfish. However, it soon discovered that the creature that frightened it did not seem to be aggressive. Perhaps because of the natural curiosity of cats, after only observing for a moment, it moved closer to take a look. It sniffed the delicious scent of the marine life and instantly lost its resistance. It opened its huge mouth and bit the still puffy pufferfish to pieces, then swallowed it whole. As if it sensed the deliciousness of the pufferfish, it stopped running and started looking around to see if there was any other delicious food nearby. Just eat it if you want. Tang Ming remembered that the poison of pufferfish would take some time to take effect, so he didn't wait. After seeing that his method was effective, he immediately began to feed it to other mutant creatures passing by. Soon, more than a dozen mutant creatures stopped and began to search around because of the deliciousness of the puffer fish. Almost. I feel this number is appropriate. Tang Ming had an idea and immediately piled thousands of kilograms of catch in one place. The smell emitted by the large amount of seafood immediately attracted the attention of a dozen mutant creatures around. Soon these mutant creatures gathered together. However, the attack did not break out immediately, because there is enough food. Still observing cautiously, some brave ones have already jumped into the pile of fish and started to feast on them. Seeing that the food was getting less and less, the remaining ones could no longer sit still and join the feast. Hiss! A huge, snake-like creature wanted to drive away the other creatures in front of it so that it could get food more easily. However, at this moment, no mutant creatures cared about its threat, and they all rushed to eat the delicious food that fell from the sky. Seeing that its threat was useless, the snake-like creature suddenly became angry, opened its mouth wide, and instantly swallowed a mutant creature blocking its way. Roar! This scene immediately scared away many mutant creatures around it. Seeing that the space in front of it was finally empty, the giant snake opened its mouth wide, ready to enjoy the delicacies in front of it. One bite. The giant snake lowered its head and looked at the place where it had just bitten off. There was a gaping hole there, proving that it must have swallowed something. But it chewed twice, but there was nothing in its mouth. It was confused for a moment, but it was obvious that its brain did not support it to think about such a complex problem. Looking at the dwindling amount of food in front of it, it immediately put the doubt behind it and opened its big mouth again to bite into the pile of fish. However, still nothing. It obviously ate it. Who is it? It looked at the other mutant creatures around it. After the intimidation it just had, there was only a giant black spider about the same size as it was beside it. Hiss! The giant snake hissed, as if warning the black spider that it was about to get angry. After giving the warning, it leaned over again and bit the pile of fish in front of it, but still bit of loneliness. Hiss! This made the giant snake completely furious, and it opened its huge mouth without any hesitation and attacked the black spider. The black spider, who was packing fish one by one with silk thread and waiting to eat them later, never expected that the giant snake would attack him. Its spherical abdomen was instantly pierced by the giant snake's sharp teeth, and a large amount of grass-green juice flowed out of the wound. Roar! Feeling that it was under attack, the black spider let out an angry roar, and not willing to be outdone, opened its huge mouth and bit towards the giant snake's body. The war is about to break out. As food inexplicably disappeared until all food disappeared completely, more and more mutant creatures were forced to join the battle caused by food conflicts. The battle was extremely fierce. In addition, many mutant creatures suddenly died in the middle of the fight, which added a bit of weird atmosphere to the battle. However, all creatures on the battlefield were already blinded by killing intent, so no one noticed anything unusual. The dog's brains were beaten out. Looking at the canine creature's head flying to his feet, Tang Ming, the instigator of this battle, consciously stepped back. Retreat to the rockery above the air raid shelter. Sit on the mountain and watch the fight between tigers, waiting for the battle to end. Chapter 45 Tool. The entire battle lasted about 20 minutes. The final winner was the giant snake that launched the attack first. Hiss. It stuck out its tongue and let out a hissing sound towards the sky, as if declaring its own strength to the defeated being whose body was torn apart on the ground. However, although it won the final victory in this battle, it was not without paying a price. Its body was covered with wounds, scratches, and bites, and even a small section of its tail was broken in the battle. But this was not its most serious injury. The most serious areas are those bitten by black spiders. There was no telling what kind of toxin was contained in the spider's fangs, which caused pustules to swell up on the places where it had been bitten. These pustules barely hold up the scales around the giant snake's skin, like a balloon being squeezed by a palm, which may burst at any time. Call out. However, the giant snake had just hissed for less than a second when a wooden spear flew from nowhere and destroyed all its arrogance. The power carried by the wooden spear is beyond imagination. It shot straight into the giant snake's open mouth, piercing its throat in almost an instant, and then continued to move forward until it pierced through the back of its head, only then stopping. Only the end of one section remains embedded between the scales on the back of the neck. If you hadn't seen this scene with your own eyes, you would have thought that the wooden spear was attacking from behind. It just barely broke through the giant snake's scale defense. Fortunately, I held back a little at the end, otherwise my hand would have been broken. Tang Ming looked at the giant snake that fell to the ground and shook his right hand, which was numb from using too much force. The attack just now was delivered after he drank the powerful water. As far as the results are concerned, the effect of power water couldn't be better, and it can be said to be even more powerful than Viagra. The only downside is that you might hurt yourself. The effect of the powerful water will only last for half an hour. You need to be more careful and don't seriously injure yourself. Tang Ming clenched his right hand, which had regained consciousness. The force was so strong that he felt as if he could break his own hand if he exerted a little more force. Shaking his head to get rid of this terrible thought, he looked at the giant snake that was still twisting its body in the distance. The pustules on its body kept bursting as it struggled, splashing out drop after drop of grayish-white, smelly liquid. This guy is actually dead, but cold-blooded animals generally have very strong vitality. This tenacity is reflected in the fact that even without a head, the body can still jump around for a long time. Come back after a while. Seeing the giant snake's corpse, which would not be quiet in a short time, Tang Ming looked towards the west again. After he dealt with these dozens of mutant creatures, although other mutant creatures continued to appear, they were only scattered here and there and did not form a large scale. This is not a big threat to him. What Tang Ming wants to know most now is what exactly happened in the west. The fact that it could scare a mutant creature of the giant snake into fleeing in panic shows how terrifying the thing that appeared in the west is. Let's go and have a look. After hesitating for some time, Tang Ming finally decided to go and check it out. It is no exaggeration to say that this danger is so imminent that it may fall upon us at any time. Instead of waiting for death, it is better to understand the specific situation in advance. Even if danger really comes at that time, he can prepare in advance. Although we may not be able to defend the air raid shelter by then, at least we can survive. Anyway, as long as the Green Mountains remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. If he was a stubborn person, he would not have chosen to move immediately after Green Snake posted his reward. Leave immediately. There are not many mutant creatures in the park at present. In order to hurry on his way, Tang Ming directly took out the pickup truck to help him get on with his journey. Soon he drove out of the park and onto the main road to the west. After arriving here, Tang Ming immediately became cautious. He retracted the pickup truck, took off the rifle on his back, and sneaked out further west. I remember this is an amusement park? After walking a little further, he suddenly felt that the road looked familiar. and the city map he had seen in the subway station immediately appeared in his mind. Fortunately, he stayed up all night that night and wrote down some special buildings. This amusement park was the closest to the park, so he also memorized the surrounding routes, thinking of coming over to explore it later. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to remember it so quickly. The amusement park covers a large area, several times larger than the park where he is. There are not only amusement parks, but also large-scale entertainment buildings such as ocean parks, ice and snow worlds, swimming pools, etc. The gate was built in the style of a Western castle gate. The gate alone is as high as a 4-story building, and on both sides of the gate there are 2 watchtowers that are more than half a meter taller than the gate. When you look at it from a distance, you really have the illusion that you can enter a fairy tale world by walking in here. There's something up there. However, I didn't have time to appreciate it. Tang Ming found a white eye icon just above the watchtower on the left. This means there are living creatures on it. Unsure of what it was, he thought for a moment and headed straight for the watchtower on the right. The door of the watchtower here is locked, and the lock is completely rusted and cannot be opened using the lock-picking skill. But this does not pose a problem for Tang Ming, because he still has climbing gloves. Putting on gloves, he climbed up the watchtower on the right very easily from bottom to top, out of the opponent's blind spot. Green Snake Man? Come to the top of the tower. Looking through the battlements on the watchtower, Tang Ming was somewhat surprised to find that on the opposite side was a green soldier observing the distance with a telescope, and not the mutant creature as he had previously thought. This result made Tang Ming feel relieved, but it also gave him new doubts. Why are the people from Green Snake here? He frowned. Following the other person's line of sight, I looked inside the amusement park. Soon, a giant tree covering half of the sky came into view. What the hell is going on? Looking at the slightly familiar bone tree, Tang Ming was a little surprised. How did this thing get here from the food wholesale market? You have to know that the amusement park in front of you is at least 20 kilometers away from the food wholesale market. It's a fucking tree. How is that possible? Could it be that it's not the same tree? Tang Ming frowned, but felt that the possibility was not high. It's outrageous that there is such an oversized thing. The chance of having 2 trees of exactly the same size appearing is low. So the tree was meant to be movable. Tang Ming had tried his best to overestimate these mutated creatures in the wasteland, but he did not expect that his vision was still too narrow. At this point, he finally understood why these mutant creatures were running away. If he were in their place, he would run away too if such a monster were standing on his face. Chapter 46. The Horror of Hatred. Just when Tang Ming wanted to retreat away from here. But I feel like I have overlooked something. He turned his head again to look at the green soldier on the watchtower on his left. After careful observation, I found that the other party was holding a walkie-talkie, his mouth opening and closing constantly, as if he was reporting some important information. It shouldn't be as simple as observing the movement trajectory of the bone tree. Seeing this, Tang Ming looked in the direction of the ancient tree again. After a careful inspection, they soon discovered a pile of rotten flesh pierced by bone spurs. What is this? Tang Ming frowned. The disgusting appearance looked like it was made up of the limbs of various creatures, and it didn't look like something that could have evolved from nature. It made him feel like the product of human experimentation. Is it the green snake that is conducting experiments? Tang Ming looked at the abomination that was pierced by more than a dozen bone spurs, but was still struggling. I feel that this kind of vitality is really scary. After thinking for a moment, he chose to go to the green snake soldier and listen for a while. While verifying his own ideas, he also wanted to borrow the telescope from the other person. Operation Abomination has been restricted by 8. What about the members of the advance team? The entire army has been wiped out. One of them blew himself up, and 3 were killed by number 8. The bodies were far away from the abomination. The whereabouts of the team leader Sunshung is currently unknown. Are there any other dead bodies of creatures near the abomination? There are 3, but number 8 has sucked all their blood. Return after confirming that the abomination has been completely killed. If the plan fails, the Legion commander will come to support. Beep, beep, beep. There was a busy tone on the intercom. The green snake soldier exhaled and was just about to continue observing the situation of the hatred. However, he suddenly felt that the helmet on his head was suddenly lifted up. What the hell? This made his face change drastically, and he immediately wanted to pick up the gun and fight back. However, just as his hand touched the rifle he had placed on the ground, he felt a pain at the back of his head. Bang! The soldier fell to the ground. Tang Ming took a look at the wooden board in his hand. Fortunately, it was not broken. He put away the wooden board, then took out the shed card and tried to put the green soldier who was knocked unconscious by him on the ground into it. The other party is now in a state of being captured by him, and theoretically the ownership rights belong to him. So according to the description on the shed card, it is possible to take the other party in. Sure enough, it was just as Tang Ming thought. On the shed card, the moment the green snake soldier came into contact with his body, he instantly disappeared from the spot, leaving only clothes on the ground, proving that there was indeed a person here before. That's quite convenient. Tang Ming's eyes lit up when he saw this. I feel that if I encounter an enemy that cannot be killed in the future, I can use this method to seal it after subduing it. However, that is a matter for the future. Tang Ming put away the shed card and prepared to interrogate the green snake soldier after returning to find out the details of what happened. As for now, why is there a wild telescope here? Tang Ming picked up the telescope with joy, feeling that he was really lucky as he could find unwanted wild telescopes wherever he went. It is just right to observe the hatred over there carefully. From the previous conversation between the soldier and the person on the other end of the walkie-talkie, it is not difficult to judge that the monster called Abomination in front of them is indeed related to the green snake. However, whether it is a biological weapon created by the green snake remains a question. And from the information revealed in those few conversations, the hatred before him was not as simple as he saw it now. The green snake people seemed to not want the Abomination to touch the corpse, looking at the hatred being unilaterally crushed by the bone tree in the distance. What happens if you come across a dead body? Tang Ming frowned and thought. With the help of the telescope, the situation there was clearer than what he had seen with his naked eyes before. More than a dozen bone spurs as thick as thighs emerged from the ground and pierced into the huge and hideous body of the Abomination at different angles. There was no blood coming out of the wound. It may have been absorbed by the bone spurs, but it may also be that there is not much blood in the body of the Abomination. Roar! The eyes of hatred stared straight ahead. Less than 30 meters away from it, there were 3 bone spikes protruding from the ground. At the top of these 3 bone spikes were 3 completely shriveled human corpses. Only the eyes still retained their previous vitality. At this moment, these eyes were also staring at the hatred in front of them, as if they saw their prey. These corpses were naturally the green snake soldiers on the armored vehicles before, but after being killed by bone spurs, their eyes were controlled in a strange way. This allows it to capture the location of its prey through its line of sight, even if it is just a tree. Roar! The Abomination that was unable to move let out a series of low roars. It kept squirming its body, trying to get rid of the bone spurs that nailed it to the spot.
Swish vlnka.
As it struggled frantically, its body, pierced by bone spurs, shattered into pieces in an instant. White flesh with lots of blood was exposed. Roar! The Abomination that had broken free from its restraints immediately climbed towards the bodies of the 3 green snake soldiers, regardless of everything. Sizzle! However, the next moment another bone spur suddenly shot out from the ground and pierced the hateful body again. However, this time, not only did it not nail it to the spot, but it was cut in half, freeing it from the restraint of the huge body behind it. 7 or 8 limbs of different shapes allow it to reach extreme speed. The distance of 30 meters was reached in just a blink of an eye. Hatred began to chew and swallow frantically, as if it had been hungry for 3 days and 3 nights. Logically speaking, since its body is broken, the food it eats should flow out from the broken part. However, the actual situation goes against common sense. The Abomination seemed to have taken some tonic. Under the half of the body that was left, the white flesh and blood that was as thick as oil began to wriggle rapidly, growing rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was as if it could grow the flesh and blood it ate out of its body in equal proportion. In just a few blinks of an eye, a human body grew out from under the body of hate. But compared with its huge body, it does feel top-heavy. The feeding was not over yet. There were still 2 corpses waiting for it to devour. He immediately wanted to pounce on the other 2 bodies. But the bone tree was not a pushover either. Another bone spur emerged from the ground and pierced through it. However, the hatred that had already pounced on the corpse had no intention of paying any attention to it. It continued to swallow big mouthfuls. His newly grown human lower body continued to grow rapidly in the process. Soon a giant with a fleshy head rose from the ground, about 3 meters high. It grabbed the bone spur that pierced its body with both hands, pushed hard, and actually broke free. And then it began to dodge the bone tree's next attack. At this moment, it was like it had transformed from an irrational, crazy monster into a person who could think and was powerful. What the hell is this? Tang Ming, who witnessed the entire process, felt a chill on his back. If you let this monster devour you. Chapter 47. Exaggerated body shape. This creature is too dangerous. Tang Ming frowned. If we allow this abomination to continue evolving like this is a disaster for the people of the entire city. No less than a natural disaster. From a human perspective, it is even more terrifying than a natural disaster. It is possible to survive a natural disaster. But I hate the insane cannibalism. It is absolutely impossible for it to let go of anyone it can find. Although he could enter the game and become stronger, the period required was too long. It is completely incomparable with the other party's almost abnormal evolution speed. Although he didn't know where the upper limit was, it was definitely not something he could handle in a short period of time, and his situation would become quite dangerous. We can't let this thing get away alive. Tang Ming thought of this and looked at the walkie-talkie on the ground. Given that the enemy legion commanders possess extraordinary powers, it should not be difficult to deal with the abominations. If the bone tree is unable to deal with the hatred at that time, it will notify the professionals to come. Just as this thought popped up in Tang Ming's mind, the battle in the distance changed again. More and more bone spurs broke through the ground. Like arrow feathers, they pierced towards the abomination that was constantly dodging the attacks. However, the abomination's flexibility was beyond imagination. Before the attack reached it, it grabbed the top of a bone spur protruding from the ground and, relying on its powerful strength, managed to use this force to dodge all the attacks at that moment. Finally, he stepped on the top of a bone spur with one foot and stood on this ocean-like sea of bone spurs. However, this action of its seemed to have completely angered the bone tree. The trunk, formed by countless bone spurs, began to tremble slightly, accompanied by an increasingly loud roar. The ground of the entire amusement park began to shake at the same time. Click, click, click. The earth is cracked. One crack after another emerged with the bone tree as the center. A large number of bone spurs emerged from the ground like mushrooms after rain. At first, Tang Ming thought that this was the root system of the bone tree, but he soon found out that he was wrong, and extremely wrong. Because as the bone spurs continued to pour out, what finally appeared before him was a huge piece of white bone petals that was as shocking as a tsunami. After seeing this scene, Tang Ming realized belatedly that those bone spurs were actually just the fluff on the petals. Is this a flower? Tang Ming looked at the 3 petals rising one after another from different directions, and the shock in his heart was beyond words. He had always thought that the bone tree was the real body, but now it seems that it is just the pistil. Under his shocked gaze, the 3 huge petals quickly merged, trapping hatred completely within it. Then, as if satisfied, it began to slowly sink into the ground. Finally, it disappeared from his sight. I don't know where it will appear next time. It was a long time after the flower bud disappeared that Tang Ming came back to his senses. Now he thinks it is quite outrageous that human beings have not yet become extinct under such circumstances. We have to find a way to get a starship. Tang Ming now feels that unless he flies out of the atmosphere immediately, there is no way he will be safe. That's fucking awesome. Let's get out of here as soon as possible. There were too many uncertainties here, and he was worried that the flower would suddenly emerge from under his feet. That would be such a surprise. However, they had just packed up the Green Snake soldier's belongings. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly saw a white eye icon light up in a shop not far below. Someone? Could it be the missing team leader? After seeing this scene, Tang Ming immediately thought of one of the pieces of information he had heard before. 4 members of the team died, but the captain, named Sun Shang, was missing. The soldier responsible for reporting the intelligence believed that Sun Shang was dead, but the actual situation was probably just coma, and just now woke up. The reason why Tang Ming was so sure was, this is because the stealth prompt for the gaze will not appear only when the other party is unconscious or dead. Go and have a look. After a little thought, Tang Ming sneaked over directly. It's not that I want to hit the other person, but I want to see the other person's condition. After witnessing the horror of the abomination, he knew that if the green snake was not sure whether the abomination was dead or not, it would definitely send people to investigate again. His air raid shelter is not too far from here, so there is a possibility that he might be discovered. So if there was someone who could help him report the news here to the green snake, it would save him a lot of trouble. I was knocked unconscious? In a dilapidated shop, Sun Shang opened his eyes. He touched his aching chin and quickly recalled what happened in the car. When the abomination sees that there are suddenly 3 fewer people in the car, there is a high probability that it will not continue the pursuit. Captain, you are the only one who can minimize the sacrifices of our brothers. So you must not die here. These three sentences echoed in his mind. Silence. These guys. Sun Shang raised his right hand and slapped himself hard. There was some moisture in the corners of his eyes. Obviously, he was the only one who needed to die. He immediately wanted to stand up and check the situation outside. However, as soon as he moved, he felt a pain in his waist. Looking down, he saw that his combat uniform was pierced by a stone spike. At this time, because of his violent movement just now, blood continued to flow out of the wound. It was impossible for the car to stop while being chased by the hatred. Although the team members slowed down and threw him out, it was obvious that Sun Shang's luck was not good. It happened to fall on a stone spike. However, the physical injuries at this moment were far less than the pain in his heart. These bastards who disobeyed orders. Sun Shang gritted his teeth and stood up. He wanted to know what was going on outside. What happened to his three subordinates? Although I know that being a bait will result in death, but what if? However, when he stumbled to the gate of the amusement park, all he saw was a mess. There is no amusement park there. There is only a huge bottomless pit. Sun Shang was stunned. After a long time, he knelt down facing the deep pit and kowtowed 3 times. When he stood up again, there was no more grief on his face, but his eyes became more determined than before. I will carry your will and continue to move forward until the day when all human beings come out of the underground. He kept muttering this. However, just a few seconds after he said this, his eyes rolled up and he fell to the ground. Tang Ming, who had been watching this scene from the side, felt his eyelids twitch when he saw this. After some mental struggle, he reached out and supported the man. Although their positions are different, the other party's spirit is still worthy of his admiration. Chapter 48. Invitation from Sun Shang. Please read on. When Sun Shang opened his eyes again, he found that what he saw was an unfamiliar ceiling. Did someone from the other team find me? He vaguely remembered that he was at the gate of the amusement park before he fell into a coma. You're awake? Just as he was thinking this, a strange voice came to his ears. He immediately struggled to get up and wanted to ask what had happened in the amusement park while he was unconscious, and to inquire about the situation of his 4 teammates. However, after he sat up completely, he saw a strange man. His face was dirty and I couldn't see his specific appearance clearly, but his clothes were clean, so the first impression was not too offensive. Who are you? Seeing that it was not his companion, Sun Shang immediately became alert and reached out to take the weapon on his body. However, when he touched it, he was shocked to find that he was only left with a pair of shorts on his body. I saw you fainted on the ground before, and I thought something might happen to you, so I brought you here. Don't worry, I have no ill will towards you. And if you move around like this, the wound might open again. Tang Ming said this while pointing at Sun Shang's wound. He tried his best to act out the character he created for himself as an enthusiastic scavenger passing by the amusement park, so that he can tell him the whole story and achieve his own goal. As for whether Sun Shang would recognize him as the wanted criminal that Green Snake was offering a reward for, Tang Ming was not worried about this. After all, there are no photos, and everyone's face is dirty. If he changes his clothes, changes his name, and changes his residence, he will not be exposed as long as he does not meet someone who knows him. After hearing Tang Ming's words, Sun Shang lowered his head and looked at his wound. It was wrapped with a layer of white gauze. If you smell it carefully, you can still smell some alcohol. Seeing this, Sun Shang gradually calmed down and wanted to apologize to Tang Ming. Some of the reactions were overreacted. If the person in front of me really had any ill intentions towards me, he would have killed me while I was unconscious. Instead of thinking like now, taking out precious medical supplies to treat your wounds. But there are still some doubts as to why Tang Ming appeared here. This place is outside the 3rd ring road of the city and is an extremely dangerous area. By the way, have you seen the abomination? However, Sun Shang now also has the mind to delve into this issue, because he remembered what Tang Ming just said when he passed by the amusement park. In other words, the other party may have witnessed everything that happened in the amusement park. Abomination? The monster that looks like several creatures spliced together? Is it not dead? Damn it. We must report this information back quickly, otherwise something serious will happen. By the way, where are my things? When Sun Shang heard Tang Ming's answer, he became excited again. He should be dead. Seeing this, Tang Ming immediately described to Sun Shang in detail what he had seen. It's better to die. It's better to die. After hearing what happened, Sun Shang breathed a sigh of relief, but soon he seemed to realize something. After a moment of silence, he asked again, Are they all dead? They are all dead. Tang Ming knew what he was asking and nodded in answer. Yes, how could he survive in that situation? Sun Sheng felt a little disappointed, but he also knew that no one could escape from an attack of that range. Is the abomination you're talking about dangerous? I've never seen it before. Seeing that the time was right, Tang Ming began to ask questions. He really wanted to know where this hatred came from. Sun Sheng glanced at the wound on his waist, sighed, and then answered Tang Ming's question. They come from outside, feed on humans, and are extremely dangerous. The reason why you haven't seen it is that whenever this kind of creature appears, we green snakes will immediately send out a combat team to kill it with the force of thunder. Prevent it from harming other survivors in the city. So if you see this kind of monster again, run as far away as you can. Outside. This was the second time Tang Ming heard this word. The last time he heard it was from the two brothers. I vaguely remember Guasha saying that compared to the outside world, their city is like a paradise. But if the danger outside is this abomination, then is what Guasha told him before about the sacrifice credible? After all, from what he has seen so far, it is the green snakes people who are stopping the hatred, not the mysterious power that Guasha mentioned. By the way, where are my things? Sun Sheng put away his sadness and asked Tang Ming again. He needs to report the intelligence here back. Here. When Tang Ming heard the question, he came back to his senses and returned all of Sun Sheng's things. Clothes, walkie-talkies, some small items. Except for the weapons, he returned everything else that could be returned. Sun Sheng didn't say much about Tang Ming's behavior. In this wasteland, it is normal to be wary of strangers. He was already surprised that Tang Ming would rescue him. Take out the intercom. He quickly got in touch with Green Snake's headquarters. Chun Bin is missing? Hearing the news, Sun Sheng sighed. Chin Bin was the intelligence courier he had arranged earlier. But now it seems that it should have been affected by number 8 as well. After briefly describing what happened on the scene, Sun Sheng looked at Tang Ming, who was looking out the window as if nothing had to do with him, and thanked him sincerely. Thanks to you this time, brother. Otherwise, we would have to spend a lot of manpower to find the trace of hatred. I just happened to be passing by. I can't just stand by and watch someone die, right? Tang Ming waved his hand, indicating that it was a trivial matter and not worth mentioning. Seeing this, Sun Sheng looked at Tang Ming and seemed to have made a decision after a long while. My companion will come to pick me up in a little while. What are your plans? How about coming back to Green Snake with me? Even though it was only a brief contact, but just based on the fact that Tang Ming dared to save people in the wasteland. He has already recognized Tang Ming. Being so kind, it's easy to suffer losses in this wasteland. Join the Green Snake? Hearing Sun Sheng's invitation, Tang Ming was stunned. He quickly put a brick that fell from Sun Sheng's head back into his gaming backpack. An accident was narrowly avoided. Tang Ming didn't speak for a long time. Sun Sheng thought Tang Ming was worried about the Green Snake, so he immediately explained. We Green Snakes are not what you see. Although our actions are sometimes a bit radical, our goal has never changed. We are always working towards getting people back to the surface. Ahem. I need to think about this. Tang Ming interrupted with 2 dry coughs. Considering it? Yes, this requires careful consideration. Sun Sheng nodded. He was not surprised by Tang Ming's answer. Most of the survivors in the wasteland did not understand them and had deep misunderstandings about them, the Green Snakes. But this misunderstanding will soon disappear. Thinking of this, Sun Sheng took out a medal from his clothes and handed it to Tang Ming. When you decide to join, take this badge to Green Snake to find me. But you'd better make a decision quickly, otherwise it might be dangerous. Danger? Tang Ming, who was originally thinking about when to go play with Green Snake again, frowned immediately when he heard what Sun Sheng said. However, this time, Sun Sheng had no intention of answering Tang Ming's doubts. When I have thought it over, I will come to you. Seeing that he couldn't get any useful information, Tang Ming just said goodbye and left. Soon it disappeared from Sun Sheng's sight. I hope we can meet again and not lose our lives in the upcoming purge. Watching Tang Ming leave, Sun Sheng muttered to himself and began to wait patiently. Soon, a voice came from the walkie-talkie in his hand again, until he met up with the Green Snake soldiers who came to pick him up and disappeared at the far end of the road. Only then did Tang Ming come out of stealth mode. Purge. What does the Green Snake want to do? He looked at the crude badge in his hand. At first he thought that the Green Snake was a brutal organization that relied on its large number of hot weapons to run rampant. The second time they came into contact with the team, they discovered that this organization was extremely mysterious and seemed to be conducting some evil experiments. They would definitely be villains in the game. However, after meeting Sun Sheng today, I had new feelings about this. What exactly do those Green Snake commanders want to do? Tang Ming put the badge away and decided to go there again when he had time. He always felt that this group of people were planning something very dangerous. Chapter 49. The most powerful moving tool. Please read on. By the time Tang Ming returned to the air raid shelter, the body of the giant snake was almost cold. He pulled out the wooden spear, took out a kitchen knife, and began to dissect the mutant corpses around him. Although the meat cannot be eaten, materials such as teeth and bones still have some value and can be kept. The venom gland of this spider is also taken. The snake gall is as big as a football? What a pity. It would be great if it could be eaten. It would definitely be a great tonic. Tang Ming quickly picked out the materials that he felt were useful. In this process, he also discovered many luminous organs. Guosha said that these organs can enable human genetic evolution, but he doesn't know how to use them. I can only put it in a glass bottle for now, and see if I can use it later. After picking out all the useful materials, Tang Ming took advantage of the fact that there were no mutant creatures around and set a fire to eliminate all traces here. Because if the power of the bone flower fades away, a new group of mutant creatures will definitely gather around again. Rather than letting this place become a public canteen for those mutant creatures, it would be better to burn it down like we are doing now. Thinking of this, Tang Ming also set fire to the pile of spoiled food. Anyway, the park had already been burned once, so even if there were a few more piles of charcoal here, it would not attract anyone else's attention. After dealing with these minor matters, Tang Ming returned to the air raid shelter. Now I should be able to close the second door with my strength as well. He tried it and found that he could indeed close it. He nodded with satisfaction. This way, his safety was slightly more guaranteed. Well, just a little bit. Once I enter Thief's world tomorrow, I'll have to find a new game. What happened today had a profound impact on him. He had originally planned to stay put and develop for a while longer. But what happened today made him realize that danger had never been far away from him, even less than 5 kilometers away. It's so annoying. As for that green snake soldier, we also need to think about how to deal with him. Tang Ming suddenly remembered that he had brought back someone. Take out the shed, and it will show 1/4, which means 1 storage slot has been used. Originally, he brought this guy back intending to interrogate him about the matter of hatred. However, now that we have obtained most of the information from Sun Shang, there is no need to interrogate him. Moreover, based on the brief time he had spent with Sun Shang, he didn't think these green snake soldiers would be willing to tell the truth. It just clicked. Tang Ming thought about it and felt that this approach was somewhat wasteful. By the way, can I bring other people into the game? He had never tried this before and had never thought about it in this direction. But if I could... Tang Ming looked towards the shed with a gleam in his eyes. This was definitely cheap labor. In the future, his collection of games will surely increase. There will come a time when he can't take care of all the games. In that case, the resources in the game will be wasted. But if he could get other people to enter the game and help him collect resources, wouldn't that mean there won't be this kind of waste of resources? Of course, the prerequisite is that he can bring people in, and these people must be under his control. Try tomorrow. Thief Simulator will not be cooled down until tomorrow. Tang Ming could only put this idea aside for the time being. Then he began to check the situation inside the air raid shelter. After all, he was away for quite some time. Villagers are still working tirelessly to collect berry bushes. The rabbit has already provided him with 8 pieces of shit on which he can grow crops. Plant 3 first. Seeing that there were some berries left, Tang Ming planted the extra 3. The villager's food supply was finally no longer too tight. Now he has food and fruit. The only thing he lacks is the means to protect himself. Oh no, there's still a wooden floor missing. Tang Ming looked at the wooden floor that had not even 1/5 of the surface covered and decided to enter the world of thieves this time and borrow some from his neighbor. This thought persisted until the next day. After the game cools down, enter. Tang Ming immediately recited it in his heart. When he came to his senses, he had already entered the world of thieves again. Everything in the room remained the same as before. The only difference was that this time he had to pay more money. Try first to see if you can put away the things at home. This time, entering the Thief Simulator, there are a lot of things to do. But he was not in a hurry and planned to do things one by one. The first thing I wanted to do was to try the shed card to see if I could collect buildings and items that I couldn't take out of the game. Tang Ming looked at the car he was riding in the game. It was a black sedan. Take the shed card out of your game backpack and place it on top of the car. The car disappeared in an instant and was successfully captured by Tang Ming into the card. The fact that it was collected means it really belongs to me. It depends on whether I can take it out when I leave the game later. Seeing this, Tang Ming took out the car again. Then he turned his attention to the house behind him. Directly choose it as your storage target. Holding the shed card between his fingers, he lightly touched it against the wall of the house. The next moment, not only the house in front of Tang Ming, but also the yard where he was, disappeared without a trace in an instant. Before he could react, he heard a series of crackling sounds, as if many objects had fallen to the ground. Tang Ming looked in the direction of the voice, and his eyes widened. Oh shit. My computer. My bed. All the things that were originally placed on the second floor and did not belong to the house now fell to the ground. Tang Ming felt so distressed when he saw it that he quickly went forward to check the damage to the items. Fortunately, this is a game world, not reality. Plus, the physics engine of Thief's world is shit. Items don't get damaged at all when dropped from 3 meters high. It's a blessing in disguise. But the good news is that the shed card is really awesome. No matter how he got the house in, it was still the same when he came out. Even if you put it in another position, you can't tell that it has been moved, as if it had always been there. Tang Ming originally intended to call it the most powerful moving tool. With this thing, it will be very convenient to run away in the future. Damn it, why is the first thing I think of running away? Tang Ming shook his head and threw this cowardly thought out of his mind. After testing the effect of the shed card, he started what he wanted to test next. As he thought about it, a pickup truck appeared in front of him. The cargo box of the pickup truck was not empty. It contained more than 200 kilograms of gold that he brought out from the gold miners. Does anyone really think that he wants to use this gold to make a golden toilet? Although that bird is cool. But compared to improving skill levels and purchasing those high-tech products, the golden toilet can wait a little longer. I wonder if the profiteers in this game will accept these 200 kilograms of gold. Thinking of this, Tang Ming immediately drove to the abandoned parking lot where the pawn shop was located. Chapter 50 Skills ++++. Please read on. 3 million damn profiteer. Tang Ming walked out of the pawn shop cursing. The profiteer NPC was even more ruthless than he expected. There were more than 200 kilograms of gold, but they only gave him 3 million. This is really outrageous. He remembered that the price of gold before he traveled through time was 400 per gram, which was more than 200 kilograms of gold, which was worth 40 million without counting the small change. This is rounded to 100 million. This made Tang Ming very unhappy. Although he took the gold back into the game space after the money arrived, he was still very unhappy when he knew that he had been forced to lower the price so badly. You will pay for what you have done sooner or later. Tang Ming looked at his skill points, which now amounted to 30,000, and sneered twice. Just wait for me. He made an international gesture behind him. Then look at the skill panel. Game designer, let me see where your limits are. Thinking of this, Tang Ming no longer hesitated and started to upgrade quickly. Lockpicking LV1, LV2, LV3, LV4, LV5, max. Stealth level 3, level 4, max. Hacker LV1, LV2, LV3, max. Agility LV1, LV2, LV3, LV4, LV5, LV6, max. Carrying weight LV1, LV2, LV3, LV11, LV12, LV13, insufficient skill points. Only the weight can be increased infinitely? Seeing this, Tang Ming was very disappointed with the designer of this game. Although it is normal for games to have a level cap, what kind of game can you make with only this much imagination? The designer is not good enough, Tang Ming sighed. However, he had expected this. He recovered quickly and focused on the effects of the upgraded skills. The first 4 levels of lock-picking skill increase the types and chances of lock-picking. The effect of lock-picking level 5. Lock-picking LV5, max. Effect: you can unlock most door locks by hand without relying on professional tools, and your unlocking speed is greatly increased. As for agility, the first 5 levels made him an all-around top extreme sports athlete, while the 6th level sublimated the previous effects. Agility LV6, max. Effect: your speed will no longer be affected by the environment. The remaining skills. Stealth LV4, max. Effect: when you enter stealth, you blend into your surroundings, causing others to subconsciously ignore you. Hacker LV3, max. Effect: you can perfectly master all electronic devices. Each level of weight increases the basic weight by 25%. At level 13, his maximum weight increases by 325%. It is the least effective of all skills, but the only thing that surpasses other skills is that it can be improved unlimitedly. But it can only be infinitely improved in theory. The skill points needed to upgrade are increasing exponentially, and he can't afford to upgrade a few more levels. Level 25 or 26 should be the limit. However, the only consolation is that this skill increases the basic carrying weight. In other words, it can grow as Tang Ming's strength grows. Imagine holding a 1-ton machete in one hand and killing people. It would be pretty cool. It's a pity that I can only manifest one skill at a time. Tang Ming looked at these skills. Although he wanted to use every one of them immediately, he could only choose the one that was most useful to him. Lock-picking skills are eliminated first, because when he unlocked the skill, he had already acquired the relevant knowledge. Although the effect is definitely not as good as the skill, it is enough for the time being. If you are carrying a heavy load, it is not a high priority. As for stealth, the level 3 stealth skill is enough for him at the moment. Although the effect of level 4 looks very tempting, it is not what he needs most at the moment. That leaves agility and hacker. The agility effect allows him to overcome any complex terrain, which is what he needs at the moment. As for hackers, Tang Ming took out his hacker computer. The moment his hand touched the computer, he knew what he should do next. His fingers tapped quickly on the keyboard, and soon all the secrets of the residents of the thief world were exposed before his eyes. Can you make games? Seeing this, Tang Ming immediately thought of it and started to try it. However, the result disappointed him. Hacking skills, just like its name, are the skills of a hacker, which can allow him to control other people's computers effortlessly. However, it is not possible to create specific program software. Just like the skill description, the only thing he can master is electronic equipment. In this way, there is no need to consider the skills selected this time. With the skill of agility, he will be able to start exploring those tall buildings. There are usually computers in high-end residential buildings, and tall buildings like this can be explored day by day. But how many people are there every day? There is certainly still a large area that remains undeveloped. It shouldn't be difficult to find a few hard drives. While Tang Ming was thinking this, he had already returned to the pawn shop. But this time he entered the store in stealth mode. He was a man of his words. He said he would let the shop owner see the evil of human nature, so he let him see it. The stealth level 4 effect is very good. Tang Ming felt very clearly that he seemed to have integrated into the surrounding environment. In this state, unless he was seeking death, almost no one would be able to discover him. What do you want to sell? The pawnshop owner stared at Tang Ming and repeated what he would say every time Tang Ming entered here to prove that he was an NPC that could not be stolen. Unlucky. Tang Ming left the pawn shop cursing and returned to the base in the game. It's just a game. There's no basic logic. After complaining about the game's designer again, he began to look through the items in the game's black market. Tang Ming took a look at his huge sum of 3 million. Well, first get a set of all the tools. After buying everything, he only spent 200,000 yuan. The most expensive of these is a professional-grade hacker computer. Tang Ming couldn't understand the configuration. It was a long string of English words. It should be very cool. As for other things, there are lock-picking tools, glass-opening tools, car prying tools, item value identification tools, and miniature cameras. A tool for identifying the value of items? Tang Ming checked the introduction and found that this thing can be used to check the specific value of items, so as to avoid being cheated by unscrupulous businessmen. Item value identification tool. Price, 2,000. Features, one time. Introduction. It can identify the true value of items and then sell them. It is recommended to use it for high-value items, such as gems, gold, antiques, etc. So I'm at a loss? After reading the introduction, Tang Ming fell silent. Fortunately, he was smart enough to use his game backpack to get the gold back, and he could sell it later, so it was only a small loss. So, how much is this pile of gold of mine worth? Tang Ming thought so, and took the gold out of his game backpack with an intention. Then used the identifier to identify it. Soon the detailed information about the gold appeared before his eyes. Name, gold. Weight, 132.61 kilograms. Value, 9,721,231.871. Description. This is a heavy piece of pure gold. In addition to selling it for money, you may be able to make some special tools out of it. Looking at the detailed identification results, Tang Ming's eyes lit up. Does this mean that after he gets out, he can use this identification tool to identify all the specific details of those items that he doesn't know? In order to verify whether the identification tools could identify everything, he immediately bought dozens of identification tools, and then took out the shed card and began to try to identify them. Chapter 51 Identification. Name, shed card. Weight, 1G. Value, 3,000. Description. This is a card with a shed pattern printed on it. It functions similarly to a shed, being able to store a certain amount of items. If you tear it up, you will get a brand new shed. It turns out that the effect can be measured. Seeing the results of the identification, Tang Ming raised his eyebrows, feeling that this identification tool was absolutely correct. With this identification tool, You will no longer be afraid of missing out on good things in the wasteland. Buy more. Thinking this way, Tang Ming directly bought 1,000 of them. They were cheap anyway, only 2,000 yuan each, so 1,000 of them would only be 2 million yuan. However, after getting 1,000, Tang Ming still felt that it was a little too little. He then sold gold dozens of times, and after making a few small profits, he continued to buy. He didn't stop until he had spent all the small goals. 50,000 is barely enough. Looking at the identification tools piled up like a mountain in front of him, Tang Ming nodded with satisfaction. The feeling that there were so many items that he couldn't take them all in at a glance made him feel very comfortable. After admiring them, he waved his hand and all the more than 50,000 identification tools disappeared. This was earned through his hard work, so naturally he could bring it into the game. So it can be directly collected into the game backpack. After doing all this, Tang Ming also checked other things sold on the black web in the game. There's nothing much to say about lock-picking tools. Telescope. Well, it's much better than the wild one he picked up before. Night vision goggles. Tang Ming tried it on and found that he could see clearly even in complete darkness. But it's no use. There are night demons everywhere outside at night. Tang Ming took off the night vision goggles. Looking at the remaining props, in addition to the lock-picking and door-prying tools, there is only a miniature camera that has not been tested. This miniature camera is called miniature, but it is actually still the size of a matchbox. One side is the solar panel and the other side is the universal adhesive. He tried to stick it on the wall, and then Tang Ming tried to pull it off with force. The adhesion is very strong. Without human factors, it is difficult to fall off naturally. As for the monitoring function, Tang Ming opened the hacker's computer to check. After some operations that he himself didn't understand what he was doing, a camera icon appeared on the computer desktop. Is that all? Tang Ming raised his eyebrows and clicked the icon. A resource management interface appeared in front of him. Camera 1. Running? There is only this paragraph of text in the management interface. Double-click it to connect to the camera's perspective immediately. Tang Ming looked at the surveillance footage. 4K high definition and censored. Even when the image is enlarged 10 times in pixels, the video is still high definition without any signs of blur. What black technology? Tang Ming stretched out his hand and waved it in front of the miniature camera and found that there was still zero delay. The maximum signal distance is not written either. It doesn't say it is infinite. Tang Ming only now realized that this miniature camera was the most outrageous prop in this game. If I install these cameras in every corner of the city, wouldn't I be able to monitor everyone in the city anytime, anywhere? Thinking of that scene, Tang Ming suddenly said, "Fuck," in his heart. However, he soon calmed down, because he realized that if too many cameras were installed, it would be difficult to distinguish which camera belonged to which area. Thereby, it is impossible to monitor at any time and anywhere. In this case, it is better to only install it in a few important locations. Just when Tang Ming felt a little regretful, his hands moved again. After a series of operations that he couldn't understand, he updated the monitoring software to 2.0. Looking at the new camera renaming function, the function of capturing live objects in motion, the function of reminding people of their activities, the recording function, the function of playing all monitor images in a small window simultaneously. Perfect control like this? Tang Ming was stunned for several seconds before he reacted. I feel like I have underestimated this hacker's skills a little bit. Help me make a StarCraft-style game. Seeing that the hacker's skills were so amazing, Tang Ming was unwilling to give up and tried again. However, his hand was still his hand, without any reaction. Shit, what does this mean? Monitoring and control software development. Okay, developing games. No, it's a classic among classics. Finally, after many attempts, Tang Ming finally had to accept a reality. That is the skill of hackers, and that incredible technology can only be demonstrated when one is able to steal other people's privacy and manipulate various electronic instruments. Thief impersonator designer. Fuck. For a game designer with such a narrow vision, Tang Ming was not stingy in giving him 2 international hand gestures to express his friendly greetings. After calming down, he simply bought a small target camera, put it all into the gaming backpack, and then spent most of the remaining money on a Hacker Notebook Pro. Each laptop arrives with a full charge, so in theory, as long as his laptop has enough power, he won't have to worry about charging anymore. As the old saying goes, spending money can solve 99% of your problems. If there's still 1% left, it's because you didn't spend enough money. In his previous life, Tang Ming thought this was bullshit, but now he firmly believes it. After spending almost all the money, he started to take the next step. He named this action, training of workers. First, Reorganize the base in the game. Micro cameras are then installed throughout the room and on the main road outside the block. It should be about the same. Tang Ming took out his notebook and checked the surveillance footage to make sure there was no problem. With a thought, the shed card appeared in his hand. In a completely enclosed dark shed, Chen Bin, who was naked, was observing his surroundings with a vigilant look. When he woke up, he found himself imprisoned in this completely sealed wooden house. The door cannot be opened. The wall was also unexpectedly strong and could not be destroyed by brute force. Who is the person who attacked me? What does he want to do by capturing me? When Chen Bin was thinking about this question, he suddenly felt his vision brighten. This made him squint his eyes in discomfort. When you can see your surroundings clearly again, he suddenly realized that he seemed to have teleported just now. As to why I am so sure, that's because the ground beneath him was cold just now, but now it was replaced by a soft single bed. What's going on? Looking at the various new furniture placed around, Chen Bin felt as if he had returned to the peaceful times in the old people's stories. But how is that possible? It must be a dream. However, after some verification, he was confused. The pain from his body was so clear that it reminded him all the time that this was not a dream but reality. Ding ding. Just when Chen Bin was confused, the laptop on the table suddenly made a sound, attracting his attention. Chapter 52. Let's work. Soldier. Welcome to the world of the dead. Looking at the information on the computer, Sun Bin's face turned ugly. I'm dead? How is that possible? He doesn't believe it. He is obviously still alive. Someone must be playing a trick on me. Chun Bin ignored the content that appeared on the computer screen. He searched the room, trying to find the person who was watching him. But he was the only one in the whole house. It must be outside. Chen Bin walked out of the base and felt that the person who was monitoring him was outside. However, when he actually came outside and saw the situation outside, he fell completely silent. The sky was a deep blue that was not seen in the wasteland. The air is also extremely fresh. The sunlight is not scorching, but rather gives a warm feeling when it shines on our body. In the distance, there were large tracts of green plants that he had never seen but had only heard of from the elderly. Am I really dead? But where is this place? Chun Bin was confused. There were so many things here that were beyond common sense that he had to believe this fact. He turned and looked at the two-story building behind him. After hesitating for a moment, he returned to the room and continued reading the information on the computer that he had not finished reading. Oh, confused deceased, do you still have attachment to the present world? Is there anything you want to do but haven't finished yet? Are there any changes in the times that I would like to see but have not yet seen? You don't need to worry about this. In this game hosted by the gods, as long as you can clear all 9,981 worlds and complete all the tasks in the game world, you can return to reality with the gifts of the gods. Struggle. Work hard. Please note that if you fail the game, you will be truly dead. Chun Bin looked at the information on the screen with many confusions and doubts. But when he saw that he was able to return to reality, the doubt and confusion in his eyes quickly dissipated and turned into determination. I will definitely come back alive. From the moment he became a green snake soldier, he swore that he would witness the rise of the green snake with his own eyes. He is willing to give everything for this goal. But what is the task he needs to complete? Task 1. Obtain 10,000 wooden floors. Task 2. Obtain 300 different electronic products. Task 3. Obtain 1,000 items of different styles. Time limit. 420 days. Note. 1 week on Earth is 1 year underground. Newbie equipment has been distributed. Please check it. Just as Chen Bin was thinking this in his mind, the content on the computer screen changed. At the same time, a bunch of novice equipment mentioned in the content appeared in front of him out of thin air. Climbing gloves, various lock-picking tools, a set of clothes, a phone, a piece of paper with an introduction to the current rules of the game world, and 1 million green bills. That should be enough. On the rooftop, watching Chen Bin driving away, Tang Ming put down his computer and stretched lazily. Although Chen Bin has no special skills with the equipment he gave him, it should be no problem for him to steal Chuntian Street. If all goes well, I can have him help me train new labor for the next game world. It truly realizes the self-cultivation and harvesting of leeks. Afterwards, he observed Chan Bin's actions through the camera for a while. After seeing that the other party quickly became proficient in the business, I no longer paid too much attention to it. Start doing something you want to do. Please select the skills you want to take away. Lockpicking level 5, max. Effect: you can unlock most door locks by hand without relying on professional tools, and your unlocking speed is greatly increased. Stealth, LV4, max. Effect. When you enter stealth, you blend into your surroundings, causing others to subconsciously ignore you. Agility, LV6, max. Effect. Your speed will no longer be affected by the environment. Weight, LV21. Effect. The maximum weight you can carry is increased by 525%. Hacker, LV3, max. Effect. You can perfectly master all electronic devices. Has it been 7 days? Looking at the settlement interface that appears in front of him, Tang Ming finally reacted. These days, in addition to studying the effects of the skills he had acquired, he also watched Chin Bin's Midnight Theater. I really didn't feel that so much time had passed. Let me see how much I have collected. After assigning the task to Chin Bin, he added a function to recognize objects to the camera. Every time Chin Bin brings the goods back, the data on the computer will be refreshed immediately, which not only provides Chun Bin with motivation, but also makes it convenient for him to record data. Wooden floor, 321/10,000. Electronic equipment, 13/300. Other items, 45/1000. Looking at the data, Tang Ming nodded. To be honest, it feels great to have others work for you while you earn money without doing anything. No wonder that no matter how the times develop, the erosion of capitalism is inevitable. However, compared with real capital, his approach is undoubtedly much better. Not only does it provide a warm and safe accommodation environment, but the working hours are also completely arranged by the employees themselves. The so-called exploitation of employees is even more nonsense. Have you ever seen a boss who exploits his employees and pays them million at a time? His behavior is definitely that of a conscientious entrepreneur in peacetime. I am still too kind. Thinking of this, Tang Ming tearfully put the fruits of Chan Bin's labor these days directly into his game backpack. Then start choosing rewards. As for skills, agility is still the priority. Hacker. Although it is very convenient, he has already completed all the functions he needs temporarily and installed them on the computer in the past 7 days, so he is not in a hurry. Good skill selection. When he came to his senses, he had already returned to reality. As for Chin Bin, he was left in the game world and continued to enjoy the blessing of working anytime, anywhere. Sure enough, if I don't want to take out the items I brought into the game from reality, then they will always remain in the game world. Tang Ming noticed this when he brought food in for the first time. It's just that now this speculation has been confirmed. 1 day in real life equals 60 days in the game. The next time he enters the game, he will be able to directly reap the fruits of Chan Bin's more than 400 days of labor. It really feels great. However, if you are working for yourself alone, it is still a bit slow. Well, those scavengers who want to catch me are perfect for this job. Tang Ming licked his lips. It just so happened that the game resources he currently held had been almost developed. There is only one stacking world left to be fully conquered, but it will be soon. Some new games are urgently needed. But before setting out to find new games, Tang Ming took out those glowing organs. He planned to use identification tools to carefully examine what these things were used for and whether there was any need to continue collecting them. Chapter 53. All good things? Name, medium. Weight, 0.023 kilograms. Value, 11 kilograms of low-quality food. Description. This is a biological organ that carries a small amount of benign radiation. After purification, it has a certain chance of causing certain genes to evolve if used appropriately. It's quite humane. After changing the world, even the unit of value has changed. Tang Ming was a little surprised to see this, but his attention was quickly attracted by the description of the identification. Is there any benign radiation? After thinking about it carefully, he actually thought of a kind of benign radiation. For example, people who lack ultraviolet radiation for a long time are likely to suffer from calcium deficiency. However, it would be rogue to talk about good or bad without considering the dosage. Large amounts of ultraviolet radiation are still harmful to the human body. So the word appropriate in the description is very subtle. How much is appropriate? Also, since this medium has benign radiation, does it also have a large amount of malignant radiation? It seems that the guy named Guasha did not lie to me. If you use it directly, you are really playing with your own life. But does Guasha really not know how to purify it? Tang Ming felt that the probability of this happening was very small. Let's see if we can catch these two brothers in the game when we have time. By then, we can build up their relationship and it shouldn't be difficult to get them to talk. Soon a complete plan was constructed in his mind. Tang Ming believed that if Guasha and the cell knew that he was thinking about how to rescue them at this moment, he would probably be moved to tears. I'm too kind. After I was moved by myself, he continued to identify. Take out the compressed water block you found near the bone flower. Name: solid water crystals. Weight: 1.531 kilograms. Value: 122.48 kilograms of low-quality food. Description: this is a solid water crystal obtained by compressing water through a special method. After destroying its surface, a freshwater resource several times its volume can be obtained. It contains trace amounts of benign radiation. Long-term drinking has a very small probability of causing a certain gene to evolve. Is this water so awesome? Tang Ming looked at the results of the identification with a surprised expression on his face. Isn't this better than that damn light organ? Not only does it taste good, it also has no side effects. It's just that the probability of causing genetic evolution is low. I actually wasted a few before. Thinking of this, Tang Ming felt heartbroken. However, now that he knows the benefits of solid water crystals, he will not let go of those dead plants if he encounters them in the future. How can this be a plant? It's clearly a treasure. After identifying a good item, he did not stop and continued to identify it. Take out the stinky water in the storage room. Name: expired drinking water. Weight: 2.25 kilograms. Value: 0.012 kilograms of low-quality food. Description: a smelly water that contains 172 harmful microorganisms and is not recommended for drinking. One bite of the periodic table. No wonder he died so quickly. Tang Ming quickly took away the unlucky thing and continued to identify other things.
Name: Quia Snake Gull.
Weight: 6.4 kilograms. Value: 0.001 kilograms of low-quality food. Description: snake gallbladder contains a large amount of harmful radiation and is of no value. Name: black silk spider venom. Weight: 0.002 kilograms. Value: 2 kilograms of low-quality food. Description: a venom that can kill a large number of white blood cells in a very short time and has certain medicinal value. Name: furry beast. Weight: 5 kilograms. Value: 50 kilograms of low-quality food. Description: a vegetarian animal with fairly rich flesh, best eaten roasted. It actually received the evaluation that the meat is quite delicious. It is worthy of being my reserve food. Tang Ming put the trembling furry beast down. They left dozens of kilograms of shrub leaves as food. I just hope this guy can grow faster. After all, 5 kilograms of meat was not enough for his daily ration. After identifying everything that needed to be identified, he did not stay any longer. Enter stealth mode. Walk out of the air raid shelter and head towards the subway station. Soon after he came out of the air raid shelter, he felt the changes brought to him by agility, level 6. The original stealth state is very slow because you need to walk very slowly and lightly with each step. Otherwise, it can't be called stealth. But now that the agility skill has reached the maximum level, his speed when entering stealth has become comparable to that of normal walking. Even because of the physical bonus after changing his job to a militiaman, his speed when entering stealth is now almost comparable to a normal person's jogging. This is still ordinary terrain. If we enter complex terrain, Tang Ming shook his head and threw the word awesome out of his mind. After all, those two words can easily make people arrogant. Once people become inflated, they tend to do irrational things. I can only say that he is worthy of being called a wise guy, and he is cautious enough. Suddenly Tang Ming stopped and looked to the left, where there was a scavenger bird gnawing on the dead meat on the ground. Tang Ming took out a small notebook. Life in the Wasteland, Year 2, Month 1, Day 14. Attacked by a scavenger bird on the northern overpass. Danger level: medium. Is this the one? Even if it's not, it's still related to me. Tang Ming took out a wooden spear and approached quickly, ready to eliminate any possible danger in advance. At the same time, Tang Ming was carrying out his revenge. Trading market. Today is a trading day, but compared to usual, it is much quieter. Old Yu covered his face with his hood and walked quickly into the bar where he usually drank. The number of people drinking here today is 50% more than in the past when the crowds were the highest. One drop, please. Seeing that there were no seats left, Old Yu went straight to the counter, took out some food and put it on the bar, then ordered a glass of the signature wine. The bartender was quite skilled in his job. After putting the grain away, he quickly took out a wine glass, poured a glass of turbid drinking water into it, then took out a bottle of white wine from the safe and carefully poured a drop into Old Yudo's glass. Your one drop is ready. Old Yu took the glass, took a sip, and asked the bartender, what happened? Why is the atmosphere in the trading market so strange today? The scavengers who came here said they were here to drink, but in fact they were here to find out the information they wanted. Green Snake has successively wiped out and conquered 13 survivor camps, including the 3 large survivor camps of Bloodlion, Brothers, and Railway. When did this happen? Why didn't I hear anything about it before? Olju frowned, a little confused. He just missed one trading day. So why did the situation in the city change so drastically? It just happened in the past few days. Green Snake did it very cleanly. No news leaked out. We only discovered it today, the bartender said as he took out an invitation letter and pushed it to Olju. The Green Snake's goal is to take control of the entire underground tunnel, and it will definitely continue to attack other survivors' camps. No single camp is a match for them. And given the cruelty of the Green Snakes, once they take control of the entire underground tunnel, they might target us scavengers next. So now there are only 2 choices for us scavengers. Chapter 54 Joint Forces. Unite with the remaining camps of survivors, or be killed by the Green Snakes. Upon hearing this, Olju did not answer immediately, but picked up the invitation letter and read its contents carefully. There were no words of invitation, only the names of the survivors' camps. This means that these survivor camps have agreed to form an alliance. Have Number 1 and Bloodfang teamed up as well? These 2 are the only survivor camps with a scale of thousands of people in the underground tunnels that can rival the Green Snakes in terms of the number of people. Their individual strength may not be able to defeat the Green Snake, but that may not be the case if they unite. What's more, in addition to them, there are more than a dozen small and medium-sized survivor camps joining in. It seems that the advantage is on the side of the allied forces. But Olju obviously has more things to consider. After glancing at the general contents of the invitation, he pushed it back to the bartender. I need to think about it again. The bartender was not surprised by his refusal, because most scavengers also make this choice. They are cautious, like rats in a sewer, and dare only to watch what happens from the sidelines. Once they encounter any danger, they will flee without a trace like a frightened bird. But the United Army said that when this battle is over, the survivors who did not join in will not deserve to enjoy the fruits of their victory. The bartender took back the invitation and gave a reminder. What's the meaning? Literally, after they win, they will re-establish the rules of the trading market. People who are not members of the United Army will have to pay a certain price to enter the trading market. After getting this answer, old Yudo didn't ask any more questions. He picked up the wine glass and drank the wine in it in one gulp. He turned around and left the bar without looking back. Before the battle even begins, the plan for how to gain benefits after victory has already been thought out. The outcome of this battle is self-evident. It seems that the pattern of this city is about to be changed. No, we have to leave here quickly. The United Army is recruiting people in such a high-profile manner, it is impossible for Green Snake not to notice it. Just when Old Yu was becoming alert. Boom! Suddenly, a loud roar was heard from a building in the distance. The store at Camp 1 seems to be in this direction. When Old Yu thought of this, his expression changed. Not daring to delay any longer, he quickly rushed towards the exit of the trading market. Duh. However, as soon as I reached the exit, I heard a series of warnings from guns. The Green Snake soldiers have blocked the exit. They had even set up 2 heavy machine guns and aimed them at the crowd. None of you will be able to leave today. I said it wrong, haha. You guys shouldn't be in such a hurry to leave today. Wu Buxiao walked out from behind a group of Green Snake soldiers with laughter. Seeing the scavengers in front of him looking at him with fear, he smiled and waved his hands. Oh, don't be afraid. I'm not that Viper guy, and that guy was ambushed and killed not long ago. That guy is making me laugh to death. The Legion commander in front of him didn't seem to be as cruel as Su Tu. After a brief silence, a scavenger, pushed by his companions, asked with gritted teeth, Sir, we have not joined the coalition forces, nor have we ever thought of going against the Green Snake. Do you think you can let us go? Yes, let's get down to business. It's all because of that Viper guy. He almost made me forget about the business. If I go back and let Frost Snake know about this, he will definitely give me a cold shoulder again. Wu Buxiao talked to himself. After saying that, he took out a bag of popping candies from his pocket and threw it to the scavenger who spoke as a reward for reminding him. Thank you for reminding me, ha. This immediately made the scavenger feel flattered. Wu Buxiao's action also made the worried scavengers around him breathe a sigh of relief. Haha, I stopped you just to tell you something. Go to the center of the trading market this afternoon. Seeing that everyone had quieted down, he narrowed his eyes. Then our Green Snake leader will have something to say to everyone. Having said this, Wu Buxiao looked around and found that the Green Snake soldiers all turned their heads away and didn't look at him. Perhaps they felt embarrassed, or maybe for something else. Anyway, carefully lower your voice. I'm going to tell you a secret. Don't tell anyone else about it. Our leader is actually a mute. Ha ha ha, isn't it funny? At the end, Wu Buxiu's voice suddenly rose and he laughed loudly. The scavengers present looked at each other in bewilderment. Those who were more clever had already forced a smile and laughed awkwardly along with Wu Buxiu. There's no way. Compared to a murderer, a psychopath who you can't predict what he will do next is more frightening. What do we do now? After Wu Buxiu left, the scavengers looked at each other. Find a place to hide, and don't let yourself be affected by the battle between the Green Snake and the Allied forces, said a scavenger who had a thorough understanding of the matter. This day after day. I hope it will end soon. In addition to these scavengers who want to hide and avoid this crisis, there are also those who want to take risks. I want to take advantage of the current chaotic trading market to make a fortune. Old Yuto. Grandpa Yu. Just when Old Yu was about to find a place to hide and see what happened, two familiar voices came from behind him. They are Go Qian and Fan Xiaoxiao, mother and daughter. Go Qian's expression was very ugly at the moment, and she was obviously very worried about how the situation would develop next. Fan Xiaoxiao followed Go Qian closely and could clearly feel her fear at the moment. When Old Yu saw that it was these two people, he nodded and said, "Let's go together." In this case, having more trustworthy helpers can increase the chances of survival. Go Qian had exactly the same idea. He nodded slightly in agreement, looked around, and found that there was no one else around Old Yuto, so he lowered his voice and asked, "Didn't Tang Ming come? That kid's bounty is 3,000 kilograms of food now. I'm tempted just by the sight. If he dares to show up, he'll be chopped up by those scavengers in a matter of minutes without leaving anything behind. We should worry more about ourselves than him. I don't think today's level will be easy to pass." Old Yu said this and motioned for the two to follow him. He knew of several more remote places that he hoped could avoid the center of the conflict between the Green Snakes and the Allied forces. What is Green Snake doing again? Outside the exit of the trading market, in a shadow, Tang Ming was wearing night vision goggles, so even in the dark he could see the situation ahead clearly. Is this what Sun Shang meant by clearing up the corruption? Seeing that the exit was blocked by Green Snake soldiers, Tang Ming frowned and thought for a moment, then sneaked in from the top of the tunnel. I plan to find out the specific situation and see if I can pick up a few usable hard drives during the chaos. Chapter 55 Inquiry. Gunfire was heard in the distance. Even if you are at a considerable distance, you can still smell the unique sulfur smell of gunpowder if you move your nose. Sunchaser again? Tang Ming looked at the fire in the distance and raised his eyebrows. But he soon discovered that the direction from which the fire came was not the location of the jury shop. The fight was going on fiercely over there, and it was impossible for him to go and watch. After all, guns have no eyes. If you are unlucky and a grenade falls at your feet, it would be a big joke. If it's not jury. Someone from jury had sold him out before, otherwise Green Snake wouldn't have offered a reward for him. If Tang Ming didn't take advantage of the chaos to get rid of him, he would feel guilty about it. But before that, I need to find someone to ask what is going on here. Thinking of this, he looked at the street in front of him. It was very quiet, and there was no one in sight. This is not only the case on the streets, but also in the surrounding shops. Fortunately, after walking a few steps, Tang Ming met three scavengers who had the same idea of picking up garbage as him. All three of them were men, not strong, and even a little thin. At this time, why are you still using low-quality food, canned meat, and refined grains? You are risking your life for some low-quality food. Are you crazy? The person who spoke was an acquaintance of Tang Ming who had met him once. The Ma Tao who barked like a dog in front of him. Ma Tao almost went crazy when he saw his two companions stuffing low-quality flour into the bags. If I hadn't met that evil star last time, and he took away all my resources, how could I? Which evil star? Didn't I tell you about it? It's the one that Green Snake offered a bounty for. Hearing the question, Ma Tao answered unhappily. However, halfway through his words, he realized that the voice asking him was a little strange, yet somewhat familiar. His neck was somewhat stiff as he tilted to the right. When he saw that familiar face, the color on his face instantly disappeared, and he began to stumble over his words. Ming-ji, what a coincidence. It's quite a coincidence. Tang Ming nodded, giving the other party affirmation. He also didn't expect to meet him again. Yes. Ma Tao showed a smile on his face that was uglier than crying. He didn't think there would be such a coincidence in the world. It was obvious that Tang Ming came to find him specifically. Who is this Ma Tao? Your friend? Ma Tao's two companions also noticed Tang Ming's sudden appearance in the store, and one of them frowned and asked, "Well, You can just call me Brother Ming. Ma Tao did not dare to reveal Tang Ming's identity. He was afraid that his two stupid companions would become angry and attack Tang Ming. Oh! Seeing that it was someone Ma Tao knew, the two men ignored him and turned around to continue filling the sack with food. As for Minggu and Minggu, I'm sorry I'm not familiar with them. Come on, follow me. I have something to ask you. Seeing that Ma Tao was so tactful, Tang Ming did not take out his weapon to scare him, but waved his hand to signal him to go to the corner to talk. Arriving at the corner, Ma Tao immediately patted his chest and said, Brother Ming, just tell me what you want. As long as it's something I, Ma Tao, can do. If you frown, I, Ma Tao, will write my name backwards. Those who knew him thought he was afraid of being shot by Tang Ming, while those who didn't thought he was really a man of great righteousness. Don't be nervous. I just want to ask you what happened in the trading market. Who is Green Snake fighting with? Brother Ming, don't you know? Hearing Tang Ming's question, Ma Tao showed a puzzled expression, but he soon realized that it was normal for Tang Mingjing to be hiding everywhere because he was wanted by Green Snake and didn't know the actual situation. However, he still admired Tang Ming's courage. He had become the most wanted criminal in the city, yet he still dared to wander around outside. Immediately, he told Tang Ming everything he knew without reservation. I estimate that the Green Snakes will be wiped out by the Allied forces soon. After all, the combined number of Allied forces is nearly 5 times the total number of Green Snakes. When the time comes, once the Green Snake is destroyed, you don't have to hide anymore. Brother Ming, bide your time. After Ma Tao finished speaking, he also analyzed it to Tang Ming. Not good. And listened to the whole cause of the incident. Tang Ming felt it was a bit outrageous. He has only been away for a week. Why the hell are the Green Snakes going to unify the underground passages? This speed is unreasonably fast. As for the so-called joint army mentioned by Ma Tao, it's not that Tang Ming looks down on them, but they are really not good enough. Let's not talk about the extraordinary power possessed by the Green Snake Legion commanders. Just the individual quality of the soldiers on both sides is a world of difference. To be honest, Green Snake soldiers are elite troops even in peacetime. Not only are they well-trained, they are also brave and combat-ready, especially in terms of practical combat experience, which is completely unmatched by the peacetime army and the armed forces of other survivor camps. A troop that can accurately execute orders from above is considered an elite force, even more ragtag than a ragtag army. To use the words in the game to describe it, it is like a professional player versus a cloud player. There is no chance of winning at all. Although we have the advantage in numbers, it is of no use. Thinking of this, Tang Ming looked at Ma Tao. You said that the leader of the Green Snakes is going to announce something after the battle in the trading market is over? Yes, I guess they are trying to recruit scavengers to serve as cannon fodder, just like the United Army did. Ma Tao shook his head. Any scavenger with a little bit of common sense would not choose to take sides at this time. And even if they really have to take sides, on one side is the United Army with a huge advantage, and on the other side is the notorious Green Snake. Anyone with a brain would know which side to join. After getting the information he wanted, Tang Ming nodded and turned to leave, but after thinking about it, he reminded Ma Tao and said, If you want to stay alive, you'd better join the Green Snakes. After saying this, Tang Ming walked towards the center of the trading market without waiting for Ma Tao to react. Ma Tao frowned. He looked at Tang Ming's back as he left and fell into deep thought. I don't quite understand what Tang Ming's last sentence means. Ma Tao, there's nothing left. If you don't come over to help find food, there won't be any for you when the food is distributed later. Why are you rushing me? Hearing his companion's urging, Ma Tao temporarily put aside his doubts, returned to the store cursing, and continued to search for the hidden food in the store with the two of them. And the other side. After leaving, Tang Ming went straight to the shop run by Zhuri. No one. The shop door was locked. But for Tang Ming, who is familiar with all kinds of lock-picking knowledge, this is just a matter of moving his fingers. Soon the door was opened by him. Chapter 56 Encirclement. What caught Tang Ming's eyes was a slightly empty room. Has Zhuri already withdrawn from the trading market? Tang Ming glanced around the store. I found that many things had been moved away. Maybe he noticed something, or was scared by the Green Snake. Blood loss. Tang Ming let out a click of his tongue, then walked into the store and began searching to see if there were any valuable items left. Were all the hard drives taken away? I was a little disappointed to see that the box containing the hard drive had disappeared. After all, they are just a few hard drives and are not worth much. Is it necessary to spend time on such useless things? Other valuables were also taken away. There were only some debris left at the scene that was difficult to clean up. Is this a USB drive? After searching for a while, a small box thrown casually on the ground attracted Tang Ming's attention. There were quite a few USB flash drives scattered out of the box, and it seemed that they had accidentally fallen out during transportation. Many of the USB flash drives in the box are identical, but there are a few that are different. Upon seeing this, Tang Ming took out the hacker computer from his gaming backpack and began to inspect the goods. There are more than 20 USB flash drives in the box, 4 of which are different. As for those that are the same, he tested them one by one and found that they were all new and had not been used, with no data stored in them. In peacetime, he would be happy for a while, but now, secondhand is more fragrant. Rubbish. Tang Ming put the 20 new USB flash drives into his backpack and then tested the remaining 4. One is a system disk, which is used to reinstall the computer system. Pull it out and throw it directly into your backpack. Check out the next one. Game. When the second USB drive was opened, Tang Ming quickly discovered that it contained a lot of games. At a glance, there are at least 10. Crossfire, League of Legends, Survival. Oh. However, after seeing the names of these games, his originally good mood turned subtle. Try clicking on one of them. No network connection detected. However, after double-clicking, this prompt popped up. Fuck. How can anyone play such a rubbish online game? Tang Ming directly threw the USB flash drive in his hand into the backpack he was carrying to express his anger. Check out the next USB drive. Master of Lust. 360 Advertising Manager. 2345 Family Bucket Guard. Tang Ming unplugged the USB drive and threw the dangerous thing out of the store. There's no way around it. This thing is too scary. If you're not careful, a computer will be completely ruined. There's only one left. Tang Ming looked at the last USB drive, took a deep breath, and opened it. This is... Finally, there is a USB flash drive that does not store games, but a paragraph. Recently, Jury has been hunting down a large number of mutant creatures, presumably in preparation for using a large amount of materials to create a more complete genetic medicine. The USB flash drive that fell on the ground was obviously not dropped accidentally as he imagined, but was dropped intentionally. So the Xiaoyu that Xiaoji brought here before was actually a member of Green Snake? Be bold. Those 3 people at that time all had problems. Thinking of this possibility, Tang Ming's face twitched. No wonder he was wanted by Green Snake's people right after he finished the transaction with Xiaoji. It turned out that this was the reason. He took out a new notebook, wrote down this information, and then put the USB drive away, with no intention of leaving this information for Green Snake. He was very interested in the so-called genetic medicine. By the time we get the results of our research, and with stealth skills, it shouldn't be difficult to borrow a bottle of genetic medicine. But if Green Snake received this news, felt threatened, and killed Jury in advance, he would suffer a great loss. After putting the things away, Tang Ming searched the store for a while. When he saw something valuable, he turned around and left. Go to the shops opened by other survivors' camps. It is possible that they have storage devices stored here. Some shops are guarded, but some shops are already empty. The supplies stored inside have not been moved away. It is estimated that they were either used for shelter or to join the battle with the Green Snake. However, after some searching, Tang Ming felt a little disappointed that although these stores had sufficient supplies, but he didn't see any of the storage devices he wanted. It seems that electronic equipment that can still be used is also an extremely valuable material for other survivor camps and will not be sold easily. Only by staying on the surface for a long time, every day can you not lack these things. It seems that I have to find it myself. This made Tang Ming feel a little troubled, but there was nothing he could do about it. It would be nice to know where the Sunchaser's headquarters is. This would save him a lot of time. After seeing that these shops did not have what he wanted, Tang Ming did not leave immediately. After all, since we are here now, it would be unreasonable not to take something with us. There's actually a generator. After searching for a while, Tang Ming found a small generator in a corner. Although he doesn't need this thing too much now, it's better to have it than not. Just take out the shed card and put it in there. I plan to use it to generate electricity for lights when I get back. It is really too dark in the air raid shelter. Living in such a dim environment for a long time can easily lead to depression. After he picked up a few more pieces of junk, the battle in the distance became more and more intense. Let's find a place to wait for the battle to end. Seeing this, Tang Ming walked towards a remote area of the trading market. He was ready to see what kind of person the Green Snake leader was. How did he brainwash those Green Snake soldiers under his command so thoroughly? Old Yuto? As soon as he arrived at the place, Tang Ming saw Lao Yuto and Fan Xiaoxiao and her daughter in the crowd. There are only a few places far away from the center of the battlefield, so it is not surprising that Tang Ming can see him here. In addition to Old Yu and his two companions, there were also many other scavengers who had come here to seek refuge. But the reason why Tang Ming was able to see the three people so quickly was because at this moment, the three people were surrounded by a group of scavengers. The people around were also looking over there, so it was hard not to notice. As long as you tell me where Tang Ming is, we don't want to embarrass you. One of the scavengers who surrounded Lao Yudo and his two companions spoke up. He is a scavenger who lives near Lao Yudo and Tang Ming. Although Lao Yudo and Fan Xiaoxiao and her daughter all covered their faces, but if you pay a little more attention, you can still recognize it. While he was threatening old Yuto, his eyes kept wandering to Fan Xiaoxiao and her daughter behind him. Feeling the undisguised aggressive gaze, Fan Xiaoxiao shrank back behind Go Qian. Looks a little scared. Seeing this, old Yuto calmly put his hand into his arms until he grasped the hard object. Then he looked up and glanced at the scavengers surrounding them. I've already said that I don't know, and that's 3,000 kilograms of food. Do you think I wouldn't be tempted? Even if he can avoid taking action, old Yu still doesn't want to do it. After all, there were so many people at the scene, and even if he had a gun, he would not be able to control the development of subsequent events. Chapter 57 Rescue. Old Yu's words had some effect. This caused some of the scavengers around to show hesitation on their faces. Put yourself in their shoes and imagine if someone you know was offered a reward of 3,000 kilograms of grain. Even if the other person is a close friend or a relative, it is hard not to be moved by this level of temptation. So most people did not doubt what Old Yu said. However, some scavengers did not expect to ask anything from Old Yu. Their target has always been Fan Xiaoxiao and her daughter who were following Old Yuto. They just wanted to use Tang Ming as an excuse to release the evil in their hearts. Don't think I don't know the relationship between you and Tang Ming. Let's go together and kill this old guy. Then capture the two women behind and torture them thoroughly. Hee hee, I don't believe they won't beg for mercy. The scavenger who spoke before spoke again. He raised a sharp knife and aimed it at Lao Yu's neck. It was as if he could cut off Old Yu's neck out of thin air with just a little effort. Seeing this, Old Yu sighed in his heart, and without hesitation, he pulled his right hand out of his arms. Bang! A gunshot was heard, and the scene fell silent. Ahem. The scavenger who spoke covered his throat and looked around in disbelief. There, a man in green military uniform appeared out of nowhere. It's a green snake. The scavengers watching nearby saw the appearance of the shooter and immediately cried out in surprise. Their faces all turned ugly. Damn it! Shouldn't these guys be fighting the Allied forces? Why are they here? Although they were puzzled, no one dared to stay here. They all turned around quickly and ran away quickly with looks of horror. The green snake is not something that scavengers like them can contend with. Soon there were only dozens of people left. In a few breaths, only old Yuto, Fan Xiaoxiao and her daughter, a corpse with blood flowing from the throat, and a figure in military uniform who had fired the gun were left. This outfit is quite useful. Tang Ming touched his clothes and was a little surprised. Tang Ming? Hearing that familiar voice, old Yudo finally confirmed the identity of the person in front of him. You have a gun in this outfit? I picked it up. Then pretend I didn't ask. Hearing such a perfunctory answer, old Yu glared and replied in a bad mood. Forget it if you don't believe me. Tang Ming curled his lips at old Yu. In a way, he really didn't lie to old Yu. After all, Chun Bin was no longer around at that time. All that was left was a pile of clothes on the ground. If you have the guts, pick one for me too. Okay, I don't want to talk to you about this. Why are you here? Aren't you afraid of the green snake? Although old Yu is usually a bit stubborn, he is still very worried about Tang Ming's safety. Just the green snake? Tang Ming replied, and then calmly glanced at Fan Xiaoxiao and her daughter behind old Yu. All I can say is that old Yudo is still the same old Yuto. Tang Ming couldn't say anything about this. After all, if it weren't for old Yu's good character, he would have turned into a mess by now. I don't care about you anymore. Old Yu was speechless at Tang Ming's carelessness. After a few simple words, he told Tang Ming the truth about the matter. You also think the United Army is not good enough? After chatting for a few sentences, Tang Ming found that Lao Yu's analysis of the current situation was very accurate, even somewhat professional. Originally, the purpose of his appearance this time was not only to help old Yu out of trouble, remind the other side that the joint forces cannot win, but he didn't expect that old Yu saw it more clearly than him. After all, I was a soldier before the cataclysm, so I do have some vision. Old Yu glanced at Tang Ming and continued. If the combined forces were a whole, they might pose some danger to the green snakes, but unfortunately they are just a mob. Wait until they finish fighting, and then see what happens. Soldier? This was the first time Tang Ming heard Old Yu talk about his past, but this was already the Wasteland era, and there was no point in talking about the past. Hearing that Old Yu was going to wait until they finished fighting before seeing what was going on, Tang Ming spoke up. I have received intelligence that the Green Snake may start cleaning up the scavengers after unifying the underground space. Clean up? Old Yu frowned when he heard this, but after a little thought, he confirmed that what Tang Ming said was true. If it were him, after gaining control of all forces in the subway tunnel, he would also move further outward, eliminate all uncertainties, and thus completely control the entire city. But if he took sides now, Old Yu was worried that he would be used as cannon fodder by the Green Snakes in the battle against the coalition forces. Let's see what the leader of the Green Snakes says after the battle in the trading market is over. Old Yu thought for a moment and said, but compared to himself, he was more worried about Tang Ming. What are you going to do? After all, Tang Ming is still wanted by Green Snake, so they can still consider it for now. From his point of view, Tang Ming had no choice. You can only go to the opposite side of the Green Snake. When the major survivor camps are separated, they can still trade in the market to exchange supplies and survive. But if the Green Snake really takes control of the entire city, without the ability to replenish supplies, one would either be captured or struggle to survive on one's own in this wasteland. Then I will have to rely on you for help. Tang Ming joked. It's the only way. Old Yu nodded seriously when he heard this and did not take Tang Ming's words as a joke. But I won't live for many more years, so you should find a way out in advance. Seeing that Old Yu was so serious, Tang Ming's mouth twitched, but he still felt warm in his heart. But he didn't explain too much. Just make up your mind. I will definitely find a development game in the future to give Old Yudo Jill a break. After finishing what he wanted to say, Tang Ming did not stop. After all, he was still wanted by Green Snake. If he stayed for too long and was discovered, it might bring trouble to Old Yu and the others again. After Tang Ming left, Old Yu looked at Fan Xiaoxiao and her daughter who had remained silent behind him. Let's find a shop to hide in. If someone discovers my identity again, it will be a real hassle. The other side, the heart of the market. At this moment, hundreds of people were trapped in the center. Hearing the continuous sound of machine gun fire outside, the faces of the top leaders of the survivors' camp who were protected by everyone in a house in the middle did not look very good. What now? Asked a long-haired man, the leader of a small camp of survivors. At this moment, all the color had gone from his face. In any case, he did not expect that the Green Snake, which was being defeated in everyone's mouths just a moment ago, would surround them at this time. Chapter 58. A battle without suspense. Concentrate your firepower on one point to break out. If we continue to waste time like this, it will be disadvantageous to us. Hearing the words of the little leader, Wang He in the crowd said that he was the third in command of the number 1 survivor camp and one of the organizers of this joint meeting. Whose people will lead the charge? When the people from the Blood Fong camp heard Wang He speak, their tone became a little subtle. After hearing his question, the scene suddenly fell silent. Only the sound of gunfire outside proved that time was still passing. After a few seconds, someone spoke up. Of course, the one with higher combat power is in the front, otherwise how can they break through? Indeed, we don't even have a gun in our camp. Going up there would mean we would die. After the first person spoke, others followed suit. They don't want their people to be in the front. Oh, it seems like you want my Blood Fong people to rush in the front? Gao Yan's voice became a little cold. The man who made the suggestion shrank his neck when he heard Gao Yan's cold tone. They are still extremely afraid of the Blood Fong camp behind Gao Yan. However, in this situation, the prestige of the two camps was naturally not as strong as usual, and soon someone spoke again. Our people have no guns or equipment. They will just die if they go up there. It will not help to break the encirclement of the Green Snakes at all. You mean, if you have a gun, you'll go? The tone of the speech was sarcastic. Okay, stop arguing. Seeing that they were still able to quarrel at this time, Wang He quickly scolded them. So what do you say we should do? Gao Yan looked towards Wang He. When asked, Wang He frowned, thought for a moment, and then said, since we have reached an alliance, naturally each camp must contribute its share, so let's each camp send 2 people. I don't agree. However, as soon as he said this, someone objected. The one who spoke was the little leader with long hair. There were only 2 people from their camp who came to the trading market this time. According to Wang He's method, wouldn't he also have to go up and be cannon fodder? What do you think of this method? Wang He ignored it and looked at the other people at the scene. Everyone looked conflicted, but after hearing another explosion outside, they nodded. Only the brothers in the camp died. As long as they are still alive, they can avenge these dead brothers once the joint army is formed. Since everyone has no objection, as Wang He spoke, he took out his pistol and pointed it at the long-haired leader who had a surprised expression on his face. Wang He, you dare. Bang! Now that those who opposed us are dead, let's start organizing the forces to break out. Without looking at the long-haired man who had fallen to the ground, Wang He took back the gun. It was necessary to kill the chicken to scare the monkey at this time. Otherwise, everyone would have their own thoughts, and the end result would be that they would all be killed by the green snake. Everyone present was silent as they looked at the body lying on the ground. Without further hesitation, they immediately formed a breakout team of nearly 30 people. Fuck, you want me to die? I won't do this anymore. However, after these people knew their tasks, some of them immediately quit. Bang! However, the sound of a gunshot instantly silenced the voices of rebuttal. Either die now, or charge at me. Under the threat of their lives, this group of people had no choice but to rush towards the encirclement. After all, if you can rush out, there is still a chance to survive. Leave a few people behind to provide suppressive fire, and the others will follow behind and charge together. The area surrounded by the green snake is very large, with many buildings in the middle. After the Allied forces were not captured immediately, a chaotic scene of street fighting ensued. Many people hid in shops on the streets and fought back. This also makes it impossible for the green snake to take it down quickly. After hearing Wang He's command, the survivors of the counterattacking camps immediately walked out of the buildings and gathered together, rushing quickly towards the breakout team in the direction of the breakout. The scene suddenly became extremely chaotic. In a building far away, he listened to his subordinates reporting the situation on the scene over the intercom. Lin Han, the commander-in-chief of this operation, did not show any change in expression, as if all this was within his expectations. Don't confront them head-on. Drive them to Hyman's side. Yes. As Lin Han's order was given, the Green Snake soldiers who were originally in a siege quickly left an exit to attract the breakout troops towards the direction guarded by Hyman. In order to prevent the coalition forces from running around, they would directly shoot and kill those who wanted to leave the main force and hide. In this chaotic scene, the coalition forces did not notice anything wrong and just focused on escaping. Soon, a team of more than 100 people arrived at the exit guarded by Hyman. However, what greeted them here was not the hope of life, but 4 heavy machine guns at full firepower. Duh, duh, duh. Long tongues of flame flickered. The team, which originally had hundreds of people, was instantly reduced to dozens of people. Why is there a heavy machine gun here? There's a traitor. Run away. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I surrender. I'll fight you. Fear drove everyone crazy. However, under the absolute suppression of firepower, this madness was reduced to the incompetence roar of unwillingness. After a few minutes, no one from the coalition forces at the scene was still standing. Seeing that the battle was over, Hyman, whose body was covered in a black robe, also walked out from behind the heavy machine gun. He looked at the members of the United Army who were still alive and wailing on the ground, and said coldly to his subordinates who were following him, "Carry out those who are not dead yet." Yes. After receiving the order, soldiers quickly stepped forward and began to clean up the battlefield. After he finished speaking, he looked at Gao Yin who had just walked out from behind a shop. Go back and carry out the plan as agreed. If you succeed, Green Snake will give you everything you want. It looks like the fight is over. The gunshots disappeared completely. Tang Ming waited for a moment, and after confirming that the fight was over, he rushed towards the center of the trading market. Soon a ruin appeared in front of him. The original shops here had all collapsed because of Green Snake's initial explosion. At this moment, Green Snake soldiers were searching for the wounded in the ruins to treat or deal with the corpses. Most of the corpses were from the United Army, as well as some scavengers who were affected. It took a long time before 1 or 2 bodies of Green Snake soldiers were seen. Obviously, the Green Snake suffered very few casualties in this attack. However, at this moment, apart from these Green Snake soldiers who were responsible for cleaning the battlefield, there were also many scavengers who rushed over from all directions after discovering that the battle was over. But they just watched from a distance and did not dare to get too close. The Green Snake leader has arrived. And just at this moment, someone said something. It immediately made all the scavengers around turn their eyes away from the ruins. After a deliberate search, a team of fully armed Green Snake soldiers soon came into Tang Ming's sight. Is this the leader of the Green Snakes? In the middle of this group of Green Snake soldiers, the protector is a kind old man sitting in a wheelchair. Like old you, Is he someone who survived before the catastrophe? Tang Ming looked at the old man and frowned. This was completely different from what he had imagined the Green Snake Leader to be. Chapter 59, Green Snake Prophet. After the Green Snake Leader appeared, except for the team of Green Snake soldiers beside him, there were also many Green Snake soldiers rushing back from the surrounding area. This immediately caused quite a stir among the scavengers. However, after discovering that these Green Snake soldiers were just standing around with guns in hand, they left with no intention of stopping them. The commotion soon died down. Is Green Snake trying to recruit us like the United Army? Why is the Green Snake leader a disabled old man? I always thought. Shut up. Fuck. If you want to die, don't drag me along. As more and more scavengers gathered, various discussions gradually arose. The somewhat depressing atmosphere after the fierce competition in the trading market was quickly dispelled. Sizzle, sizzle. A sharp sound of electricity was heard. Cover up the noise at the scene. Speakers. Tang Ming looked at the speaker being carried up by several Green Snake soldiers and knew that the real show was about to begin. Sure enough, after hearing the sound of the speaker debugging, the Green Snake leader, who had been keeping his eyes closed and in a dozing state, opened his eyes. His eyes were cloudy, just like a dead person who has been dead for many days. There is not a trace of life. There is indeed a problem. Tang Ming looked up at the top of the Green Snake leader's head. There was only the sky that he could see. Two almost overlapping white eye icons gradually became clear, the same as the venomous snake he smashed into a paste, but also different. It was only after he attacked the venomous snake that two vision icons appeared above its head, and their lines of sight were not unified. But the top of the Green Snake leader's head was completely synchronized. What does this mean? While Tang Ming was thinking about this question, a Green Snake soldier had already handed the debugged microphone to the Green leader. At this time, a vicissitudes of life voice sounded in everyone's ears. A long time ago, before the cataclysm happened, the sun was warm then. The air is fresh. There is no threat of mutant creatures. No hunger, no thirst. Everyone lives happily, doing what they want to do, working hard for love, career, and interests. But after the catastrophe, everything changed. The once beautiful city is now in ruins. The air became scorching hot, the ground became dry and cracked, and our race fell from the top of the food chain on our planet to the bottom. They were hunted at will by predators and driven underground to live in misery. Are you willing to continue living this precarious life, worrying about your future every day? The Green Snake leader's voice is extremely contagious. Many scavengers at the scene subconsciously clenched their fists after hearing his question. If possible, who would want to live this kind of life? I know everything. You are unwilling to accept this, but how can I accept this? I watched with my own eyes the city where I lived being destroyed, and my loved ones starved to death because of insufficient food. I believe you all understand this kind of pain. But why? Why do we have to endure all this catastrophe has brought upon us? Are those mutant creatures really invincible? Boom. A huge mutant creature was carried by several Green Snake soldiers and thrown to the ground. No, they are not invincible. Is it a lack of food or water? Cart after cart of food was pulled out. We have it. We all have it. So what exactly are we lacking that has kept us hiding underground until now? It is faith. It is the faith that enables us to stand up again after lying down. But look at what the people in our city have been doing over the years. Internal friction, endless internal friction. It is clear that if we unite, all difficulties will be solved and all obstacles will be overcome. Tang Ming, who was hiding in the dark, couldn't help but want to leave after hearing this. There's no way he's too familiar with this terminology. Before I traveled through time, every boss would say a few words. Plus, he is not from this world, so he has no sense of empathy at all. How about leaving now? Tang Ming felt that instead of listening to the other party's long speech, it would be better to leave early and do his own thing. Anyway, he could guess what the content was. It was nothing more than a common dream or something. And just as he was thinking this in his heart, the Green Snake leader in the center of the crowd raised his head slightly, and for the first time, light appeared in his dead eyes. I have a dream. Tang Ming, who was originally a little hesitant, turned around decisively, soon disappeared into the crowd. The rest of the people gradually understood the original intention of establishing the Green Snake camp from the words of the Green Snake leader. The difficult process of development. How many pioneers sacrificed their lives for this goal? Then let's talk about Green Snake's current situation. Everyone can have enough food to eat and children can grow up happily. At the end, it turned into a prospect of returning to the ground in the future. There is no need to worry about attacks from mutant creatures. Everyone can have enough food, and everyone's face is filled with smiles. After hearing this, most of the scavengers at the scene felt that they had wronged the green snake, and they were already somewhat tempted. However, some scavengers still have concerns. After all, based on what the green snakes have done before, it is difficult for people to connect the green snakes mentioned by the green snake leader with the real green snakes. The green snake leader seemed to have anticipated this, but he did not explain too much, only saying, "Perhaps you can come and see for yourself what a green snake looks like, because we welcome all like-minded partners to join us." Although both were recruiting scavengers, the green snake leader's methods were many times more advanced than those of the coalition forces. "I'm in." There was a scavenger who was so excited that he immediately stretched out his hand and shouted loudly. Looking at the scavenger, the green snake leader nodded slightly. "Welcome to join us. I sincerely thank you for your recognition of our green snakes." While he was speaking, a green soldier came up to the scavenger with a brand new suit, a pistol, and a backpack of food that was enough to last for a month. This is something that every partner who truly joins Green Snake has. Empty dreams are not as good as real benefits. After seeing that the green snake would really give benefits, dozens of scavengers immediately reached out and asked to join the green snake. And they were treated the same as the scavenger before. The remaining scavengers were somewhat tempted when they saw this, but they were still worried that they would be used as cannon fodder by the green snakes to fight against the Allied forces. You can go back and think about it slowly. Our door is always open to our companions. After the green snake leader said this, he stopped talking and slowly closed his eyes. That's enough. Now all we have to do is wait. While waiting for the moment when the seeds sprout, they will bring this news to the ears of all the scavengers. Watching the green snake leader being escorted away by soldiers, and the scavengers around them began to discuss with each other. "Mr. Yu, what do you think?" Go Qian, who was standing behind the crowd, looked at old Yu and asked. She was a little conflicted. Old Yu thought for a moment and shook his head. "Didn't you listen to what I said to that kid before? This is not a multiple choice question. Let's make a decision sooner rather than later." After meeting the leader of the Green Snakes, he felt that in order to achieve their goals, the other party would definitely eliminate all possible threats. Upon hearing this, Go Qian just nodded and said nothing more. She was still hesitating. Obviously, what old Yu said was not the answer she wanted. Seeing this, old Yu didn't say anything more, because it was the other party's business to make the choice. He has done the most he can by giving her a reminder. After leaving this sentence, he did not stay any longer. He turned around and left the trading market, preparing to go back to pack up his things and then join Green Snake. The other side. After leaving the trading market, Tang Ming did not return to the ground immediately to look for the game hard drive. Instead, "We plan to install some cameras around here first, so that I can monitor the Green Snake's movements anytime and anywhere and think about what to do next." It develops secretly and then surprises everyone. Or sneak into the Green Snake and use their manpower to help you find more games. The former option develops more slowly, but is safer. The latter involves certain risks when one does not know the true purpose of the Green Snake. Chapter 60 New Game. Forget it, let's wait until we find a new game and go to the edge of the city that Guasha mentioned before making a decision. He had the certificate given by Sunshang, so he didn't need to be as anxious as the other scavengers. It should be possible to join after the battle between Green Snake and the Allied forces is over, so there is still plenty of time. Although there is no sunlight in the tunnel and the camera cannot continue to work for a long time, its own battery should be enough to last for 2 to 3 weeks. Enough to wait until the battle between Green Snake and the Allied forces is over. It took about half a day. After a certain number of cameras have been installed in every line of the subway tunnel, Tang Ming opened the hacker notebook and checked the status of each camera. Although there was no light in the tunnel, the images sent back by the camera were still clear. Ordinary surveillance cameras will have built-in night vision function, not to mention this camera specially used to spy on other people's privacy. It is really conservative that it does not have built-in perspective function. After checking and making sure that all lines were under monitoring, Tang Ming put the laptop back into his gaming backpack. Then it returned to the ground. Roar. It's dark outside now. The night demons that hid in the buildings during the day walked out of the buildings and began to move around and hunt in the dark. So much? Looking at the densely packed eye icons, Tang Ming chose to stay in the subway station until tomorrow morning before leaving. During this waiting time, it is impossible to sleep. He needs to stay alert at all times. So I took out the hacker notebook again and started reading the learning materials that I had copied in advance. Geometric movement, biology, rhythmology, musicology, camera perspective shaking technology. Tang Ming had a very fulfilling night. So much so that by the next morning, although my body was a little tired, my spirit was extremely excited. It turns out that learning never ends. Tang Ming sighed, and then he checked the surveillance video. The scene was normal, and the abnormally saved video showed only some scavengers passing by. Seeing this, he put away his computer and left the underground. Start looking for your search target this time. Internet cafes, computer stores, high-end residential areas. Fuck, it's cleaner than my face. Avoiding dangerous places, Tang Ming went to several internet cafes, but found nothing inside. It doesn't look like it has been visited by scavengers, but rather like it had been closed down before the disaster. I don't know what the situation is. In this regard, Tang Ming could only blame himself for his bad luck. After searching for a while and finding nothing, he could only set his sights on those high-end residential areas. There is a high possibility of encountering danger in it, because the places where the night demons hide are mostly in high-rise buildings in such communities. The thick walls of the tall buildings can block all the sunlight for them. This kind of community is not difficult to find. It is everywhere in the city center. Soon Tang Ming arrived outside a residential area where the average number of floors was over 20. Most of the floors here have collapsed, and only a few with good quality are still standing. However, although it did not collapse, there are still many cracks on the main body of the wall. One of the buildings was even half hanging upside down, but it was still able to survive because of the steel frame connection. Tang Ming didn't dare to go in and explore a high-risk building like this one. You never know when it will completely collapse. The risk is too great. So after just a few glances, he withdrew his gaze. Walked towards the best intact building among the several buildings. There were some dried bloodstains on the door. I don't know whether it belongs to human or mutant creatures. After observing outside for a while, Tang Ming sneaked in. He had previously thought about using climbing gloves to climb up the wall of the tall building from the outside and observe from the window whether the room was worth exploring. However, this idea only appeared in his mind for a moment before he abandoned it, because it would be difficult for him to enter stealth mode in that situation. If it was at night, he could still try, but in broad daylight he would simply be a living target for those mutant creatures that could fly. It would be safer to sneak directly into the high-rise building and explore. Enter the first floor. In the darkness, one could faintly hear the sound of light breathing. Very even, seems to be sleeping. But how could the other party sleep in broad daylight? There's no way to pinpoint the location. Tang Ming frowned. The other party was sleeping, so the visual prompt would not appear, making it difficult for him to sneak in. Seeing this, Tang Ming had no choice but to take out his night vision goggles. I used to think this thing was useless, but I didn't expect to be proven wrong so soon. After putting on the night vision goggles, the structure of the first floor of the high-rise building suddenly became clear in his eyes. In front of him was an inverted L-shaped dial. There was nothing unusual in his vision. Judging from this, the breathing sound should come from behind the corner. Seeing this, Tang Ming picked up his rifle and slowly approached. After turning the L-shaped curve, there is a longer aisle. At the same time that Tang Ming saw the aisle clearly, two night demons hanging upside down on the ceiling, resting, also came into his sight. Only two. Tang Ming looked behind the two night demons and found that there was a turn at the end of the road. Then whether there are still night demons behind is a question. There is a certain risk if you shoot directly, but fortunately it is daytime now. After just a little thought, Tang Ming had come up with a solution. Without hesitation, he turned around. He stopped only when he reached the entrance. He took out a can of soda that he had just finished drinking from his gaming backpack, placed it on the ground, and then applied a little force to make it roll forward. Hualala. The slight sound suddenly broke the tranquility in the darkness. The originally even breathing sound became disordered. Obviously, even this tiny sound was enough to be detected by the night demon. Roar. A deep, hoarse voice came from around the corner. The next moment, two night demons appeared. When Tang Ming saw them, they also saw Tang Ming. In just a blink of an eye, they had arrived in front of Tang Ming. However, facing the impending attack, Tang Ming did not panic at all. He just took a step back and basked in the sunlight again. The two night demons, which were originally aggressive, stopped immediately after seeing the sunlight. It was as if an invisible wall appeared out of nowhere in front of them. It seems close, but in fact it is thousands of miles away. Roar. One of the night demons seemed unwilling to let the food that had been delivered to the door slip away. As if after a fierce ideological struggle, it stretched out its sharp claws from the darkness, trying to grab Tang Ming, who was in the light. However, the next moment, The scorching sun instantly burned its gray skin, and a large amount of white smoke rose. Roar. This made it hiss in pain, and then it wanted to retract its claws. But several steel bars appeared out of thin air above its head. Little trash. Tang Ming quickly used 2 wooden spears to eliminate the 2 night demons that were pinned to the ground. Then he retracted the steel bars and looked inside the aisle. After waiting for a while and seeing that there was no sound, he walked in with confidence. Begin the search on the first level. There are 8 rooms on this floor. Several of the doors were unlocked or broken. This saved him a lot of effort in picking the lock. And he was lucky. After searching the entire floor, he found 5 hard drives. Direct on-site inspection. 4 of them are completely unusable, and the remaining 1 is in a Schrödinger state of being neither bad nor bad. The stored data is damaged. Sometimes it can be read, but sometimes it will just get stuck. However, after a torturous search, I finally got some results. Doomsday Prepper. Seeing the file name, Tang Ming clicked to view it. Tip: some files are missing and the game may crash during operation. It's good as long as it works. The game enters normally. Seeing this, Tang Ming breathed a sigh of relief and then quickly copied it. To prevent this Schrödinger's hard drive from suddenly dying. Chapter 61. What kind of behavior is this? The hard disk data copy speed is very fast. In just a short while, Tang Ming transferred all the contents to the hacker's computer. After copying, check it. After finding nothing wrong, he put away his things and walked towards the fire escape, ready to explore the second floor. Dried bloodstains could be seen everywhere on the ground and walls. Lots of bones, shattered skulls. It's hard to imagine how desperate the people here were at the time. After crossing a collapsed wall, Tang Ming entered the fire escape. Roar. Unexpectedly, as soon as I reached the second floor, a low roar came from a distance. It's the night demon. He must have been awakened by the noise downstairs. The night demon mainly relies on sound and smell to catch prey. Stealth doesn't do much against this creature. So almost the moment Tang Ming arrived on the second floor, it locked onto Tang Ming's location by smell, approaching at a speed that is difficult to capture with the naked eye. Duh. Seeing this, Tang Ming did not panic. He immediately raised the rifle in his hand and covered the area in front with fire. If there are more than 2, he will still have some concerns. But just 1 is not enough. Fuck, what a crappy gun. He saw that only 3 or 4 of the bullets he fired hit the night demon. Tang Ming's eyes widened in disbelief. This hit rate really made him feel a little overwhelmed. Although he knew that his shooting skills were difficult, they couldn't be this bad. Since it's not a problem with the gun, then it's a problem with the gun itself. You can miss the target even at such a close distance. Rubbish. Seeing that the night demon was approaching, Tang Ming had no choice but to immediately take out his wooden spear and go forward to fight with it. Fortunately, it was not completely ineffective. The night demon's speed slowed down to a level that Tang Ming could accept. After a hard fight, he finally seized the opportunity, restrained it with steel bars again, and then killed it with a wooden spear. Almost playing drag. Tang Ming looked at the night demon lying on the ground and let out a long sigh. This thing moves too fast and is too hard to aim with a gun. If it weren't for the fact that this place was relatively narrow, which prevented him from fully utilizing his speed advantage, the battle might have been even more dangerous. Let's just explore the first floor. Tang Ming didn't plan to risk exploring higher floors. There is only 1 this time. If there were 2, there might be a disaster. With the help of the sunlight, he could easily deal with the night demon on the first floor. There are still many buildings that have not been explored. There's really no need to take risks. When we have the means to deal with the night demon, it won't be too late to come back and explore high-rise buildings. Thinking of this, Tang Ming took out the luminous medium from the body of the night demon and then began to search on the second floor. Not every household has a computer, but there will still be 2 or 3 households out of 8 on a floor that own one. This time our luck was a bit bad, as the data on the few hard drives we found could not be read. But this is the normal situation. After all, it has been decades, and there is no good protection. Only a very small number of them can be used normally. Tang Ming was mentally prepared for this. Otherwise, he would not have had the idea of visiting the jury treasury. Seeing that there was nothing valuable, he decisively went downstairs and headed to other buildings. With the previous experience of attracting and killing the night demon, it didn't take him too long to search the first floors of the other 3 buildings in the community. He found a total of 13 hard drives. Connect the computers one by one and check. So bad luck? After checking the 12 pieces, none of them were usable. Now there is 1 piece left. There is a scantily clad 2D girl stuck on this hard drive. As for the room where the hard drive was obtained, Tang Ming could only say that he was impressed. After all, the walls are covered with harmonious girlish patterns, which makes it hard not to ignore them. Apparently, it was a homeboy's room. When he entered the other person's room, the other person's right hand had turned into bones but was still tightly holding the mouse. It is not difficult to guess from his cracked skull that he was killed by a brick or stone that suddenly fell on his head while he was using a computer. There should be a lot of games on the geek's computer. Thinking this, Tang Ming connected the hard drive to the computer. Yes, it works. Seeing that the computer could read it, Tang Ming's eyes flashed with joy. However, the next moment, after he clicked to open the hard drive and saw the contents clearly, his movements froze. There was nothing there, so clean that it hardly looked like a hard drive. After all, no matter how clean it is, it still needs a computer system, right? Otherwise, how can the computer be turned on? Did he destroy all the important data in the hard drive before he died? Thinking about the fact that the other person was still holding the mouse tightly even after his death, it seems that this is not impossible. Damn, can you please not use your willpower on weird things like this? Tang Ming cursed as he put the computer back into his gaming backpack. Then he walked out of the building with an unhappy look on his face and headed out of the community. But after walking a few steps, he became angrier and angrier. After all, it is not easy to find a usable hard drive in this wasteland. It all depends on luck. This made him waste some of his luck in vain. How could he not be angry? No, we can't just let it go like this. Tang Ming gritted his teeth, turned around and re-entered the otaku's room. He is not a devil, so it is impossible for him to do such a thing as scattering ashes. After all, the dead are greatest. So after destroying all the two-dimensional figures, Tang Ming immediately went to other communities to continue searching. During this process, he did not forget to put a camera on the wall. I was busy from day to afternoon. Along the way, we also encountered some communities that had obviously been searched by survivors. However, not many people touch computers. Only large survivor camps might collect them. So at the end of the day, he still had a great harvest. Not counting the ones he found before, he got a total of 8 working hard drives this time. However, apart from the online games that cannot be opened, there is only one standalone game on these hard drives. Plants vs. Zombies. Tang Ming is quite familiar with this game. It is a puzzle-type level-breaking game. Each plant in it has its own special ability. For example, there are sunflowers that produce abundant sunshine, pea shooters that can spit out infinite peas, and highly destructive plants such as landmines, fiery peppers, and nuclear mushrooms. It can be said that the abilities of each plant after it is materialized into reality are outrageous. It was a great help to him too. For example, the sunlight produced by sunflowers. With this thing, can he walk around among the night demons with ease? If you see a night demon that's unhappy with you, I'll use a friendly sun punch. Thinking of this, Tang Ming suddenly had the urge to enter Plants vs. Zombies immediately. Chapter 62 System Error, due to missing, but he quickly suppressed this impulse. After all, the surrounding area is not particularly safe. Let's go back to the underground garage and stay for the night. On his way back, Tang Ming also planned to fill up the vacant space in the shed. After all, these are 4 full laborers, and I wonder how much wealth they can create for him in a week. Thinking of this, I set off immediately. Soon he was back in the area where the underground garage was located. After a quick glance around, Tang Ming found that there were a lot fewer scavengers waiting for him here than before. Maybe it's because I haven't seen anyone for a week, I lost my patience, or it's because of something that happened in the trading market. But these have nothing to do with him. Now Tang Ming only cares about whether he can find leeks that are strong and easy to harvest. This guy named Tang Ming is a coward, right? One of the scavengers in a temporary team of 3 people formed to capture Tang Ming said impatiently. They have been waiting here for a long time, but until now, they haven't even seen the target. Bibbo, be patient. Think about what you would do if you were wanted. Once his food runs out, he will come out naturally. A companion beside him comforted him, still maintaining an optimistic attitude. Don't let our food run out before we catch the person. Bibbo is a little impetuous. You've heard about the trading market? How about we leave first and come back after this storm is over? At this time, another person suggested that they had learned the details from the scavengers who came back from the trading market today, and they came up with the idea of hiding for a while. If you want to leave, go ahead. I won't leave anyway. Bibbo, who had been looking annoyed before, immediately changed his expression after hearing his companion's words. They have wasted so much time and supplies here. How could they just leave like this? What's more, so much time has passed now, and Tang Ming's supplies should have been almost consumed. Now I say no more waiting. Maybe Tang Ming would come out right after they left. Wouldn't that be a good thing for others? Isn't this just to speak out and listen to your opinions? Seeing Bai Bo's big reaction, the man who spoke hurriedly explained. Snort. Bai Bo snorted coldly, then stood up and looked outside and said, I'll go look around. He was very anxious and thought about giving up. But I have already invested so much, how can I be willing to give up now? See Bai Bo get up and walk outside. The other two scavengers did not stop. This is what they usually do. After all, they are outside and need to stay vigilant at all times. Not only do you have to be careful of mutant creatures, but you also have to be careful of scavengers like them. Some scavenger teams that have run out of food and are unwilling to just leave will choose to attack other competitors for food. They had encountered such an attack not long ago. Bai Bo came outside, looked around carefully, and then patrolled and explored along the familiar route. After walking around and finding nothing unusual, he came to a shop and walked straight in. This is an accessory store that sells boxing items, and there are some sandbags that he can use to vent his anger. He has been visiting here frequently these days and is very familiar with the furnishings in the store. He walked straight to the commonly used sandbag, closed his eyes for a moment, then clenched his fists and punched again and again. Tang Ming, fuck me. Don't let me catch you, you idiot, or I'll make you pay. Hide. Hide for me. Bai Bo used all his strength in every punch. It seemed as if he wanted to vent all the unhappiness in his heart. Behind him, Tang Ming, who was holding a wooden stick and trying to pack up, was a little confused when he saw this scene. Do they know each other? I'm not annoying you either. What hatred? What resentment? Grass. Tang Ming also has a bad temper, so even if people scold him behind his back, he just pretends not to hear. But scolding him in person is indeed a bit too much. Bang! He swung the stick in his hand in a circle, and Bai Bo, who was still venting his anger, knew what a surprise was. With a dull sound, Bai Bo, who was venting his anger a second ago, rolled his eyes, straightened his body, and fell to the ground unconscious. Scold. Try to curse me again and see if I will punish you. After seeing the man fall to the ground, Tang Ming went forward and kicked him a few more times, cursing. And seeing that the other party did not make any rebuttal during this process, he actively admitted his mistake. Tang Ming finally felt relieved and stopped kicking the other brother to death and took him into the shed. Originally, he wanted to use a gentler approach to invite them, but some people just needed to be dealt with. I'm going back. Tang Ming took a look at the storage slot of the shed card. April 4th. Before Bai Bo, he had already caught 3 leaks, so including Bai Bo's, he had caught 4 leaks in total. After that, just wait for the game cooldown to end, and then let them into work for you. And when he was considering letting a few people into the game, he also quickly returned to the underground garage he had been away from for a long time. The steel bars he had piled at the entrance were left untouched. After all, he had made some cover-ups outside, so it would be impossible to discover it unless someone was bored enough to dig through the ruins. With a thought, he put the steel bar in front of him back into his gaming backpack. Tang Ming walked in. The air raid shelter is still better. Smelling the somewhat turbid air in the underground garage, Tang Ming sighed. All I can say is that the new is indeed better than the old. Recover the entrance. He also went back to the bottom of the underground garage, took out the hacker computer, and began to check the 2 games he found today. Doomsday Prepper. Plants vs. Zombies. The name of the game, Prepper, suggests that it should be a management game and the game process should be very long. Tang Ming opened the game directly. Start viewing. The game is set in a strictly controlled town where no one is allowed to leave. The protagonist of the game is a resident in the small town who suffers from nuclear war paranoia syndrome. He thought the town was about to be hit by mushroom bombs and wanted to escape from the town. But this violated the laws of the town, and not only was he caught by the town police, but the government also arranged an investigator to monitor the protagonist for any abnormal behavior. Once the abnormality is discovered, the government will immediately send people to arrest the protagonist. Once you are arrested, the game is over. As for whether or not a mushroom bomb will land in the end, this bad ending is not mentioned. Tang Ming guessed that he would only know after completing the game. He restarted the game and started playing normally this time, ready to see if there was anything he needed to pay attention to after entering the game. Well, dig a basement and escape from underground? No. You just stand there with a blueprint and read a few words and then you can dig it? Okay, that makes sense. It's too dark underground, so we need to make a light bulb, huh? We need glass? Oh, it turns out we can use a cup? Shit. Why is this light bulb made of only glass able to glow? And where does the electricity come from? What kind of force light bulb is this? Wait, the basement isn't for escaping? It's for growing vegetables? Then how can I escape? Wait, I remember there seemed to be a rocket on the loading screen. Holy shit. Can I make a rocket with my bare hands? System error. The game cannot continue to run because the 3DX DLL file is missing. Just when Tang Ming felt that this game had a promising future, the game suddenly crashed. This? Chapter 63. Protecting the light with my body. Please read. Looking at the game that closed automatically, Tang Ming fell into a brief silence. It's an accident. It's definitely just an accident. After a moment, he reopened the game. However, this time, just after entering the game start page, the system error prompt popped up again. The game was then forced to terminate again. This made Tang Ming feel a little uncomfortable. I don't know if this situation will cause him to crash out of the game due to missing files after entering it. Let's try again when we get back to the air raid shelter. Tang Ming felt that the game duration of Prepper should not be too short. Based on previous experience, level-based games take the shortest time to complete. So in the current situation, it is obviously more appropriate to play Plants vs. Zombies first. Thinking of this, Tang Ming directly opened Plants vs. Zombies and started the first level. The first level is a tutorial for beginners, and there is only one path. The only plant that can be used is the pea. The levels are very simple, and there is no difficulty at all. It can be said that as long as you have a brain, it is impossible for you to fail. It doesn't look like a modified version. After confirming this, Tang Ming was completely relieved. Because Plants vs. Zombies was so popular back then, many players made some modifications to it. In some modified versions, the plants don't change much, but the zombies are more powerful than each other, such as Superman zombies, Flash zombies, and Hulk zombies. It's just to torture the players for the sake of torturing them. No gaming experience at all. After confirming that it was the normal version, Tang Ming no longer hesitated and reached directly into the computer screen. When he came back to his senses, the environment around him had changed. We came to a simple house built of wood. Roar. There were roars of zombies outside. Tang Ming stood up, walked to the door and looked outside. Outside the house is a checkered lawn divided into several colors. A little further beyond the lawn is a wide road. At this moment, on the road in front of his door, there were 5 stupid-looking, lame zombies standing. The low growl just now came from the mouth of one of them. That's it. Tang Ming shook his head. It was not that he looked down on these zombies. Instead, he simply ignored these zombies. He's not bragging. He can beat 10 of these guys with one hand. First, let's take a look at the rules of this game. Tang Ming withdrew his gaze and began to read the mission information that appeared in his mind this time. The remaining sunlight in each level will be recorded in the game settlement, and you can use this sunlight to purchase unlocked plants. The first 3 levels are for beginners, and you can play through them consecutively. After you pass each level, the game will be settled. If a zombie crosses your lawn, the game is lost. Unlocked game props can be brought directly back to reality. There was not much information, and Tang Ming finished reading it all quickly. Does this mean that I can complete the game with the least effort? Tang Ming touched his chin. It doesn't feel difficult at all. No need for plants. He can kill them all by himself. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated and pushed open the wooden door and walked out. After he walked out of the room, the zombies outside immediately reacted and began to limp towards this side. Roar. Hello, friend. I'm your neighbor Crazy Dave. You look like you're in some trouble. Do you need help? Just as Tang Ming was about to rush up and kill these zombies, a man's voice suddenly came from the roof on the left. Tang Ming looked up and found that it was a fat blonde man with a face that looked like a crouching dragon and a phoenix chick. At this moment, Dave on the roof was looking at Tang Ming with his wise eyes. I remember the Plants and Plants vs. Zombies. It seems that they were created by Dave. Is that the plot of the game? As Tang Ming thought this, he nodded at Dave. Then, after some introduction from the other party, he received a system prompt for unlocking the plant. Pea shooter. Description. They are your first line of defense and will use peas to attack incoming enemies. Damage. Normal. Cost. 100 sunshine. You now have 150 sunlight. If you want to grow more plants, collect the sunlight that falls in the garden. Hurry up and plant your first plant. The zombies are coming soon. Don't let them get close. They will eat your brains. Dave continued to give Tang Ming a beginner tutorial on the roof. Okay. Tang Ming agreed perfunctorily and walked towards the first zombie that entered the garden. A ray of sunshine falls every once in a while, and each little sun is 25 points of sunshine. So the longer he delays, the greater his benefits will be. But before that, he decided to see if he could get rid of these zombies without using plants. in case the rules of this game are too rigid, resulting in failure in the end and wasting the opportunity to enter the game. What are you doing? Don't get close to these zombies. They are dangerous. Only plants can keep you safe. I don't know if it's because of the complete character setting, but Dave is much smarter than the NPCs Tang Ming has encountered in previous games. However, there is still a big gap compared to real people. Tang Ming glanced at Dave, then looked away and ignored him. Continue to focus on the zombie in front of you. As soon as he thought about it, a steel bar appeared above the zombie and then smashed down heavily. Boom! The lame zombie was hit so hard that his head and arm were separated instantly. A fatal blow. The body did not stay on the lawn for too long. It quickly faded away due to the game until it disappeared completely. Dave, who was watching this scene next door, looked even wiser and began to repeat what he had said before. Plants can. Plants can. I'm crazy, Dave. You look like... Is this a crash? Tang Ming looked at Dave, who seemed to have crashed, and frowned. It seems that the opponent is indeed different from the NPCs in previous games, but in a limited way. At best, it's an artificial retardation. After observing for a while and not finding anything special, he turned his attention back to the zombie in front of him. After knowing that his attack was effective, Tang Ming stopped talking nonsense and directly dealt with the remaining 4 zombies. 101. Passed. Currently held sunlight amount, 200. Re-challenge. Proceed to the next level. Seeing the prompt appearing in front of him, Tang Ming chose to go directly to the next level. This is because simply picking up the sunlight falling from the sky is too slow. Instead of waiting, you can go directly to level 1 to 2 and unlock the sunflower that produces sunlight. This is much faster than waiting for the sun to fall from the sky. After Tang Ming chose the next level, Dave suddenly felt alert, as if the system had restarted. Let's continue with the beginner's tutorial. Good. It seems you already know how to use plants to fight zombies. Next, you will face more zombies, but just picking up the sunlight falling from the sky is definitely not enough. However, I have a plant here that can produce sunlight, which can help you solve this problem. Sunflower. Introduction. Sunflowers are essential plants for collecting extra sunlight. Why not plant more? Cost: 50 sunshine.